HP, and they're going to have to hit on their first rolldowns.
And we did just note there from the scoreboards that we did have a couple of win-streaking players, so I was going to talk about how that would help get those lost streaks to stay in place. But Volta is the only one to hold on to his streak as of that last round, so we might see our players starting to settle down a little bit, saving gold rather than spending it aggressively to keep their win streaks going.
Possibilities here. Hisoka is already has the line of pentakill. He has a possibility to play Senna, to play Kale. Both of them had got a high play rate, both in scrims and on regionals. So it wouldn't be amazing to see who gets it. And most importantly, who gets the priority to say, I'm going Senna. So probably is Volta, but we see much players trying to go for that line.
Yeah, because Senna was the most consistent as far as getting top fours. She had something like a 78% top four rate in North America. The scrims have looked actually pretty similar for the Senna line, and where Kale is another one we've looked at, she's been a lot less consistent globally, even though she was quite good in the North American regionals. A lot of players are actually using her as a rental unit in the mid game and then transitioning to different reroll compositions.
Well, we talked about the long-term potential of Volta's composition here. We've got the 3-star Jinx in place for now with the Super Fan to add to Ginsu's Rage Blade early on. What do you like? How much are you liking this at this point in the game compared to maybe what we'll see very, very late on?
I like it because normally there's a possibility he could play Punk in another world, but now he only has this big, chunky Jinx that once she gets the rest of the items, she could give it like the total mid game and probably go to 9 even and try to go for a Lucian. So this probably will be sold. I don't think he will stay with the Jinx all the game, but it's great for the mid game.
Yeah, very, very cool line from Volta to actually go into the Punk angle. We actually saw this kind of not appearing a lot over globally, and so seeing Volta pull this out in the first game, ramping rhythm, playing around Punk reroll, where it's a very uncontested line, hitting immediately. Stage 2, he's already on the Jinx 3. This is really, really great. The big thing we got to look at for this fight, though, is going to be Cheche, Hisoka, if they'll fight each other, and if we can see any of these win streaks continued.
Yeah, well, I mean, no one's going to be able to make it out with Stage 2 completely unscathed. Yes, the biggest confirmation there. We make sure that there's going to be no chance at all of losing out. So Cheche, again, remember, getting 2 gold for every 9 losses, every 4 losses gets a component in. That's effectively almost like a Heartsteel catch up of itself.
And we see the parity in HP, both Hisoka and Cheche with 53 life, so both with the same strategy and no one was penalized. So Cass, it didn't happen, but it still can happen. Sometimes they try to stand this lose streak to 3-2 or even for the next carousel. Let's see if they want to stabilize and stop the bleeding or make stronger.
Yeah, the big negative for them is even though they didn't run into each other and their game completely exploding, right? If you lose your loss streak after taking this much damage, it can be entirely ruin your game. They did have to lose a lot more HP than they probably wanted to. Going down to 63 after stage 2 is very low. They essentially just had to open fort the entire stage because they were in each other's pool the whole time. And so it's going to be a big question as how do they stabilize in stage 3? And I'm really going to want to see the roll downs from these two, see what they want to actually go for.
It's also worth noting that SWE just above is also on a 4-round loss streak as well. So we've got more loss streaks running here than we do have win streaks. And I'm absolutely with you. It feels like, coming into stage 3, we're going to see hopefully some pretty big changes there and the momentum shifting.
For sure, Donnie with the 4-win streak, it will be very good for him and more reliable. No, he can be more flexible. He can play more in the stage 3 to go for that. Oh my god! This is a real reroll. I can't think of him staying with the buy, but the Jinx, I think he will be stalling in stone moment, or at least get the replacement for when he wants to pivot out of there and get to the Lucian.
Oh, hello. We've got something developing here. Cheche is starting to slam the units in. So we've got Crowd Diver in place. Looks like we're getting a little bit of Moshe here as well. So exactly as you said, Cass, we're starting to see the sea change coming in from our lower HP players.
Yeah, he goes for a big roll down. Doesn't actually find anything too substantial here, right? The 2-star Katarina is good. He might go for this Crowd Diver angle now that he only needs 6 more copies and his headliner is still open. The big thing to look at is also Urgot on stage 3, even as just a 1-star. Incredible unit to stabilize your board. And we see Cheche might not win this. No, it looks pretty good here with the Katarina getting 1 more cast off. Incredibly close fight. Kennen actually doesn't block it, but he's got a cast. Should be fine, Cheche.
Oh, it was very close.
Honestly, though, good loss. You keep your loss streak, you take just a little bit of damage.
It was all calculated. It was calculated from the very beginning. Let's get into our second wave of augments. So, before, Cass, we were seeing a lot of the augments, which were kind of providing a little bit of board power and a little bit of econ as well. I'm curious to see what our players combine with those early choices.
All right, we've got a last stand as an option for 62nd. He's still deciding between too healthy and last stand, it looks like, and he ends up going for the last stand. He's making a lot of econ early with the cut above, and now that's going to set him up to try and push a lot of levels because he has that safety net of the last stand, try and build a really strong board. They can win out once that actually pops.
Oh, and now we have from Rio, we have the surrender to the Pogo. Have you guys surrendered to your Pogo?
Oh, boy. Oh, I just want to note here, we have got HSK with a good amount of centers being put together. But yes, Cass, you've spotted an organ which was pointed out in the pre-show as a very strong directional one.
Yeah, submit to the pit for Dish Soap, so he will commit to the Mosher line. Usually you like to see it on 2-1, but Dish must have had an open enough spot with his items that he could go for the Urgot reroll and ended up trying to go towards this line.
So, Cass, I know that, of course, you're the expert on Dish Soap on this desk in particular. Is this to his style?
Not really. I mean, he doesn't like playing reroll. He really likes to play around 4 costs. He likes to play, for the late game. But I think he's also one who is just very good at identifying what the best compositions are. And, submit to the pit is something you can't pass up if you have the opportunity to go in that direction. It is incredibly strong, and it won't generally be contested unless someone else has the same augment. So we see Dish Soap take it. He's going to just look for that Urgot. It must be open in this lobby, and that is a very strong composition to play for top 4.
All right, popping back to our carrier, item carrier Corky friend from Yugo, who's been doing a pretty decent job so far. We note, of course, the Korean players looking to try and recapture some of their form from before. I certainly like this as a good, he's in the middle of the HP total right now. It's at least this board is keeping him nice and stable.
Yeah, let's see what he goes for. Chechi is already committed to playing Katarina. We saw Hisoka also committed to playing Senna. So a 2-cost reroll would be interesting for him. He's holding some items. He's using the super fans, but he's not actually going for a specific direction. The Jewel Gauntlet will give him like some narrowness to what he wants to play, so it won't be an easy task for Jewel to get a spot.
Yeah, I mean, we're stuck on AP at this point, right? So you're kind of looking at Lulu or Seraphine if you want to reroll at this point, but Jewel Gauntlet is not necessarily the most optimal item, especially for Seraphine. And we'll see. We got a bunch of spatulas here, so we're going to kind of have to check in, see who grabs these, and then figure out exactly what emblems we could be looking at.
And just so far, they've actually been pretty low priority for our players. I think, as you said, we've got a lot of players who've already chosen their direction. So we're seeing a lot of the other components be taken instead. And it's going to be left almost to the end.
So Yugo ends up getting one, and the rest of these, it looks like Volta's being forced into it. He can potentially go for a Punk emblem later on if he wants to try and play around 4 Punk alongside the Rapid Fire board. I think it's reasonable, but I don't think the style of board he's playing, I think he wants to play 4 or 6 Rapid Fire like you called out getting the buff. So I don't know that Punk emblem is actually something he's really interested in.
Yeah, it's not the best, but actually in units like Poppy, for example, she gets like a lot of HP. She scales with that. The shield would be higher. She has a good base attack. So it could be interesting. It's a good front line, and that's what he will need if he goes more deep into that rapid fire line.
All right, Cheche, 1 Katarina away, 20 gold. He did a pretty big roll down. Looks like he wants to save some econ, figures that his board is strong enough for the rest of stage 3, and then he can actually start to dig, especially since he is just 1 Katarina off. We see this Idealism getting a lot of value already, and I think this is one of the strongest augments you can get with the Katarina line, and getting all these extra items will be good once he can find more crowd divers.
And we know later on we'll be able to put those Hand of Justice around on other crowd divers as well for a lot of great value. Remember, of course, we had what doesn't kill you from early on, so Cheche is stronger than his position would otherwise be suggesting.
Yes, for sure. Let's see, the HP is a little difficult for both him and also for Hisoka. So it will be, they need to stabilize now. As you were saying, Cass, he's 1 away from Katarina, but he hasn't got there. He lose again. It doesn't matter if he lose because of the augment, so maybe he will ramp up on stage 4, and that's when we will see the win streak from him and the power of the Katarina 3.
Yeah, generally kind of where you want to be hitting the 2-star 3, the 3-star 2 cost is going to be on 4-1 is kind of, that's the great cadence that we like to see out of these. A lot of players will hit it before because you get these big rolldowns on 3-5 potentially, but if Jeje can get it on 4-1, he'll kind of equal the strength of the lobby, but it'll just have more components from what doesn't kill you, and it might be able to allow him to win even more fights.
All right, we'll check Wenzui from China. Has got the Kaiser item holding, much as we saw the Corky item holding from before. Looks like the board isn't actually quite good enough to avoid getting run over here. Donny G with a fascinating Vi 3 carry, doing, well, item holder, perhaps long-term carry, handing out a big loss.
Yeah, this is actually such a cool board from Donnie, because a lot of people play around the Vi in the early game just as an item carrier, a very strong early headliner. But Donnie just said, oh, I've got a bunch of natural Vi copies. I'll just play the 3-star and continue it through stage 3. Now, if he tries to transition into Mosher, he is going to run into Dish Soap, and they will contest each other. So with those item slams, it does look like Mosher, but he could flex into other AD late in the game.
He's doing what he has to. He's a lot of HP. He's penalizing everyone. He's like using the strength of the composition right now, using the B, and then later he will have to adapt. It will be very interesting to see how he matures the compositions to look for a win more in the later game.
Honestly, I'm really excited to see Donnie doing as well as he is in the early going. Certainly our OS players didn't have the best of times of things in recent championships, but certainly looking pretty good so far. As we do start to see some of the roll down, and we've got some of the forecasts dropping in.
There's Cheche with the hit, does actually find that Katarina 3. It looks like Yugol was able to pick up quite a few Seraphines. I saw 2-2-stars pop up, so I'm wondering if Yugol is going to end up hitting that. We were talking about, hey, what direction is he going to go with the Jewel Gauntlet? Seraphine is a potential way that you can make that happen, as we have the Zed actually picked up on this big roll down from Ziyu, which is a very, very strong grab. He doesn't even have a headliner yet and already has the Z2, so he can find potentially that Ezreal that he's really looking for.
For sure. Ezreal, I like the Poppy also here. Yeah, he lacks a little front line, especially the... Not the Mosher, the Pogo is like, actually my favorite, because you don't have to get another one. You Mosher, you get it like more naturally with the set. And we see that he has a good carry, he has good item, but the lack of the headliner is hurting for him.
Yeah, it's hurting because a lot of these boards are spiking as well, right? We did see, you know, the 3-star Katarina hit. We've seen this Vi board is just very strong. It's playing very high tempo, and so we're just going to see if he can actually stabilize this board being very low HP as we get into these augments.
So third augment's a charm, and it will be gold across the board. You can see, of course, some of the augments our players have chosen already. One thing I think that really did leap out to me as we come towards the later game is, of course, you mentioned the low HP players from early on. We've still got several players down there who are in a perilous situation. Note in particular, down to 27 and 37 HP, a big drop below.
Yeah, but Hosoka just able to hit that Senna 3. This is the big spike that he was looking for, and he actually finds Ramping Rhythm as well. So there's actually 2 players playing around this augment in the lobby, one taking 4-2, one taking 2-1, playing around different rapid-fire carries.
Yes, the main 2 costs, 3-stars, are we have them. We have Seraphine, we have the Senna, we also have the Katarina. Maybe we're lacking the Kale. No one got the Kale, so it was interesting to see it, but it was not. And now the fight against Dishop. Dishop already with the Mosher, trying to go for one 3-star, but he's still like a little far away from that.
Great matchup for Yugol, playing the Seraphine into Moshers. They have to stack all completely. Seraphine gets a ton of value, but in the early to mid game, sometimes the Moshers can still win because the stats are just too high. But this fight is very, very close. The extra healing on Urgot quite good, but it's just too much damage. And yeah, that's not the matchup Dish Soap wants to see throughout this game. He wants to avoid the Seraphine as much as possible.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the situation we're going to end up as these balls get more pointed. Is they're just going to be matchups that the best you can hope for is losing them out a little bit less. I still want to hit on the Zuya though, down on so little HP. Now Cheche is starting to get into the same area as well. There's a big drop off between 6th and 7th and 8th.
Yeah, Cheche is trying to look out for the second carry. It should be the set. The thing is, it is contested, so he's using the Yone now as an item holder. But now he really needs like 2 people doing the damage, access to the backline. So hopefully he can find it soon.
So I want to raise it. You mentioned the idea of the bad matchups here. For our players on the low HP like Cheche, are there any matchups which are a nightmare for this kind of board?
Well, honestly, I mean, the tankiness of this board of the Moshers is quite scary, but the fact that there isn't a 3-star Urgot yet is going to help out, right? I think that the tempo of a 2-cost reroll on stage 4 is going to be a lot higher than the 3-cost reroll because you're likely to have hit. But we see that the fight is still relatively close. Urgot has a pretty big shield, but now that he's kind of the last one remaining, the single target from Katarina is just too much. But if that is a 3-star Urgot, this fight gets a lot scarier for Cheche.
Well, speaking of scary, Zuya will take the L in that round in the way that Cheche managed to swing things. So down to the ultimate danger zone. Perhaps the last carousel for Zuya to be able to turn things around.
Yeah, Cheche would have wanted to find a Kiana here, would have been the really big hit that he could find playing that crowd diver, but not going to be able to get that. Other than that, there's not a ton of huge hits on this carousel for anybody just yet, but we're going to see how these two costs all interact with each other, which matchups are going to find the wins.
Yes, total. D-Show with the Mosher, with Jorik, so he has the legendary, he can complete what he wanted, he can submit to the pit. In Spanish, we say surrender to the pogo. It's like, so he's totally surrendering to the pit in this case, so it will be amazing to see how he caps out. He really needs the Jax 3 stars to get like a good chunk of damage additionally, but he doesn't have items for them. So I think he wants to pressure on this stage, but he's really far from getting to an actual win condition.
He's got a Mosher set here, so at least he can play 6 Mosher, but this is just renting until he can find the Urgot headliner once again. He rolled down a lot of gold. Dish is just not hit. He's really been looking for this Urgot and not found it, and so really, he's now just trying to stabilize and not bleed out too quickly.
Yeah, we can see from the gold totals on the right-hand side, our players are spending pretty aggressively, particularly towards the bottom of the table where the HP totals are the most minimum. You don't want to die with gold in your pocket. But 60 seconds looking pretty darn good here. The Lucian in play, holding out from the back line. It won't be quite enough to get the good enough to get the win here, but still a decent looking board.
Yeah, he's losing with 5 hearts. He still has last stand, so he's the one who gets the best maturity of the game. So he's fine. He wants to go to level 9. He wants to cap, and he's playing for first.
Yeah, the thing, he already has a Lucian as well, right? Like, he's already kind of got most of this composition online. Yes, it's a Lucian 1, but as you said, he's 50 gold. He's got Heartsteel coming through. He's got last stand. Easy time for him to go to level 9 and just continue to make this probably the strongest board in the lobby. I think 60-second, out of what we've seen so far, is the one kind of on the path to victory.
Well, you brought up the idea of HP for our Heartsteel players before. 60-second with the last stand has got a ton of HP left in the bank to take him towards that late game. And again, you know, that big end-out finish he's looking for.
Donnie now getting the Poppy. He has a little more front line with the Aegis in the front line, getting that additional speed to all of his additional carry. He has the Caitlyn as a secondary carry. He didn't fight the Ezreal, so now let's see if it's enough to go with the Mosher of this show.
Yeah, and Cheche is not going to be able to find his Zed at this point. I think this is the 3rd person with the Zed too. So Cheche maybe can find 1 copy to try and just get the synergy in, but not going to be able to find that secondary carry that you really need to push that Katarina comp.
All right, we're coming close to perhaps the first elimination, but at least we'll get through all of stage 4 without it going any further. So yeah, does at least manage to win out the last couple of rounds to try and stabilize a little bit. There's Dissoap also down on low HP. I mean, surely coming into stage 5, they've got to go all in.
I mean, he can't find this Urgot. I think at this point, he's still only on 3 copies. This is just, can Dish play for a 7th, realistically, is what he's looking for. He's going to see how much he can spike the board on this 5-1, just do anything he can to make it stronger, and then just pray that he can find some decent matchups.
Yeah, there's already like 3 costs or 2 cost 3-star, very, very strong, like the strongest compositions in the lobby. We have 60 seconds going to level 9 and capping even more, and now we see the NAR 3 for D-Shops as a possibility, and now Cheche knows that the set is committed, the set is taken, like 2 persons already got set 2, so Jone will be the secondary carry, and pray to get maybe a Kiana here in level 8 to get a little more items for the rest of the comp.
All right, so Rapid Fire is being used to try and avert catastrophe down here at the lowest HP count of just on 3 Rapid Fires. So we're going to have to just try and throw everything at the wall and try and make it stick. The Zed, the main carry here, but we at least got a few frontliners to buy a few more moments.
Yeah, basically the same comp on either side, but the positioning a little better here. Got a stun onto Donnie's Zed, so the Zed and the Caitlyn both firing away right there. So this is just a big blowout, but this comp, this fight between these 2 players can be completely reversed if the positioning is different.
Great execution there, so Donnie with the loss, and hey, good win here for Dish, and he decides to go all in with the NAR. He didn't get the Urgot, but he got the NAR, and now the items are there, and it will be good because the augment itself is heavily reliant on having maybe multiple carries, and that's what this show is doing. So he's trying to save that 8th place, and every points count now that he didn't hit in the proper moment.
Ezreal 2 in the shop for 60-second. Decides he doesn't actually want to play around Ezreal this time around, completely sells out of that, and we saw him still rolling a little bit more as we jump over to Donnie G. We see the positioning once again, not stacking his Zed and Caitlyn together to deal damage to the same target, and I think that was what hurt him in the last fight.
This will be a good fight. Zed versus Zed in the right of the battle. fighting it out. Zac also doing the control damage, the CC, and the one who's doing a lot of Jory's Delusion. Let's look at him for a moment, and the Caitlyn should get a good spike, but the Zed access to the backline and eliminates Donnie, taking a big hit here.
Donnie has dropped down so much from the commanding position he was in earlier on, now into the major danger zone. You can see down the bottom, Zia is on the win streak and is rising up the table as well. We're going to have a very contested first elimination.
Yeah, Donnie and Dish Soap down to 6, and I think Donnie needs to try and get the Zed and Caitlyn on the same side, trying to focus fire at target and try and snowball through these fights. This is what's happened to him in the last 2 fights. He's run into other Zeds, and there's been more damage hitting his own, so he hasn't been able to get there as he tries to position around the Aegis.
Yeah, totally. He needs to get the Aegis in all his carries. He's trying to go for a more spread. Let's see if it works. So, eyes on Dish Soap. Final life in case he doesn't get a good matchup, and now we have it.
All right, going into this fight, Dish Soap has to try and survive here against the Katarina. This could be a good matchup with the submit to the pit.
Oh boy, we know that these are incredibly tough to try and chew through, and as you said before, Cass, they have been growing in power throughout this game, just ripping apart the crowd divers. The damage
Donnie's out.
So we've got the one elimination. You can see the disappointment on Donnie's face, especially coming here to the Global Championship. It's not the way you want to start your tournament.
I'm very impressed by the Mosher table of Dish Soap. He totally destroyed the Katarina comp from Chepe. The single target damage was not enough at all. And now Dish Soap, even though his HP is very low, in combat-wise, he seems very well.
Yeah, he's pretty strong. I think some of the matchups are still going to be tough for him. The Seraphine's quite scary. There's a Mosher emblem. There's potential to try and go from there, but I also think that Dish Soap could just find another item for one of his carries. It looks like he wants to be able to drop one of these Moshers and play something better.
Yeah, certainly a good amount of stats to throw into pretty much any unit. Do you want to take note as we come to the back half of Stage 5? We do see the Punk emblem being picked up. Look at the HP totals of players right now. They're so incredibly tight up together. The top 4 even is incredibly volatile.
All right, this next big fight is going to spell disaster for a few of these players, right? Dish Soap on 1 life, Cheche probably on 1 as well. And Volta on this 4-loss streak, he has been screaming down to the bottom as we see him trying to figure out how to make the best board here. He did get that emblem so he can drop a Punk. As Cheche, the other one in danger, never being able to play around Zed because they were just taken out of the pool. Does find some Yones, but not going to be able to play for a 3-star. This feels like it could be the last fight for Cheche.
Yeah, for sure. 16 life for him, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it should be enough. No, 12 life. So he's actually very, very close to dying here. He now faces 60 seconds with his cap board. He still have... he's not the best moment for 60 seconds. He hasn't activated last time, so let's see if Cheche has enough strength to live for 1 more life.
That said, it's definitely not hitting the priority targets until right now. We've got the 2 big carries, melee carries face to face, but Zed's definitely going to be better one-on-one. Goes pretty low, but still survives through. No cast, and our second elimination.
Okay, but what about Dish? Just trying to see what has happened over there, if he's going to be able to find the win. And he's on a 2-win streak. He gets another fight win as Volta continues this just downward spiral. Both of our players who kind of played that early Punk, played around the Vi with Donnie, playing around the Jinx with Volta, they were able to save a lot of HP early on, but they both started to free fall once we hit Stage 4. And Volta now just on the single life, and it doesn't look like he can get much stronger.
Yeah, for sure. They had to pick. Volta got the Jinx. For the other side, we got the Vi. So now that's probably the last fight for Voltarius. He has a good, decent composition, but it might not be enough. And now he faces again with the Verdugo of this match, 60 seconds.
Look how he stacks this damage counterfeit. He's being able to just blow up one side of the fight.
Yeah, no, it has to hurt here for Volta. He took the road less traveled. It looked like he's going to get run over. But it's only the 2 rapid-fire units. There's not a ton of value out of the ramping rhythm, and even with more carries, they would all be dead right now. Volta at least going for at least something close to a top 4.
This is the big thing we see. The composition that 60 Seconds was playing alongside... Oh, Dish Soap down as well. It looks like in 4th alongside Volta going... Or 5th, Volta going in 6th. But we saw the positioning difference on the Zed compositions between Donnie and 60 Second, right? Overloading one side with your damage so that you are quickly turning it into, a 5v6, a 4v6, right? You're just blowing up that front line as quick as possible.
And we were talking about it. The analyst desk was saying this. The 2-cost 3-star meta with the Senna, with the Seraphine in the upper back, and in the back we have the hard kill.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's that's where we're going to see, and the person or the player, the tacticians who gets the priority to get this in the early game, we have a much clearer space to do it in the late game.
Yeah, they're all definitely, of course, all helping each other out by clearing out those pools and making sure they can hit that little bit faster. But down to our final 4. Of course, with snake seeding in place, these first couple of games, as always, will be very important to get that higher seeding once the reseed comes in after round 2.
Yeah, just taking a look at these 2 costs. I mean, honestly, we expect this from Senna. Always going to go top 4, but this is kind of where it usually starts to cap. However, Qiyana too. Well itemized. This is a way that you can actually push this composition and be able to find higher placements, and we'll see how Zoka is actually starting to stack up as he goes against the Seraphine, which is also starting to fall off in the late game.
Yeah, for sure. Qiyana with the good ulti, getting items for the rest of the team, hitting the main tanks. Let's see if it's enough. Seraphine trying to go for the AoE damage. Seems like it's not enough. The Senna is doing very well. The front line is still holding up, and the Qiyana is doing, as you say, Gas, lots of the work, but this is C from Lulu. Is trying to make a difference, and the Artie makes the difference at the end, getting the victory there.
There was at least a couple of items being dropped there by the Qiyana, so that will be a difference maker later on. It was very, very close.
Yeah, it was still not enough, because the Senna, it usually just kind of, it starts to fall off at this point in the game, and we see even into the Seraphine, which is the comp that I would feel it would maybe do even the best into out of what's left. Can't find that win, but maybe 3 extra items, as you called out, right? That might be able to make the difference. It's going to be very tough into these Heartsteel boards because they're starting to get incredibly capped, and we have to remember, 60-second still has Last Stand available.
Yeah, for sure. Last Stand, he doesn't have gold, so maybe he did a roll down, didn't hit. Still with the Lucian 1 in level 9, so let's see if it's enough to get against the Super Seraphine.
Cass, exactly as you pointed out before, the damage being stacked up on one side, though Ezreal, of course, loves to move that damage around the field. It's still looking very good.
Yeah, the Zed goes down, though, and he doesn't actually get a stun down onto the Seraphine, but the rest of the backline are so spread out that Seraphine can't get effective damage through. It does get very, very close. The Ezreal is left. The Seraphine, now everything's stacked up, and Seraphine can take it all out, and that's going to do it. 60 seconds is going to end up popping that Last Stand.
Yeah, remember, this isn't even 60 seconds final form. So we've got, of course, we also got the Heartsteel cash out as well. This board just got a whole lot stronger.
Lucian 2, Randuin's Omen, Hoope, this is insane.
Now the position, let's see how much value he wants to get from this Randuin. Does he really want to clump up because of the Seraphine? Does he want to spread and only give it to the tanks? It would be very good to analyze his positioning, because it could be the difference between winning or losing in the next round.
I think he'll spread and try and put it on the side
for sure.
That Zhu tries to stack up. You see this damage? He's going to try and track that, but it is Yugol instead.
All right, looks like we'll be the Ghost versions. We'll keep our eyes on the left-hand side. 60 second. Going to put this new board to the test. It should be extremely resilient, especially once we start getting into the brawling stage of the fight. See the center, Chinook Cass does start to drop off and gets knocked out.
Yeah, Ahsoka does not stand a chance against this newly upgraded board from 60 second. You know, Clement hyping this guy up. We were hyping him up as, you know, the hero from the CN region. He's coming in big as we've got another elimination on the other side.
It would be great to see this. So we have a Heartsteel player, we have a reroll player getting to the end. So now, final elements. We have a Heartsteel element. Doesn't make any sense now in Carousel. Now they're going for more combat and getting the last ingredient for this last fight, and let's see who wins. Now we have Google and 60 seconds. 60 seconds, the favorite of Clement, is doing well in this first round.
Well, let's take a second, since we've got maybe 60 seconds to do so, to talk a little bit about him. One of our players we were highlighting coming into this one as a veteran, a regional hero, to have made it to the top 2 in the first game. That's a pretty good look for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's arguably the best player in CN who has not made a world championship. Right? This is the first time that he gets to come here, and he's immediately just showing his prowess. We can see the positioning, you'll see him swap around, but realistically, at the end of the day, his composition's power, the stats, it should be able to just steamroll through a Seraphine.
Well, let's see if what it does. Everything coming together. You mentioned the Randuins. We've got a last stand buff in here as place. The individual unit-to-unit power should not be comparable. We have at least got the Akali onto the backside, but it's all about that Seraphine damage ultimately, and the board is being mostly spread out. We're looking for the next cast to come through, but it mostly misses. We still have the carries alive.
Zed's still not dead. Look at him.
And it's done! 60 second comes in, takes the first game of the Remix Rumble Global Championship live on stream. What a way to start the competition.
I mean, this is just kind of how it was drawn up on the pre-show, right? The heart steal, the rerolls, we've got 2 of each in the end of this game, and usually Heartsteel caps out higher. Now, of course, this was with the help of Last Stand, but this is kind of the expected outcome.
Yeah, for sure. KDA Parent didn't help. The Lucian got the positioning difference. The set got access immediately to the KDA group. So it was not the best fight in the late game for positioning, but actually great performance with this sector.
All right, guys. Well, stay tuned. We're going to go to a quick break before, of course, our analysts best come back to break down that first game and, of course, the results of all of round 1. So stay tuned. We'll be back momentarily.
Getting the victory there.
Look at him!
And it's
Welcome back, everybody, to day number 1 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships. We are just 1 game down, and we still have 5 more to go before we do start to cut down on the competition. But what a great first game that we were able to start off with.
I think it was a great showcase of what we have in store for the meta. We saw a lot of 2-cost rerolls and 3 Heartsteel players, like Panda mentioned, that were going to dominate the meta.
Also, some low rollers. Unfortunately, we saw 2 big favorites from Latam and from NA, Cheche and Dish Soap, playing great comps, great augments, but just the shops did not work with them. We saw Cheche using so much gold to try and even find the Katarina headliner. And when we see the endgame screen, we'll see that his board, when he died, did not have a single Zed, which means that something went terribly wrong. That secondary carry to help Katarina really work out. And for Dish Soap, similar story. He was using that Jax headliner for tempo, then moved into the set, and then has a Nard 3, but nothing else. No Urgots were found, and all those rolldowns, so much gold was spent on level 7, could not really make that board work, despite finding Submit to the Pit, which you mentioned, one of the strongest augments in the game.
Dish Soap has my award for just getting Mordog the hardest in this game. Nobody was contesting Urgot. I felt he played a very good early game with high HP with the super fans in, but unfortunately, that's the thing about rerolls and why some players actually want to trend away from rerolling and go straight for the Heartsteel.
I mean, if you can pull it off, of course we saw for Donnie it didn't work out, but speaking of something that kind of worked for some and kind of didn't for others, the ramping rhythm coming through on 2 players, I really loved seeing that from Volta, but then the second augment choice kind of had me doubting what was going on there. Rolled a lot of gold, was not able to find anything. Caitlyn Headliner was sitting on Donnie's board, Senna 3 come online for HSK, and so Volta found himself in a position where just nothing was really coming together. On the other hand, though, HSK really running away with it, able to cap off of that augment and running with the Senna reroll that we have seen do so well, even in scrims.
I mean, I think all of the 2-cost reroll Ryans can be really valuable and super reliable in order to get those top 4s if you can hit. And we did see that Yugo did a phenomenal job of that, being able to play the Seraphine reroll, had a KDA emblem, which certainly helps to be able to cap out that board and get all of those traits online, but you could see just how powerful it was in order to keep that tempo going strong.
And a great early game, holding these items on a Corki with a mix of Deathblade and JG, and you're thinking, where is he going with this? When it's the Seraphine, as you predicted, Clement, it was either between that and Pentakill, really, for me. But overall, I think he really showcased his strength in terms of preserving HP early, slamming items, and then finding a way to use those items in the late game.
Absolutely. I think it's much safer to have these placeholders rather than the Cheche style of just going full open and trying to go for a 2-cost reroll that comes to you. As we saw, he rolled over 120 gold and didn't have a Zed secondary carry.
Oh, it's so
Painful.
tough, though. Like, that Zed was so contested when you take a look at a lot of the other boards when the 80 Flexers were playing, and we had 2, I think, Zed headliners, actually, in that lobby. And so where are the copies of Zed?
Well,
all of them went to 62nd. And I want to say this guy really showcased what is so strong about the Chinese understanding of the meta. It's called Jazz Warriors. Heartsteel is important, but only for cash out. You don't want to itemize too heavily into your Ezreal. You want the main item slams onto your Zed, and then your last capping carry onto that Jazz 3 Lucian. And he really played this game out perfectly. Good cash out in the middle, and then he also found that great Randuins to give his board that extra juice.
and if you're looking at his performance throughout the stages, you can see how much HP preservation was going on there, how he continued to stay in that upper echelon of the lobby bracket.
Not just that, but he was eliminating players without even proccing a last stand, which goes to show just how strong he was getting coming into that late game.
It was amazing because you look at that and you go, well, wait, but the board's that strong already? Well, what is going to happen when the last stand actually activates? And
this is not even my final four.
Still has to go through the hyperbolic time changer, but is able to come out on top. And so 62nd is going to take the very first win in this game number one. It's so exciting to see all of these players in such an international lobby as well. We finally get a chance to see what that looks like, having all of these players clash from all these different regions.
Definitely, it just feels like 62nd is his time to shine. He's been around for so long. You know, his teammate Huanmi has been to Worlds 4 times now. This is his chance. He's always been a ladder warrior, and now he's ready to teach the world how to play a capped board.
Okay, Clement, we'll let you have this one. But that's not the only lobby that was happening.
No, it was not. Let's take a look at our standings for the other 3 lobbies that were taking place, since we do have those 32 players, and you can kind of see just how everything is broken up here.
And 2 favorites, Salvi and Bintum, not having great starts alongside someone like Volta, for example. So still 11 games to go.
Well, I personally am happy to see EMEA still be on top here, with Scapeus and Jedusor taking a first together with the Chinese representatives, ICE in 60 seconds.
ICE going first is a big news for them, but from my region, Southeast Asia, I want to shout out the Vietnamese players. Hopefully they can top YBY1, Lee Chuyen, off to a good start.
All right, Clement, maybe you were onto something with your pick'em. I think you were telling the people the right stuff at the beginning of the day.
I always do.
This is why
big words
right here. We'll see if your predictions can keep going strong and if these players can continue their momentum as we head into game number 2 and we send things back over to our casters, Casanova, Counterfeit, and Hupeson.
But yeah, what a great first round of play we had. Of course, as we saw from the table there, a lot of our Chinese players doing very well out of that first round.
Yeah, I mean, ICE being able to pick up that first place, we're going to head into that lobby and actually be able to see some more from ICE this time around. And 60-second, right, this is incredible, right, for CN fans. 60-second, somebody who I think time and time again, people have said if 60 seconds goes to the championships, he might just win it all. And just starting the day with the first is always going to feel nice.
There's a secret from Clement. I asked him for support for the pick'ems. And now I'm feeling good. Thank you, Clement. I got it, man.
He's so wise.
Yeah,
He's so wise.
For sure.
But yeah, I mean, particularly, we talked about people who've had success. As was noted on the desk, Salvi, who will be in our next lobby, having an 8th to start off with. Of course, there's still 2 days of play with no cutoff in between. But, if you're in that position, you're a player with a lot of expectation coming in, and you have that first game, not the one you like, how do you kind of reset up that and go into the rest of the day strong?
I mean, it is just a mental reset, right? You know you're playing a lot of games of TFT, right? A single 8th is not going to eliminate you from making the top 8. Yes, it's a harsh cut, but realistically, Salvi is a good enough player. We saw him take a single 8th in the EMEA finals as well, but most of those games were, first or second, right? So I think a single 8th is fine. Salvi should be able to bounce back. He is one of the best players in this tournament, and I think he's going to make it happen.
Yeah, for sure. It's 12 games. So we have day 1, day 2. I think there's some adaptation that can be done. And of course, the variance is very important in the short term. So we have now the lobby. So let's see our players.
Our first lobby will stack. The second lobby will be stacked as well. You've already mentioned ICE, mentioned Salvi, but they're not the only ones we should be keeping eyes on.
I mean, a big one for me, of course, is going to be Malala, right? First in TVO, first place in KDA Cup right after, and then after playing KDA Cup, he went and played the Chinese TOC, the Mid-Set Invitational, on the same day. So he just played another bunch of rounds, ends up 3rd in that tournament. He had 1 bad cup all season, tied for first with Dish Soap in the regional final, lost on tiebreakers. So he was incredibly close to just even having another win under his belt. And now he's at the championship. He's been on this road. For me, I've said it before, I'm going to keep saying it all weekend. He's the king of set 10, and he is here to claim his crown.
The most decorated for sure, and now we have the portal of 3 costs. So anyone who gets an Urgot will have an amazing, an insane early game.
Absolutely. Well, we haven't got any Urgots, but what we have got are a couple of more Kaisers. Of course, we know the Pentacles can be very strong as well. A couple of Samiras, and a misfortune for Taro up at the top. So, we'll see how much this ends up affecting our players' overall approach to the game. But I do want to take a second while we've got the chance to talk about some of the other regions we haven't really gotten into as of yet. We mentioned, Korea, particularly not having the best of sets last time around. Bintum in this lobby, the brightest hope for them coming into this tournament.
For sure. The 3rd championship for Bintum, he's doing amazing on screen, and he's highly respected from all the lineups in all the world. So actually, there's high expectation from him, and let's see what he can, how he can perform.
Yeah, the way I look at it is, okay, he had 1 bad game, but for me, it's the same as Salvi, right? Like, I think he will easily bounce back. And we look at Bintum, we look at actually KR as a region, they are the most dedicated when it comes to practicing, when it comes to the World Championship. When we look at the scrims that people are playing, when they get these World Scrims all together, the Korean players are playing way more games than anyone else, and Bintum had the most games played by far over any other player. He's very prepared, and I think taking 1 bad placement, like, it happens happens. We've seen spots in these games where it's like, okay, this looks unsalvageable, and we don't even know what happened in that first lobby.
Of course, we've got to remember the snake seeding is in place and will kick in as of this next round. So while it may be a recoverable position for our players who've gone 8 to come back and get a good result here, it will be important not to get the lowest seeding possible, because that will give you the hardest matchups possible as well.
So I see submit to the pit available for Yush, and that could be an easy pickup to decide early on. Just pick your direction, say, hey, I'm going to play this, and it looks like that will be the decision. So we're going to have a Mosher player in this lobby, and we'll look around and see if there's anything else really striking us.
Yeah, for sure. I want to point out again, Josh, he likes to go for the early path, trying to commit early to a composition. He doesn't want to complicate things. He's not a tempo player. He only wants to know exactly what he wants to go for. And now this Mosher line will be amazing for him. The final to select the augment will be Taro. Not the best for the early game. He doesn't commit, so he gets roots. It would be interesting to see what he plays around this, because it's not the best augment for Heartsteel, for example, that he has a chance to play.
Yeah, the big one that I've seen a lot of people take, at least in North America with this reroll meta, is actually Heroic Grab Bag. Because of the fact that you get Headliner, you already get 3 copies. Now you're at 5 copies, just kind of out of nowhere. But Taro doesn't really have a very specific reroll line that is already being led towards. So we don't end up seeing that be the pick. And instead, it looks like Taro will commit to kind of this loss streak, not feeling very good about the opener.
Well, since we've got the chance to see all our augments on the right-hand side, let's take this temperature of where we are. We've got a couple of clear mines in the mix, and one that's jumping out to me here, the Escort Quest. We can see from Bintum not working out this round, but has a lot of aggressive potential.
Yeah, for sure. Clear mine, they will go for simply trying to play a very efficient board, and not trying to hold, obviously, the pairs in case the game doesn't give it to you. So probably it won't be the most strength board unless they decide to spend economy to gain levels, cast, and maybe force a slight win streak, or don't lose so much HP in the early game.
Yeah, and I think that was the big note on Bintum ending up losing that to Salvi, because we see how strong Salvi made his board, right? He slammed a Crown Guard in the early stage as well because of just how good it is in the early game, and he has that Olaf, which is one of the best early headliners to play around. So we jump on with Yush, and he's playing around the submit to the pit. He does end up just having a Sentinel Cassante to try and make this board stronger earlier on. But making Econ instead of pushing levels on a comp that kind of plays around 3 costs is pretty interesting to me. I think he felt that there were too many strong players in this lobby. I had to slow it down.
I mean, I wonder what it's going to look like overall, because again, remember, we are in the 3-cost champion portal, so our players, the ones who've been able to keep hold of that 3 cost from the beginning of the game, would love to push up levels and make that into 2-star as soon as they can.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Riven, so normally when Riven appears, people start thinking about Lulu, about other 3 costs. So now the meta is very close, it's very 2-star, 3 costs, and they are going to Heartsteel. But I think with more time, or even in this place, we could start seeing the Riven, we could start seeing, even with an early Spatula, we could see the emblem. It could be a possibility. Especially
because we have a submit to the pit player, so we know someone's playing around Urgot.
For sure, yeah.
So other players might recognize, oh, 3 costs are going to be rerolled, so maybe Riven actually ends up being open. Maybe this is slow enough, you know, there's not as many 2-cost rerolls that are going to hit me so hard that I can actually find these kind of 3-cost rerolls.
No, I'm absolutely with you there. We haven't seen any signs of it as of yet, but certainly we could have our players decide to dive into that 8-bit a little bit later on. So
Lala and Bentum went to 5 on 2-3 here. They're trying to actually continue their win streak. That was a big thing to note, and we'll see if they can keep those win streaks. Especially, you know, Bentum, he's gone to 0 gold to do this.
Yeah, very, very aggressive, but hey, that's the flavor of some of the lobby with the extra XP and the extra incentives for our players to push and get those wins. It will be the hit in there against the Moshers, who aren't, as you said, online as of yet.
For sure. Half of the lobby is from Asia, so it's a high possibility of having this tempo lobby high slam early, and now we have the possibility for Fintune, who's with the Rage Play, trying to attack and get the wins against Milala, so he loses the win streak now.
And those were the 2 that went to 5, right?
Wow.
So they both leveled to 5 and ran into each other. Bintum, I think, extra important he found that win, because he had another loss earlier, and he's playing Escort Quest. You have to be finding these wins, but that hurts Malala's game a ton to push to 5, not make Econ, and then lose the fight.
How hard is it? Because it's a tempo lobby, he has to keep pushing hard. So what, less economy, what does that mean? He has to go for a simpler line, maybe reroll, maybe not think of a fast 8?
Yeah, definitely just playing efficient boards, right? He can no longer kind of play too greedy, right? He has to kind of build this econ back up. So just trying to find as low cost of a board to not lose too hard is kind of how I like to see these players recover that econ. It can be reroll, but a lot of times it's just renting a 2 cost and then potentially playing for a later game.
Certainly the Superfan's going to make that a little bit easier to flex around to find the units in place. As you mentioned before, the only win streak for Salvi up to the top. Down the bottom are Yush and Taro. They both kept their loss streaks intact and also a good amount of gold in the bank.
Kele here, a good reminder, the players from China, from CN, are all playing in their studio, so they're all together playing live. So that would be also an experience for them. They have been doing it in the past championships, so it's different. So Salvi also in there, and let's see if they get a good composition. Salvi, I like the fact that he gains an early Kai'Sa, an early headliner here, and she's actually very, very strong, and she could use it even for all of the round 3.
Yeah, I think streaking like this with Clear Mind is really, really well done, right? Because of the fact you can't really hold the pairs to kind of level up your board, but instead, using a headliner, Kai'Sa, you get the 2-star immediately. Your backline's so good. Kai'Sa's so good at this stage. And then using units like Gnar, who are very good in the early game, and Evelyn, actually, who's actually quite good at this stage, just giving KDA, but it just makes it so this board has been quite strong, and Salvi has been able to keep this 4 streak.
So we have got the collision course set here between Salvi and Bintum. Currently both on the win streaks. Of course, remember Bintum with the escort quest will keep trying to push up his board power. We've got a lot of players, though, towards the middle, though, who don't have those streaks and have had to rely on just accumulating gold the regular way.
Salvi going to level 6.
Yeah, he's got to keep the streak.
4 Crocs, man.
And it's the Clear Mind. He's gotten that extra XP, so he's still able to make 10 gold of econ, right? It's still not horrible. He's not, full sending it down, and he has to keep the streak. And the way he does it, he finds an Urgot. That should be able to do it on stage 2.
For sure. He's again Ice. Ice is going for the hard steal, so he's not very strong right now, but he's going for the push. He's going for the high cap late game board. He has vampirism, so he has healing for the late game for the much HP he loses. So it will be very, very strength or powerful what Ice can make in the late game.
So Salvi keeps hold of his streak. We'll keep an eye out if Bintum is able to do the same. Down at the bottom, it looks like one of our lost streaks has dropped off, so we are going to see a little bit of the gold taken out of the lobby. You can see the tail end of that one as Yush will take the extra loss. Looks like we must have broken the streak the round before.
Yeah, it was the previous round. Yush, we see an Urgot on that board, and I think that might have been the mistake, actually, is playing an Urgot at this point. But I think Yush also might have been okay with turning the streak around now that he found the Urgot, and it may have just actually been intentional to try and flip this into a full win streak headed into stage 3, because he didn't want to lose too much econ by buying and holding this 3 cost.
Itemization will be very important here. Let's see what the angles get. What do you like, Cass, on the Urgot, ideally? Do you have like an ideal, or is a little flexible?
It's pretty flexible, honestly, with the Urgot, right? Like, I'm down for kind of anything. One of the things that we saw quite a bit with the Urgot was actually the Sterix in North America, and I think people like that quite a bit. But on top of that, red buff is really good. Be able to spread that on everybody, get that extra damage. And then you need healing, right? I think Hodge is really a good one that you want to see. I think playing around some crit can be very solid. We've even seen some Quicksilvers, just the ability to just have, constant that CC reduction while you're also already tanky, and then get some crit via that way.
Well, as we check in with Taro here from Japan, I want you guys to kind of characterize this lobby for me, because of course Taro is our one player who's on the full loss streak, on the lowest HP. Given we haven't got Heartsteel in place here, what kind of forecast do we have for Taro in this game?
Well, I mean, it could still be Heartsteel, right? This is only 3-1. You could still actually look for this 3-2 roll down, end up just finding Heartsteel and then playing it and going around that. You can't really lose streak too hard at this point, so it'd be just kind of playing around the units and trying to get some extra components as you go forward. But also, we could see a pentakill line, or we can see even just playing around Ahri as a potential option. But we do see that, this is actually a Kula that we've moved over to, has the blue buff set up, so that's going to definitely be wanting to be playing for Heartsteel.
Yeah, for sure. Getting the Bard early is also very, very good for him. Maybe 3-1 is not the best, but I truly believe he can change the Katarina, give the items to Bard as a good possibility. And in terms of Taro, I think he's going for the Seraphine line. He's going for KDA, Spellweaver, and trying to get a lot of value of Roots for both synergies.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I actually like that quite a bit. Roots, it's probably the best comp to play Roots around. You actually hit the majority of your board with Roots.
Now, I would like it a lot. Well, second augment will be Silver, so our players can start finding a little bit of direction. But of course, remember from before, Clear Mind for a couple of our players meant they were keeping themselves as open as is humanly possible.
Let's see what we have. Some augments interesting. Milala also going for the for the duplicator.
Team building,
so
yeah.
trying to go for some reroll. I don't see the actual line for the reroll. Is this the Kaisa?
I was
this the
curious,
Kaisa
but
bar?
he just
No
skipped it.
way.
He just
No?
skipped
Okay,
it.
okay.
Because I saw that, right? He actually would have been on 6 copies with the
Sure,
duplicator.
yeah.
So, and hitting this early, I think it is a comp that you could play, but it does kind of fall off a cliff as we
think
get later on.
This could be Executioner.
It is, yeah, it has
for
to
sure.
be.
Yeah.
It has to be. You got Collector is actually such a good item for the Samira. So this is actually the
Sure.
Samira version of Executioner. You've got the Infinity Edge, you've got Collector. I think like 2 of her best items, and it's a composition that thrives when you are just like filthy rich. Because if you can 3-star just all of these 3 costs, that's where the comp just caps out above everything else.
I want to see the Mumu.
Yeah.
Mumu. That's sad. It's amazing. No, he's good. The third cast, he gives you the round, so it will be great to see if we get him now. Bintium also going for this possible line, and Bintium, he has. I'm very concerned because Bintium also has a line that could possibly be Executioner, and now we have the Lulu that maybe Taro will use as a holder instead of going for the Seraphine, or do you think he will stay with the Lulu? Because he has the headliner now. He didn't have copies previously, so it will be very hard to get a 3-star.
It'd be hard to hit the 3-star, so it might just be the Seraphine, as you said, with the Remember Their Roots. But I also think the fact that there's so many players going for a 3-cost reroll, maybe he'll consider playing the Lulu.
Yeah, I do want to zoom us out slightly with Taro here from Japan. Of course, it's worth remembering Japan is our reigning World Championship country right now. World title himself, the World Champion, until this tournament is done, is not in this competition. The Japanese players, of course, looking to follow up his incredible success last set. That first place was absolutely amazing.
I would like to point out that we should learn about the augment selection. For example, Salvi is getting uplink, but he's getting the silver one. That's the best, in my opinion. It's amazing the amount. It's like little mana, but in terms of silver augments, I really like it and gives you the threshold to get a good ult in very early in the rounds.
Yeah, it can help you hit those break points. As we jump to the carousel, there's a spatula here. Not a ton of compositions that I saw initially that would love to see that. We do... I mean, there's always potential of KDA, but it's not really, that sought after. We do see Taro pick it up, which that would, to me, kind of indicate potential of wanting to go vertical KDA player on the Seraphine.
For sure. Let's see what he gets, because the position is not comfortable at all. There's a possibility, as you said, Cass, that he simply goes to 8, try to play the Ari in case he doesn't get any natural units of the copy he wants.
KDA Lulu.
It could be.
With the Remember Your Roots, so that you actually get to spread it all around.
Perfect.
We've solved the issue of the Remember Your Roots. Yeah,
No,
there we go.
I think that could be right. He's actually got a nearly large rod on Lulu right now, so it may well come to pass. But let's take our eyes elsewhere, because we can definitely come back to them on longer term. Chaos does manage to pick up the emo version of the Vex, not the Executioner version, but will still be pretty powerful.
And this is a long time coming for Chaos to be at the championship, right? I mean, this is a player who has been around since set 1, playing mostly on NA, because SEA did not really have a region in competitions, and so Chaos was kind of barred from entry for a very long time, and he ended up coaching a lot of players who were incredibly successful throughout their careers, and I think that now it's finally Chaos's time to show his stuff on the world stage, and he's a very, very exciting player for us to be having here, a good friend to all in the TFT community.
I want to raise the question here, because one of our big themes for this tournament is having these players. When you look at the players who've got local to you and say, if this guy could get to the World Championship, he could make a big splash. How does it feel when you get to see that happen for the first time?
Yeah, for sure. And we have many tacticians in that spot. This is the spot where heroes are going for the first time to Worlds with new players like Coca Ken from Latam. We have a lot of players. When we were seeing the list, we don't have much recurring going to the championship. So TFT is actually opening a lot in the world. So this is an invitation also. If you're hearing this, you're trying to go in the ladder race, it's a good opportunity. TFT is the game where anyone can make it. If you're the best, obviously you have to.
You don't start as the best, though. I think all these players, these heroes that have been developing over time, they have had an enormous amount of patience and persistence to get to this point at all.
All right, now we're taking stock of some of these boards, right? We're on Malala right now. He is playing around this Kaisa for the mid game, but you see these Samiras on the bench, and a lot of players kind of angling the 3 costs, a lot of it being triggered by Yosh taking this Urgot early on, right? Trying to play around submit to the pit. And now we have, the Vex potential on the board of Chaos, likely just a rental unit, but we have the Lulu, which I think Taro is potentially going to reroll at this stage.
I can confirm what we were talking about before. The KDM has landed exactly onto Lulu, as he said, to spread things around.
Oh, big roll down coming from Kula.
Rolling before everyone else here on neutrals, so it will be good. He knows the Mosher is not the best, so he skips it. He gets the Ilaoi, so this is amazing. He doesn't have to go now for the set. He has possibility to play around maybe 4 brawlers. He can play around other things, but he wants to go now for the carry, and that will be the focus in this roll down in 4-1.
I do notice, well, Kolo has, of course, got the the huge loss streak in place, but unlike what we saw in our previous games, the HP total isn't quite as low as we would have seen, to get into the absolute danger zone.
Yeah, and on the flip side, I just want to quickly call out that Bintom is on a 9-win streak with that escort quest. He just lost that one early round, and he's just won since then. He's incredibly rich, so that's a board we'll have to look at later. But Kula is still looking for that roll down. Finds Heartsteel Ezreal with this blue buff. Exactly what he's looking for, because even win streak Heartsteel, it can get extra components in the late game, and he found Zed to go alongside with it, just a 1-star, but with Alawi anchoring that front line, being able to find the back line of the Ezreal, this should be a good stabilization point for this loss streak.
Milala going for the executioner line, and we have Kele now in the front. So let's see this Ezreal working it. Obviously trying to go for the Heartsteel line. He doesn't have 5, he has 4. So maybe drop 1 or include 1 more to try to get the additional butt. He's not in a place where he can lose much HP. So it's like a medium spot for him, fighting against the Mosher, and it's not enough for him now. So he needs frontline. He has good damage with the Ezreal, but it's not enough to make the win.
I was going to bring up here, we have an interesting augment set up there with the Moshers, the submit to the pit and the keepers as well.
Oh, it's the best.
Yeah, so you've got a lot of beef there. Oh, we're talking about the kind of matchups that's bad into. Israel taking a shot across the entire team. Seems on paper that should be bad.
Yeah, it is and it's not, because Ezreal only does that area of effect every 3 casts. It can take a while for him to do it multiple times, and a lot of times the important units are actually going to use that Mosher regen and heal back to full after it, so it essentially nullifies the big cast from the Ezreal.
All right, our last augments coming in. We're going from gold to silver to gold once more. Anything leaping out at you?
Now, I see a lot of combat augments. I like it. They're trying to reinforce what the archetype or its composition is. So, for example, here, Ice, he needed items. He already has a good chunk of presence is in sport. He has a Ellery Cane that will give him either HP or gold. And it's tough because he doesn't have an actual carry now. He has like a good front line. He has the cane, but there's no damage here.
Yeah, he's missing a lot of damage as he gets into this fight against Salvi. Both of them kind of in the middle of their transitions, but Salvi does have this true damage Akali headliner, so at least he's got a bit more damage. He's got the blue buff, red buff. This wants to be an Ezreal. It does not want to be Akali, but is what Salvi has found for now, and he's just going to kind of rent that Akali in this mid game. He's got very good combat augments to continue on, and has that Lucian 1 with the Last Whisper, so applying a lot of shred just from that single unit.
And we can see that the raw unit quality here is very good, even with the Heartsteel active as well. The tanks finish off the job there. Salvi takes the L.
Ice didn't want that win.
Of course, it's worth knowing Ice taking the first place from the first lobby. These players are playing against each other for the second time before the reseed coming in. So Salvi, really would like to be able to take Ice down a peg in this game.
And he sells the sack. It's not the one he wanted. He had the Bruiser sack and low goal. He's looking for a new headliner. Doesn't hit. And this is the place where you want it. Let's see if the last goal is good for him. So, no. So this is
no.
I think he has to get this trash, at least for now, and he does. So let's see if it's enough. He has the Jhin, so there's also a possibility to go around that Jhin, but he will need a lot of front line for it to work.
He's loading up that thresh with everything. He has the blue buff and the Infinity Edge onto the Jhin to try and buy as much time as possible, clearing out the bench as well. We'll see if it's good enough.
Yeah, Yush on double keepers, so massive shields, but this is still an Urgot 1 item carrying all of the Urgot items, as he's only found the headliner and nothing more. And so this Thresh is just invincible. Every cast hits the entire board, and he just heals his full HP bar. That was unwinnable until that Urgot actually gets upgraded.
Well, talk to me about this double keeper setup there. Presumably, you've got these massive amount of extra shields, got the submit to the pit stats, but I guess you've got to have the quality units to, make that worthwhile well to make that shielding really count.
Yeah, for sure. The shielding is amazing. Only the fact that you can delay the first burst of damage of the enemy is great, because you have a lot of units that will go for CC, go for utility, and it's not only the damage. It's like the overall composition really helps. So it's great that you have keepers. And I've seen it not only in Disco, obviously here in Mosher, but also in lines of Heartsteel, we can see keepers because of the strength it has to avoid the first wave of damage.
All right, on board with Chaos, he does end up having a True Damage emblem on Ahri. True Damage Ahri has been a lot more popular. Caitlyn also works, but Ahri has been incredibly popular to help get through that front line. And it's going to go alongside one away from hitting as Malala hits that Samira 3. And we saw him pick up a spatula. I'm curious if he will he's trying to risk it for country, try and go 7 country, if he can find a cloak on the next PvE round. But if not, he does have the fallback of Emo, and you see him slam the guard breaker instead of the Hodge, because it allows him to still have the Emo emblem, which is a useful emblem for his board.
Yeah, can't afford to just give up the component for nothing. Smart play out of Malala. We check in now with Color, who is doing pretty decently well. Of course, with the Heartsteel ticking up, the Lucian into the backline as well. And of course, that headliner Ezreal doing a fantastic job of tearing through the multiple carries. Just too much to deal with as Salvi takes another L.
Yeah, Salvi made a roll down. He didn't hit like a primary, a Prio headliner, but he does have the Akali. Akali can do a good work in round 4, but in round 5, it won't be enough. She doesn't have healing, so she's only doing damage. So let's see if he can find something else. He also has a Lucian, so... And also he's had money. So let's see if maybe Salvi's getting rapidly to level 9.
Kula hit a lot here, hitting the front line with the Zac, finding the secondary carry with the Zed. The unfortunate thing is not actually finding a lot of components and items off of the Heartsteel cash outs throughout this game. So Ezreal's only on 2 items. Zed is only on 1 item. It's actually not incredibly strong. So we're going to see that stacking positioning once again. Try and concentrate that damage, so even though it's not entirely optimal, you can still get through a lot of units quickly.
Well, Bintam going for a slightly different approach here. 4 rapid fire in place, at least for the time being. Certainly echoes of what we saw in Game 1 from Volta. We would have liked this to turn out. We do see that the front line is not going to be quite good enough. And we've even got the Bloodthirst there to try and discard damage and little buddies for a little bit more attack speed. Ultimately, it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, good value of little buddies. He got the Jinx, he got the Aphelios, so he has really using it well to get the synergies. Not working for him this time, and now the Ice is not working also. Good damage from the Seraphim accessing the backline with the AoE damage.
Yeah, and it looks like Tara ended up leaning towards that Seraphine instead and heavily pushing for that, and still has not hit the 3-star. So the fact that Tara is still able to hold on to this much HP in stage 4 without finding that Seraphine 3, really, really good for him to be able to continue to do that while a lot of players are dropping very quickly.
You were saying, Cass, in the previous game that we won the 3-star 2-cost on level 4-1.
Yeah.
Chaos is very delayed. Also, the Seraphine delayed, but it was because of the tempo. They were really impressive. Even the people with meditation were pushing the lobby, were slamming items. So it's a really high tempo lobby, so it's not the normal threshold that we are accustomed to see.
I do want to take stock of where we are economically and streak-wise as well as we come into stage 5. Taro, of course, with the 5 wins you can see on the right-hand side. Salvi dropping down very low with the losses. Akula at the very bottom of HP has turned the corner and is starting to try and push up the table again.
Salvi just used all that gold, pushed to level 9. We saw Yorick 2 picked up. Salvi's going to be able to make a very good board. He actually finally found his Ezreal, which the items did get slammed on Lucian, so it's a little bit awkward that he's got them kind of segmented here. I'm curious if he can find an opportunity to sell out of this Lucian, but he does want to play around this 3 Jazz as he runs into Malala, who's been dropping a lot of HP recently.
He's got the 7 country in place, or at least a country emblem, and the Samira 3 you pointed out from before, going to hit like an absolute truck. You see that with the Hand of Justice, she's shrugging off a lot of the incidental damage coming through. Almost gets nailed. For want of a single shot,
so close, she's alive. She's just hanging on forever.
Hand of Justice making his work there, getting a lot, keeping safe the Samira until the end. And it's good that he hit because he was lacking a little front line depending on getting that country, and now the Corcel de la Muerte, how we call it, the Super Hekari, is now doing work.
Yeah, he's got it, and he's also 2 away from a Mumu 3. I don't know if you noticed that on the bench, but if he can pull that together, this front line is absurd, and it all comes down to can incidental damage snipe the Samira.
Well, speaking of Muerte, we have got problems here for Salvi, down to minimal HP as well. We've got several players down to the 20s and 30s as well. It's only really Chaos up towards the top. and Bintum as well, who are keeping ahead of the pack.
Yeah, Yush had to just accept that this Urgot wasn't going to happen. Ends up selling the Urgot 1 to move the items to the headliner because he just needed to get it done. And we still see the augments can carry this comp pretty hard, so this might be close, but the thing is, Thresh, once again, getting big stuns in the fight. However, the regen from the Moshers, this Ezreal and Lucian combo are having such a hard time getting through the Urgot.
Yeah, it's going to be really tight here. At least Lucian's avoided taking most of the aggro, but we've got the regen coming in. The Ezreal's not going to be enough. Salvi
down?
No, he's not
down.
dead. No, he is
He's
dead.
down in 8th. Oh no, Salvi.
That's 2 8s in a row.
Roll down was really good, but he ran into 2 boards that he just couldn't match up into. And I think slamming the items on the Lucian ended up hurting him so much because this Ezreal only having a blue buff is just not doing enough.
Yeah, he needed a good headliner before. The game didn't give it to him. He tried to accustom. I think it was a great transition, but as you said, the enfrentamientos, the lobby, he got bad matchups, and that's it.
The consequences going forward for Salvi, of course, one of the regional heroes from EMEA. Is 2 8s means that he's going to have the most aggressive seeding against him for the rest of at least day 1. It's going to be a very hard job for him to climb back up. Malala, though, did have a decent finish in game 1. This board is looking strong, perhaps strong enough to push forward to a top 4.
Yeah, this is really tough. I actually thought this was going to be bad, but that Hecarim is just so tanky, and the Ahri can't punch through. And look, this is a Vex 1. Look how good this unit is. It just stunned both carries and won the fight at the end.
It's amazing that Ice is level 8. He already has the Jhin 2-star. So he's a believer. He's an actual believer.
He believed.
The front line is working for him, and he is able to get the full orchestra fighting for him. And now, final chance to get the itemization, to get a legendary, and try to finish up the game.
Well, Cass, you mentioned with the Jhin, of course, the front line is going to be very important. We'll see if Ice can pick up anything more there. But so far, taking a sneak peek off screen, Ice has put together a pretty impressive front line to make sure that Jhin can get the job done longer term.
Yeah, I mean, just the Thresh with 3 items is massive, especially in this lobby. There's a lot of clumping. And so this Thresh is just getting extra value, being able to heal up when that hook comes out, CC and healing. And so I think that this has just been able to stabilize. And this Jhin, a lot of these front lines for the other players is kind of a single strong unit, and Jhin just blasts it.
There's a massive single target damage. Ice is starting to pick up even more power as well. We noted, so we've got the 2 frontline tanks in place. We're going to need to see boards that have got a lot of punch-throughs to be able to access the backline and get rid of that Jhin.
For sure. Danger zone for Kela and Milala, both with less than double digit. And let's see what he does. Kela is actually pretty strong. He has good frontline. He has the double carry on the same side where we were talking about in the last round. So let's see if it's enough for him. He's going after Kele. So Milala and Kele in the double breakdown.
Yeah, Malala fighting up against Yush. It's going to be really hard to push through all these shields and the extra regen, but he's going to have to hold on. On the other side, it is going to be the Senna.
Oh, looking for the big booms with the crowd control for days. Color survives. Malala.
Oh, the healing, though, from the Hodge.
Oh, it's going to be so close!
Fighting up against the Set. The Set is a monster!
No!
The Set got to the backline and it was too much! Malala would win this fight if the Set was still fighting with the Hecarim. He would have been able to take this down, but the Set wrapped around and it takes Malala out.
You could just see on his face the realization of the moment that strong first game would be neutralized by an almost identical but on the opposite end of the table. Malala goes out in 7th place, but down to a top 6.
She was tanking everything she could with the healing. It was actually amazing, but well, Kele now ensuring the top 6, and now a 10, because Josh is also in the danger zone, also together with Chaos, and Taro, Bintium, and Ice are the ones that are stepping it up, and with good position to get a good podium in this round.
Yash looking to follow up on the performance of Huey and Tamura in the previous championship. It certainly had a very good first game against this field of very decorated players. We'll see if we can follow up and do even more here.
Yeah, and this game has been rough, not being able to find the Urgot, but the augments carrying through, double keepers, submit to the pit. Urgot 2 is plenty in that situation to try and play for this top 4. Going to try and get through Bintum, right? We've got this Caitlyn firing away, and now this is the weakness of that Urgot 2, not tanky enough to survive that initial onslaught.
Yeah, the multiple backlines were absolutely terrifying, but the Ahri punches through there.
Oh!
The color is going out.
Gorilla gonna fall in 6th place there. Yush has held on to at least equal Dish Soap's performance in the last game, playing Submit to the Pit, where you can't find the Urgot. still making it happen. And you can see the power of that augment. You don't even hit your comp, and you still end up confined to 5th. You'll take that.
Yeah, for sure. Taro is now in a good spot. He already got the comp he wanted. It's not like the best comp. It's not a winning comp because he doesn't have like Lulu 3, and he doesn't have the possibility to go to 9 to get like the Sona and everything else. But he's accomplishing a good performance here. So he decided to go for the tempo, and actually worked for him in this case.
We can see Taro took the 5th place in the previous game, so presumably is a player oriented towards those top 4s to keep that medium performance, brewing for the possibility that one game you can come through huge and get the first.
Ends up hitting a blue buff there. I'm curious if that will be the 3rd Ari item that comes out, but we're going to jump on with Yosh. He's still looking for the Urgot. He's on 3 copies, there are 3 extra copies, so he needs 2 more. Doesn't really have the gold to get there, but maybe if he can win another fight, he gets very, very lucky in the next shop and finds both of them. Could find it there. Even Shroud going to be nice. There wasn't any Shred, so adding Shred to this board does actually meaningfully increase the power.
Moving a little position and going a little to the back, forcing maybe the carries to move a little and have a little more access. So let's see if he knows. The Ari is tanking directly to the trash. So this will be good. Good CC from him. Let's see if it's enough to get the battle done.
Keep an eye very closely on the Urgot on the side, as you mentioned, Ari as well, could be going face to face. I think for the time being, the Urgot's avoiding most of the damage in the set, will absorb the Aris as well, but there's just too much tankiness there. It's taking too long to punch through.
Yeah, the big thing, the Urgot, when they moved up, he got stuck on a unit in the corner. So his cone attacks was only hitting a single unit of the front line instead of spreading it across everyone. And so because he takes the front line one at a time instead of hitting them all at once, the Urgot's just not able to get it done, and we end up seeing Yush fall there.
We haven't seen the comp from Taro, and it's good that he only went tempo, good augments, and now he's in a great position. I thought it was like for top 4, top 5, and he could even got it with this. So final confrontations, final battles here, and the Senna is looking very good, only lacking maybe a little frontline, but both tanks with itemization.
So with the compositions we've got left in play, from what we're seeing, so we could be up for another elimination here. We're really interested to see how these particular models match up against each other.
Yeah, look on the other side, though. There's an Alawi to Yorick 2. This is going to be really tough for Chaos, right? This might be the end of the road for our Senna player. Ari's being able to punch through quite a bit because it is true damage Ari, very, very strong, but that backline is just far too much. Bintum able to have all that extra gold from the escort quests and actually using it to build out this legendary board to complement that Caitlyn.
Yeah, well, of course, we did see it was a bit of a rough ride for Bintum in the early going to keep that escort quest goal coming in, but certainly landing it as Chaos lands, I believe, a 4th place into a 4th place. So pretty happy with how things ended up. Taro, though, on the lowest HP right now. We've still got a good amount of money in the bank.
Yeah, Ice looking to go back-to-back first here on a 7-win streak, 33 health remaining. Won the first game, looking to make it another, and finding that Jhin on level 8 is just making it happen.
I love the position. And the Ezreal in the front line, he knows he has healing. He knows he will step away from the carry. So let's see if he's good enough to get a little of the damage in. So now the double placement here and most of the final round right now.
A very nice little bit of optimization. You can see absolutely Ezreal staying out of trouble while the Jhin conjures up a storm there. The single target damage, absolutely monstrous.
It's a beast! This Thresh won't go down! Ice, one more shot! Caitlyn! No! And the Lee Sin Chibi knocking him out of the park.
Very, very close. And Taro's going again.
Double kill!
Double kill! So he got it.
Yes.
With the win for CN, taking it with the Jhin, the Orquesta make the difference, the Maestro.
Back-to-back wins for Ice. Going on top of 60 seconds, winning that first game as well. CN, we can never count them out every single time they show up, and CN is just absolutely dominating in these first 2 rounds.
Yeah, of course, in the previous championship, we did have 3 players from CN in the top 8. It seemed very, very likely we see them reassert and control. Of course, for any of you long-term viewers, you remember the period of time where it was just China win after China win after China win at the Global Championship. But there's still plenty more games to come. Stay with us. We'll be back after the break with our analyst desk.
Wow!
She's alive! She's just hanging on forever! It's a monster! No! The set got to the back line and it was too much! Malala win this fight if the set was still fighting with the Hecarim. He would have been able to take this down, but Set wrapped around and it takes Malala out. Ice, one more shot, Caitlyn, no! And the Lee Sin Chibi knocking him out of the park.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here to break down that game number 2 that we had on the live stream. And with that, I have back with me on the desk Makes, Clement, and Panda to help give us some analysis on that game. And the very first thing that I feel like I took notice of is not only just the sustained prevalence of those 80 flex boards, but honestly, how many different headliner options all of these players went for. Because in contrast to the game number 1 we had, where we had 2 Zed headliners, we saw a Thresh headliner from Ice, we saw a Caitlyn headliner coming in from Bintum, Kula had the Ezreal headliner, and they were all just so different across the board.
Yeah, I personally think that's really cool, although we expected the hard steals to come out. You know, some people are a little bit tired of them. I really liked how Bintum handled this with the Caitlyn, playing around little buddies, capping out with the legendaries, really profiting off of that. I thought that was really cool.
Someone else who did well was Stato, who I think played a very interesting game of TFT. Started off with a Lulu headliner, transitioned to a Seraphine headliner, was thinking about re-rolling it, didn't find the natural copies, instead moved on to Arya Kali. Somehow ended up with 2 KDA emblems and was looking at the win condition of trying to fit 10 KDA on the board. We saw him, he had enough gold to go 9, but he was missing Evelyn, so he was forced to roll on 8 to try and find that one cost to then go level 9 and fit all 10 KDA in. So it was an interesting game in the end, unfortunately a third for the Japanese player.
And that definitely could have been a win for the Japanese player, but a small fact for all of you out there, if you want to find an Evelyn on level 9, that's average 34 gold. And if you want to do it on level 10, that's 70 gold. That's why he's rolling on level 8.
Okay, I'm going to have to remember that math the next time I try to go for KDA 10 if that opportunity ever arises. But when we look at some of the other compositions that got a chance to be played here, we had Malala that went that Samira reroll, which you would think, looking at a 3-cost 3-star, would be pretty good.
Especially with a country emblem added in, but not enough front line. I think you hit a little bit too late. There was only that Samira, no Urgot, because someone like Yush was playing that Urgot board, for example, to submit to the pit. So overall, I think we thought he was going to go 8th potentially. Solvi skipped ahead of him, but still a board that you couldn't really see in the top 4, I think, in my opinion.
I think a lot of it was also due to positioning, as we saw that your sport. We're going to get into that in a second, but really finding her late and then kind of being open on the Samira on the country line. The dark horse that Pengu predicted was unfortunately not able to clutch it out.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a tough ask there after hitting that Samira a little too late and not having the Urgot as well. But when you look at that submit to the pit board, that's really where I feel like we can start to look at some of that positioning and just having the double keepers online.
Oh, absolutely. That board, if Heartsteel really hurts your brain, then I would recommend submit to the bid to play because you find it on 2-1 and it averages a 3.99 in terms of placements. It's not complicated at all. You fit those 6 moshers on your board and you just surround your Urgot. He gets that extra attack speed and it shifts over to AD, which just powers through the enemy comp.
Well, Clement, maybe you need to explain to me how to position this board so that I can take that into my lobbies and get some first places. Why don't you head over to Telestrator and let's get this tactical breakdown presented by HyperX underway.
And here we do have Yusha's board here on 5-2 against Salvi, who has this Heartsteel board. And we're going to see how King Crab comp just powers through this. The first thing you do want to know is you want to surround your Urgot because he is a 2-range carry. He is the best one for this type of a composition. And because you have so much AD just from an A attack speed conversion, you want to give him damage amplification. And now we have the Giant Slayer and the Infinity Edge on him just to do that. Later in his board, he will go for the Alawi, and I do want to remind you, you can get those extra shields here from the Alawi tentacles as well. This is what we call a prismatic keeper's board because he both have the silver augment and the gold one as well. You can definitely stack the two together and you can see him just power throughing the front line. This comp is very strong against other compositions that don't have good burst damage to go through other ones. But Yush unfortunately did lose later on to the single target of the Ari and the KDA vertical compositions that the other player brought here. Most of the times though, this is going to be your safest bet on 2-1 for an easy top 4.
Okay, I mean, I thank you so much for the breakdown of also some of the math that goes along with having the Keepers 1 and the Keepers 2, because traditionally when I see both of those augments together, I'm like, it's disco time. We're going back to like the 70s here.
It's not disco time.
No?
Disco, for what it's worth, is going to be out of the question. We'll lean more into the jazzes and maybe some other tunes.
Okay, fair enough. What do you think of the disco board?
I think we're going to see one game in the entire group stage. One. I'm giving it one.
Okay.
I agree with you, Clement. Great analysis.
That's a good prediction. That's a good prediction.
We'll take it.
One disco board for the entire group stages. Well, let's go ahead and see how our group stages have been faring. As we take a look at our overall standings, this is now 2 games down that these players have played today, and they still have 4 more to go. And this is where our spot 17 through 32 stands.
And we saw in that game 2, of course, a really unfortunate start for one of the favorites, in my opinion, for this entire tournament, Solvi. EMEA champion this set, 2 8th places in a row. 10 games left. It would be quite a story if he can come back. He has some of the best mental, I think, out of this entire tournament. So I think he has a chance to still push through and try and make that top 8 after today's cut, or tomorrow's cut.
Also for CN, we see a lot of their lesser-known players and first-time players actually ending up on the bottom of the list here. 3 CN post the 20-point mark.
Well, we also have 3 Chinese players in the top 8, Clement.
Balances out.
All things in balance, like they say.
Yeah, I think that is a pretty good balance, honestly. To see, yeah, we've got 3 spots in the top 8 for China. C has 1. EMEA has 2.
Players that started strong continued strong in that game too. Both Yeduzor and Scapeas considered maybe the 2 weaker EMEA players, but showing up when it matters most in these first 2 games.
And that's going to be a great head start for these players to have as well. We still have 4 more games to go, which means that anything still can happen. It's very early and low sample size. And we're going to get that 3rd game underway very shortly. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, game number 3. Welcome back, everybody. We are here for game number 3 and day 1 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships. It's going to be myself, Panda, and Clement on the casting desk to bring you through this next one. And I've been dying to get into one of these TFT games myself, haven't you?
I think we're all the same. We all maybe prefer being on the caster desk, getting close to the action, seeing what our players bring to the table and what they do after these first 2 games already. You know, not a big sample size. There's still 10 games to go, but the momentum is already there, either positive or negative. This is the time to swing it maybe in the opposite direction.
Every game we've seen so far has had 3 Heartsteel players. I really want a faster tempo lobby where we get 5 rerollers, maybe 6 rerollers, to spice things up a little bit.
Okay, that leads to a lot of contests, though, maybe. If somebody wants to go for Seraphine and somebody else also wants that. But maybe the mix-up that happened in between these games 2 and 3 is exactly what these players need. Because we reseeded the lobbies, so they're going to be playing against some different people now.
We also haven't seen any prismatic augments. Maybe it's now the time for Mortdog to bring those out, show us the binary airdrop, show us maybe the prismatic start on 2-1 that really changes the lobby tempo, really warps the lobby with augments like March of Progress, for example, opening up completely new comps and new playstyles.
Definitely, but I will say that Prismatics usually trend towards Heartsteel very heavily. Binary Airdrop and Buried Treasures are basically the 2 best ones you can hit early on. They give you enough items to go through all of your carries and have them all topped off.
Okay, so maybe what you want is Golden Symphony, is what you're thinking.
That is the poorest portal.
Yeah, that's for the rerollers. That one's for the 2-cost rerollers right there.
I'm curious to see, let's guess, when are we going to see Wandering Trainer for the first time? There was actually a very interesting thread on Twitter from Mortdog around, do competitive players, do tournament players want to click this portal? On ladder, maybe to get practice on it. In tournament, I would say no, but in EMEA throughout this season, we saw it picked so often with more than half the lobby standing on it.
We actually saw a couple of Wandering Trainer games in the NA Regional Finals as well. It was a portal that I feel like if you high roll and you become Mortdog's favorite player, but some of those emblems can be really tricky to try to actually synergize with a board.
Psychologically, it's all about breaking the flow of those players on the top of the standings. If you see Ice in your lobby, if you see 62nd and you're NA who doesn't have a top 8 yet, you might just go for that Wandering Trainer to shake things up a little.
You just had to throw that at us, didn't you?
Of course.
We have now our lobby for game number 3, a nice mix of regions. Of course, this is the World Championship. It's expected. Jeduzor, SWE, Chaos, Dish Soap back and maybe trying to make a better game that we saw in that bot for early on. Cass, El Mumu, Cheche, and Donnie to start things off here. Any big names that stand out to you that you're excited to see play, Clement?
Oh, it definitely has to be Chaos. I think this guy's style is so unique because he rarely goes towards the Heartsteel. Less than 25% of his games does he go for it. He mainly plays the AP and Superfan lines, and what he's so good at is actually transitioning out of those lines. He never tries to donkey roll. That's his motto.
That would be a very good thing for a lot of our players to take to heart as well, especially if you want to see a lot of those reroll compositions. And we've already seen some players fail to make those rerolls happen. And what do you do in that situation? I feel like that can always be a tough angle to find to get yourself out of that hole.
Especially at World with so much at stake, I think you always have to have some kind of backup plan. We saw from Dado in the last game where he was maybe angling heavily towards Seraphine reroll with itemization, with his headliner. Saw the natural copies were not there in stage 4. He was high enough in levels to say, hey, I'm going to abort this plan. I'm going to play into Aria Kali instead. Got a 3rd, which was almost a 1st as well. So I think being able to adapt and flexibility is the key. Having that plan B, maybe that plan C, maybe that plan D even in some of these lobbies, because contesting will happen in a meta that is so dominated by rerolls, and especially the stronger ones like Senna and Kale that so many players want to try and chase.
This is exactly what Chaos does, what Panda just mentioned. If you're only sitting on your headliner on 4-2, then trying to find 6 copies on average is going to cost you 100 gold. You're actually much better going level 8 and rolling on 50 gold and try to go for vertical KDA.
Coming to this lobby, we also saw that we have Jeduzor, a player I talked a little bit about on the top of show, a player that has had a breakout set. He already had, I think, a lot of spotlight on him when he won the Set 9 French TRC, the Hex League, which is the strongest region in EMEA, so it does mean a lot to many players. But this set, he had a breakout ladder performance. Didn't quite gel with the tournaments, though. Both GSCs didn't perform well. It wasn't until EME Finals where he kind of showcased finally, hey, I can do well in a tournament in Set 10 as well. And he started off with 2 very good results. I think this is very important. He's a young player. You need that positive momentum to go through the tournament and have that kind of confirmation that you belong here, that you deserve to be here, that you could maybe even fight to be in the top 8 ahead of EMEA favorites like Solvi or Volta.
Absolutely. I think it's all about mentality in a best of 12 format because you are playing those 2 days. You want to hit about 30 points and feel like you're still in reach on day 2 for that. So for young players and for experienced players, getting good sleep, getting good mental is the key to it.
Yeah, and this lobby shakeup is sort of like walking through a door frame. Maybe you forget the last 2 games that have happened and you're able to go into...
For Salvi, I hope so.
Yeah, I gotta go into these with a maybe fresh perspective from that particular instance.
And this is, I think, again, when you're winning, it's maybe easy for Edisor to do well, but players like Salvi, players like Disho who had a bad start, but I think bounced back a little bit in that game too. I think this is where the experience comes in. Salvi's been playing since set 1. Since set 1, he was a monster on the EU West ladder. Everyone feared him. Even in NA, he was one of the most famous players in TFT history before the competitive circuit actually started. So this is a player who's been around for a very long time. He knows what is necessary in the 12-game stretch, especially to actually make it to that day 3. So I'm not too worried yet. Let's see the next 2 games from Salvi and from these players that are now in the kind of bottom 25% of the standings.
Where would that danger point be? For some of these players, where are you looking at maybe, oh no, is it game 6? Is it game 7 that you think there would start to be some mental fortitude you'd need to shore up?
I think overall you want to get about 62 points in the first 12 games of group stages. So I feel like the mental really starts to crunch on you when you can't hit that 30 mark on day 1. And for Salvi right now, since he only has 2 points, that does mean for the rest of the 4, he has to average a top 2.
We have seen big comebacks with players starting the day 2 on around 26 points. Sometimes the cutoff is as low as 59. Not always, but sometimes it is. There is that kind of, silver lining to hope for if you're Salvi. But I think the biggest one is the game 6, because game 6 leaves that taste in your mouth of either positive momentum or negative momentum. If you have an 8th in game 6, no matter what your points are, if you're in the position that Salvi's in now, for example, it's going to be very hard to come back mentally. Sleeping on that 8th, for example, sleeping on that, oh, what could I have done better in that final game of day 1 to be in a good place in day 2? So I think really game 5 and 6 is kind of the cutting point where it really matters most to get a good result.
And there's so many different approaches that we're seeing these players take. When you look at the fusion of all of these regions that are competing here, every single region has their own unique play style that you've really got to be adaptable to when playing around in these lobbies. A lot of people favor the reroll, but what if you are now in a lobby where they also really like to do those reroll compositions? Or what if you're going against a region that's just really, really good at capping out those big boards? Does that change the tempo? And can players actually find that adaptation early on in order to secure that success?
So far, of all of the Chinese players that we've seen appear on our screen, they've all played Heartsteel. So it's very obvious that this is something that happens a lot at Worlds. They tend to find the rest of the regions a little bit slower than their old pace in the TOC, and they're willing to adjust and slow their game plan down and go for the max cap boards in the Heartsteel. Maybe EMEA has a bit of a different tempo.
We're just starting with the 8th, and then the first come later on. Where normally it's divided, first and 8th, then a first. Now we're just starting with
security.
Exactly. We're letting everyone get confident, and then we'll come back day 2. But Edisor and Skip, I think, very good start. I'm curious what Skip has played. We talked about him being a very creative player, had a first in that first game, and had a good result in game number 2 as well. I'm curious if he's really bringing forward those kind of cooked up boards that are just so creative. You think, how is this guy playing this on the world stage against the best players in the world and making it work? That's just Capellas for you. Hopefully you see him at some point at the end of his day.
Talking about cooking, I also want to introduce you to SWE because he's the only CM player that actually played a Garen rerolled board. If you want to see it, this might be the game. I will say he did go for a 6th, but it was fun to see.
Okay. I mean, sometimes it doesn't quite equate to the placement you think that board could still get, right? Maybe there is something there to the Garen reroll that we just aren't thinking of.
Also, we saw the Brazilian player, Miguel. He was also playing it in the scrims. I was actually keeping tab on all the results. I tagged, he had a Garen 3 and he had a Caitlyn. I tagged his game as a Caitlyn flex board, and he DM'd me. He's like, wait, this is Garen reroll, man. Don't take this away from me. So I think he feels strongly about this tech.
It's not the Caitlyn 3, it's the Garen 3.
Okay, that's fair. Well, if you want to tune into the action that is happening in the other lobbies today, we have some amazing streamers and commentators that are going to be walking you through all of that action. For Lobby A, we've got Tamura and Kenobi. For Lobby B, we've got Sir Black and Memo. And for Lobby C, we've got It's Stewart and Lurimon. So
some context on Memo, a top German player, had a great set 9 that really broke him into that kind of A tier in terms of Germany, and that's the second strongest region as well, so really, really strong. But we're finally ready to get loaded into game number 3. But a lot of the players we've been talking about up until now, a player we haven't mentioned too much is Kess, a player that was the only player to bring the Poro Legend back in the set 9 Runeterra Reforged Championship. Reminder, that was a bold move for Set 9 where we had Earth and we had all these different legends that were completely warping the meta. So I'm curious to see if Kess brings that same flair, bring that same kind of personality into this Game 3.
Ooh. Talking about flair, we are starting it off very standard. Every competitive player I've ever met really likes Augment Payout because it's steady, it lets you play anything you want.
On my pick'ems, this was my second portal, so go players in Game 3. Good job.
Well, that makes it a very easy choice when every player is sitting on that portal. We will be playing Augment Payout as we head into this third game of day number 1 of the Remix Rumble Championships. And we're going to hop on board with Jedusor and see what he's going to start cooking up for us.
Key thing to look out for, of course, in this stage 1 is, do players find many natural copies of one-cost rerolls that opens up the possibility of realistically playing these comps? You can't really force any reroll or Yasuo reroll. You need to find that headliner plus 2, maybe even 3 copies, and the items to go alongside them, or even the augments in the case of Annie. But especially for Yasuo, if we see someone trying to go for that, we could see maybe that BF sword being an indicator. Maybe a Corki reroll? What do you think, Clement?
We always have Corki reroll in every tournament we see because someone always hits a 3-star before 2-3, and they just play it to the end of the game. If you hold on to it for too long, though, it could be to your detriment. Well,
that's why we have nice pivots out sometimes, being able to get rid of that Corki and put those items on something like the Caitlyn instead in the late game. But we're starting to get some nice loot here from all of these different...
Is it time for...
If this appears, you have to take it.
Is that a rule?
In CN, the rule is if you have Heartsteel, you play Heartsteel. If you don't have Heartsteel, you roll for Heartsteel.
That sounds like a set 10 rule to me, Clemens. I follow it as well in my ladder game. We'll see if Jedusor will follow that as well. The player that likes playing usually pretty strong boards in stage 2 doesn't really open for it too often, but with Heartsteel, as you mentioned, and with a good augment, especially a 2-1 that leans into the lose streak, something like What Doesn't Kill You, something like Metabolic Accelerator, that could definitely be his game plan.
I feel like you can still play Heartsteel, though, from a win streak position as well in these early stages, because what you're really looking for is to just get some amount of value, and then you can lose streak later on after you pick your second augment. But the first augments that we have up for grabs are going to be gold.
Oh, I'm really looking for some of the econ augments for some of the Heartsteel players right here. And we have Jedusor plus Zirui, both starting off with Heartsteel ones. So let's see if they can find more gold injection into their boards.
Could be the lucky streak for Jedusor to try and, again, ramp into that gold, lose some board strength in the process, but still go for that gold. It will be healing orbs instead, it looks like, for Jedusor. Metalheads over here for SWE, it looks like.
Oh, I think it was a little bit of a mistake. I think it was from
healing orb for Yasuo. We talked about it. If you find 6 Yasuos and a BF sword, this could be the game plan you go for. It looks like Kess is fairly committed for now onto the Yasuo reroll, which hasn't done so well in the World's in-houses, but we've seen in China especially can do really well if you play that stage 3 tempo.
Exactly. If you have a player like Achen, he really likes to play this line, and the way he does it is he actually holds on to the punk units and then tries to double up and roll for them on stage 2. If you can get 2 rolls on before level 4, it's a huge boon. But of course, this looks like more of a full loss streak angle.
Full loss streak is also okay just to be able to try to grab that economy. With those changes that they made to the win streak and the loss streak, I feel like you still have to be very careful if you find that there is enough economic value from going for that loss streak versus the hit you're going to take to your health.
We're seeing Dish Soap is board here. Olaf Headliner is no surprise, one of the strongest headliners in stage 2 and has been for really half of the set at this point. Olaf alongside Vi, I think the 2 standout melee / DPS / tank / do everything on your board in stage 2 units that we see so often.
And this is the Dish Soap style. Out of all of the players here and out of all the compliments I give to CN, Dish Soap is the player I watch the most right here. He is so fun to watch. His style is all about early tempo. He will sacrifice a little bit of economy to make sure he has the strongest board, and that allows him to play later stage 4 cash outs.
And what's really exciting to see how Dish Soap is able to play those big cash out boards is how high he can cap them. That is something he is so good at, to be able to find those different angles in order to have like 9, 10 just very luxury units on the board.
On the opposite side there, Jedusor has picked the Duplicator Augment in the end, Heroic Grab Bag, so curious to see what reroll he commits to, especially this early on. You usually only pick this Augment if you think there's a reroll line in the game that is so strong that just hitting it already places you in the top 4. We saw it back in the Yone meta a few patches ago. We could be seeing it now again. What do you think that might be, Clement? What are you angling towards with a Heartsteel start?
Oh, with the Heartsteel Star or the reroll?
Both. The combination of the two.
The combination of the two. I think obviously he's going to go for reroll with those champion duplicators, and I think the best one is definitely Senna. The most consistent will be the Katarina, but in the way the CN region views the meta is the ones that can tech in Jazz are usually the strongest.
So we think that's going to be a problem, seeing that Dish Soap did have the Senna online to be able to find some of that true damage value?
It's potential. We'll have to see how that pans out. And if players are scouting really in Stage 2 especially, but look at Cheche. He is fully locked in. If players scout him, they know the exact direction he's going for. Kale on his board, Rage Blade slammed, Metalhead's picked as an augment, and a win streak for now as well. I think there's no one that will be trying to contest this kill board unless they want to hold into that 7th and 8th place positions.
Can I call it right now? Cheche has already secured a top 4. I'm fairly certain of that. He's hit a Kale 2 before the headliners with the correct item, with the correct augments. It's going to be very difficult to even go into his lane or even try to play a win streak for anyone else.
And as you mentioned, he has Punk online there as well, so he can be rolling for 1 gold across his Stage 2 and Stage 3, trying to find those extra copies of Kale.
Let's see what the 3 costs are here. There's a big echo with the AP item right here, so that's going to be good for a lot of the reroll lines.
Geduzor has picked up a spatula, he has the duplicators, and he has the Senna. Clement, I think you were correct in your analysis that he is going for the most consistent reroll comp in the game, Senna reroll.
Absolutely. This one is so strong because you can get into that Ari and both the Lucian. Those are really strong Stage 4, Stage 5 champions that can just kill warriors out of nowhere.
Yeah, I feel like we see true damage Ari a lot to be able to just help bolster up that backline and provide that extra sustain. But Donnie has found this Annie headliner with the double spell weaver.
We know what's happening here, Clement.
You do?
He's going into the forbidden technology, the disco opener with keepers.
Oh no.
Slamming items for TF. We're going to cross our fingers and hope it works out. But disco, of course, is a comp that after the nerfs that came in a few patches ago, has dicey results. We talked about what Juanmi said. If you can make it to 9 with disco, you should be maybe playing something else in the first place. But if Donnie makes it a 9, if he finds that allowing that Ziggs in the late game, you can definitely top 4, maybe even win the lobby.
Maybe we have that 1 game quota being used up right here. And I do want to tell everyone why the disco board is, why people avoid it. It's because it's so hard to find the correct headliner on level 8. You're usually only rolling for Twisted Fate or the Blitzcrank. And on level 8, even when everyone is picking something else, it can be difficult to find.
Does that chance get a little bit easier if you're able to find something after the 80 boards have hit? Where are you in tempo with that?
It is usually uncontested. That is the good thing about it. The funniest thing is when disco's contested and you scout and you're like, why are you also playing disco when I'm playing disco? That's actually the comical moment in Stage 4. I hope that doesn't happen in tournaments or else our quota is completely incorrect. But for Donnie, as I mentioned, if he finds that early, if he gets a little bit lucky, rolls at 4-2 in 2 rolls, hits a TF headliner, and he can go 9 off of that with enough strength on his board. And it's a good start as well, right? He has a Lulu already, he has a Bard, he has the great item slammed, he has Keeper, which is one of the best augments historically for that disco comp. So we'll hope it works out for him and for Kess, who's on 7 Yasuos already.
Ooh.
And 30 gold. He's looking good. Just hit those Yasuos naturally into Krugs and you're on good form.
7 Yasuos is a pretty good breakpoint to go into the PvE round right here. There's also a lot of augments that will give you those final copies. Things like Live for Danger and also for Blinged Out and even for like Missing Link. So a lot of people won't even roll the full way on the PvE round. You can just wait for the next augment to see.
Well, we are going to have to check in a little bit on how that Kale reroll is going as well, because it's not bad to have that Kale early on in this composition as well to fill out the Edgelord trait. But we did have a Kale reroller somewhere, and that's Cheche, who we're going to be hopping on board with now.
Only 3 for now. Has found already the Mordekaiser as well. So again, this is looking good, and his gold is still pretty fine. Level 5, 27 gold. Can get a gold injection, a rejuice here from the Krugs. So yeah, not in a bad spot at all. I think he's going to have a lot of time to roll with the Punk included, as you mentioned, Clement. Such a great tech when you're playing rerolls, especially the 2-cost rerolls, because you can find those natural copies, even if you're getting that Punk roll on level 4, where you usually can't find the 3-cost just yet.
True. I think he is in a very comfortable position, probably the best one in the lobby so far.
We'll see the Kess roll down. Just needs 1 copy. Can he do it?
We have the live chances right here. He just needs 1. Let's see how far he goes.
There it is.
Oh.
Natural born, talented TFT player. Yasuo 3, almost natural at 3-1, just a few rolls to do it. A great Edge of Knights already, but no other BF swords on the item component bench just yet.
Yeah, usually you do want the IE plus Hodge combo. That's the most classical one, but it's also okay to sell for things like the Giant Slayer as well. However, like you said, all of them do revolve around finding that BF sword.
Oh, take a look at this. We've got a double IE rapid fire backline for Chiche. There's going to be going up against the Kale reroll, hoping to see this. Look at that. Yeah, Almumu, what do you think he's going for with the backline like that?
Well, the even shot slammed, and with the loss here especially, I think Almumu is locked into, not a Mumu, but into the Heartsteel comp. We saw 3 per lobby, you mentioned, Clement, in the first 2 games. Right now, it's looking like potentially we're going to see 2 in this lobby. We know Almumu is definitely one of them with the double IE that can go on Ezreal. We've seen it a lot near the back end of the set, where it's actually an okay item build.
True, and we did see Almumu with that build. It's going to go for Ezreal for sure, and with double IE, a lot of times you can just kill whatever carry doesn't hit 2-star.
Got some other augment choices here. See what they can find in order to help boost up that comp. Kess actually took you up my sword, so we'll be able to get another sword component, which will be great to help itemize that Yasuo. And is even able to put a Hand of Justice on there as well, so it should be fully itemized very soon.
We were wrong. He's going to 8-bit instead. We thought it might be true damage with a Senna, with the sword already open. But instead, going to angle towards playing maybe Riven, maybe just Caitlyn Flex with the 8-bit element, but I'm going to assume he's going to try and at least go for that 4-1 roll down to try and find 8-bit Riven. We talked about it on top of show. It's a comp where if you hit the emblem in stage 4, it could win out.
Yeah, and you also saw some of the item slams there as well with the Edge of Night as well as the Infinity Edge. That could also make great Viego items if you want to be able to have a secondary edgelord carry.
Oh, Cheche is just high rolling here. He actually finds the Nico, and this is good even if you're going for 2-cost rerolls. A lot of players have been rerolling a little bit slower, going to 4-1, and then finding their 3-star 2-cost carries.
Ooh, Dishsoap's going to take a bit of a hit there. Is sitting on 6 copies of that Seraphine. Is just looking for the headliner to be able to reroll fully, but you're also going to get a nice upgrade here into the Senna 2 and still has a lot of gold to work with before trying to make that board fully fleshed out.
And this board and this game plan really showcases the strategy many players have coming into this tournament, which is flexing around different 2-cost Superfan carries and not just one. He has a Senna, he has a Seraphine, he's open to both. If he naturals 3 Sennas in the next shop, he might pivot into that Senna reroll instead. And maybe, now that he sees the option is open, that Yeduzor is coming to 8-bit, Senna, the strongest reroll is open to be taken for this game.
And there's also a lot of Heartsteel players out here, so they're not really going to contest most of those 2 costs. If we're looking at Chaos, this is also looking like a Heartsteel angle right here. He does have the clear mind, so he's getting that extra injection of levels. And you also have the gold augments that give you money. So I think this is a great Heartsteel angle, a rare one for him.
That being said, I spoke to Chaos in the prep leading into this World Championship, and he said his pocket pick was Executioner reroll. He currently has a Twitch Executioner headliner. Could be a possibility, but he isn't buying the Twitch in the shop here, so I think you're right, Clement. It will be leading into Hearthstone to the 4-cost comp instead.
Oh, you know my region well. I feel a little bit threatened. I've got to bring my A game here.
No spatulas on the carousel. No, I think not too warping of a 4-cost here. No TFs, for example, for Donnie. We're going to see a lot of Pentakill units, though. Really, all of them. Viego, Akali, and the Karthus all on the stage 3 carousel.
Nobody wants the Karthus. I would take the Karthus.
He had his time in the meta.
Yeah, I really did. Even with the changes, though. I feel like even with the changes, like, Karthus might have a place here, but I don't know if Chiche is actually taking the Karthus for the Karthus. Oh. Maybe.
He did in the end, and now we're looking at Zeria's Heartsteel board. He did have an early Heartsteel cash out right here, and I really like the 3-country line and also the amount of Yones that he's put on the board. I don't think so, not with these items.
Let me believe, Clement, please. Give me at least 2 rounds of hope before he sells them in stage 4.
So I just wanted to tell everyone what happened. It was Panda pointing at those Yones, and they're like, hey, maybe?
Yeah,
maybe?
Yone reroll?
I just want someone to nod for once at my crazy wishes, but no, this doesn't happen.
I would love to see Yone reroll. I truly believe that Yone can be a strong 3-cost carry if you get the right items for him, and that usually includes Infinity Force.
The reason Yone isn't really seen is because in all of these lobbies, there's been 3 Heartsteel players, and all of them typically do hold your Yones. That's also the reason that Jazz isn't as popular.
And it's very similar to why Mordekaiser 3 as a wing condition for Kale is so hard to hit. Everyone is trying to play Mordekaiser on their board with different Pentakill variations, so it's always much more difficult to find these ultra-contested 3 costs.
And Cheche is still streaking at 100 HP. He might make stage 4 with that amount. He got really lucky with the rolls right here, and also we saw him get that 25% chance at the 3-cost headliner early on.
We saw the kill headliner there in SWE's shop. Unfortunately, not in Cheche's shop. He would have absolutely loved that to try and get that kill 3 as early as possible. We're nearing the end of stage 3, starting to look at boards that will be rolling for their headliners, especially Jeduzor looking for that. Riven has the 2 duplicators as well, so that much closer, and already has the hardest thing out of the way. He's found the 8-bit emblem already.
The big question is Jeduzor a player that is only going to take 8-bit Riven, or will he settle for the Edgelord? That's a question for the EMEA.
Well, considering he's had a very good start, I think he's not going to be playing as 1st or 8th as usual, but I think he knows that he's in a very good spot to play for the win-outs. So I think he'll take that risk. If it was Volta, I had a much, much more clear answer because Volta played like half of his games were Riven reroll to qualify to Worlds, and he was so good at always finding 8-bit Riven in 2 rolls. Jeduzor, I'm not so sure yet.
He is on 46 HP, so maybe not that much leeway.
Yeah, what I was going to bring up is you're getting a little low here by Wolves, so the HP preservation is going to need to be quite mighty, but is going to start to make some pivots on that board, so we'll have to check back in and see how he's doing there. But Cheche is so close to being able to get that Riven 3 online. It's just 2 copies away from being able to do that.
Pretty much the pre-level already there. Going to be rolling at 7 to try and find some natural copies of these 4 costs as well to finish off the comp as soon as he hits that kill 3. Viego hopefully going to be found a Mordekaiser right from the orb. A great start. Wants to try and finalize that kill item. Doesn't find a sword for Gunblade, unfortunately. We'll see if these few rolls will be enough for Cheche to find the kill. And then we'll move on to Jeduzor to see if he's able to hit the 8-bit Riven we predicted.
Still 5 left in the pool. Can he get them? Another big thing about this line is that people have been teching in the Ahri for 3 KDA and burst against the Riven sort of warrior type of champions right here. So both of those would be good, but he's rolled down and has not managed to find a single copy. He is going to use the remover here.
Yeah, that at least is able to allow you to put that second Rage Blade onto the headliner Kayle and give you some chance to be able to find them later. But you don't want to roll too far past that 30 gold because otherwise you might start to tank your own economy. But Cheche is going up against the disco board of Donnie, and Donnie has actually done a great job of preserving that HP through these earlier stages of the game. Still has 75 left, but needs to look for that TF.
Exactly. Nami in that back line, trying to cosplay TF, making us think she's him, but she isn't just yet. We'll see a big roll down potentially on 4-2.
I just want to say Disco early games are completely fake. If you don't find that Twisted Fate on stage 4, you're still not going to preserve your HP. You're going to bleed out.
Augments picked here for the 4-2 roll down players. They have to pick quickly to find as much time as possible to roll down, find their 4-cost headliners, and assemble their boards for a crucial fight where a lot, maybe the entire lobby, is now spiking even further.
Well, I'm really paying attention to Jeduzor's board because we did see the 8-bit come online, but we just need to find that 8-bit headliner on the Riven, and then you'll be able to hit 6.
He's still 2 copies away with the 2 duplicators. He does have Viego with the 8-bit emblem already, so that is a great board.
Okay. Got the Riven itemized, so that is feeling pretty good.
And it is 8-bit, 6-8-bit online.
Yeah, okay, that's a good hit.
I think this should be enough with a Viego, especially with the 8-bit emblem, to not lose these next few fights. You can buy more time and kind of half slow roll for the last few Rivens on level 7.
There is one thing to point out. He's not going for the standard items of using the Quicksilver. Instead, he has the Edge of Night here. So this is an improvement, I would say, into some compositions, but can cost you dearly in others. He's going to have to be careful about his positioning.
I think this comes down to him not really planning to play Riven from the very start. He was angling more towards the Akali items alongside center reroll and then pivoted halfway through stage 3. So he's trying to adapt and make the best of it.
Yeah, there's definitely ways that you can
position around. Oh no, Donnie, we tried to bless you in stage 2, but he's rolled down to 0 gold. And that looks like a Nami still holding items to me.
Oh, he found 1 TF, and this is the problem with the composition. TF is a massive fraud. He comes when he wants.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, just after I said it.
No, the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, it's still the TF, but at least he finds he can switch from that Nami 1-cost headliner into a Blitzcrank. But again, level 8, 9 gold. So hard to recover your economy here to make it to level 9 and talk about to try and cap out and secure a top 4. He has a lot of HP to work with at the very least.
And Chaos is looking in a very perilous position here. 5 lost streak, 22 HP, and that's because of the lobby tempo. There's so many rerollers here. I got my wish, but not for my region.
Zed fully itemized. Ezreal in this case, secondary carry, which I think is correct here with the TG. decent items. At least the Giant Slayer can poke some damage here onto the Blitzcrank, who's just healing higher and higher with Redemption. Ezreal usually a big counter to the TF, but not enough damage to one-shot in this case, despite it being a TF1, and that should be another round win for Donnie. This is a crucial stage for Donnie. If he can win out this stage 4 with this board, maybe he buys enough time to make it to level 9 in stage 5.
Yeah, that Blitzcrank was super impactful. Just not dying meant that you would be able to buy some time for that Twisted Fate, that lonely one-star Twisted Fate to be able to make it work. But,
Second TF?
But yeah, let's see. Okay, not too bad. Still needs to find that final one.
Oh, for Chaos here, this is so painful because both of his carries are still sitting on 1 star. He has another big cash out coming out, but if he doesn't hit it in the next shop, I think he's a goner.
Ooh. It's gonna be a tough one. We're looking at a couple of different components that I feel like could finish off some of these items, but honestly, for the most part, when you take a look at the front line, they're pretty itemized here, so everybody's looking quite strong in that regard.
Oh no, Cheche still has a lot of gold to work with, but no kill 3 yet. Finally, you're welcome for the blessing, Cheche. We saw him in game 1, had a terrible game of Katarina reroll. Not his fault. He just could not find those Katarinas until it was too late. Could not find Zed at all, for example. So happily, he finally found that kill 3. Yeduzor, can I bless you as well, my French EMEA compatriot? It looks like I can't. Still has 2 duplicators, but can't find the natural Riven he needs to make that Riven 3. He's still stable, though, for this stage 4.
These 2 fights are going to be crucial because he only has 34 HP. If he loses both of them right here, it's going to be super dangerous. But he does have a 2-star Viego with the correct items to lifesteal up. And Long Distance Pale is one of the best augments for this one. You have plenty of AD and then Rapid Fire in the back line with Caitlyn, so you can stack both attack stats onto your Riven.
But this is such a difficult board to go up against because you got that Poppy with the Bloodthirster that's able to just siphon off HP, and the Ezreal's going to be able to deal that hit too. So Jedusor is starting to look in a little bit precarious of a position.
This is a downside of playing for Heartsteel. We're seeing all 3 Heartsteel players almost on a single life. The ribbons have been found. Geduzor spikes a little bit later than he would have liked to. Normally 4-2 is when you have that natural spike to Riven 3 and then can start moving into level 8. Still so far away for level 8 now.
Oh, and he had to sell his 2-star Garen in order to be able to do that too. So you're taking a little bit of a hit to the front line, hoping that that Riven is going to be enough. But Chaos is also a player that is knocking on that elimination door. We saw he was able to get that 1 win, but he's got to keep it up.
He hit, but it was a little too late, and he only has 1 item on his 2-star carry right here. Let's take a look at Kess's board with that early Yasuo. He does go for the Giant Slayer, and Giant Slayer is just the best offensive item we have in the meta into the stage 4 late game. He hasn't found the critical caps, though. Those are going to be Akali 2, Lucian, and also the Yorick. That's how you cap out your Yasuo reroll board.
And the Zac stun was huge in terms of stopping that Yasuo right in the middle of that fight. We did see Live for Danger picked up for Kess. Is that an augment you think pairs well with Yasuo reroll? You think it's an augment that just, because it's a synergy, you just go for it? What's your opinion on Live for Danger?
I think it's great on most of the melee edgelords, but pretty bad on the Kales. So you want to avoid the Kale, but everything else, I think it's definitely a decent one. It also helps him stack up quite quickly.
Well, looks like SWE is also somebody that has started to take a couple of losses and is now looking at, I think, is 10 HP. Maybe the Raptors will give a little bit of econ or a couple of items.
What a lobby complexion. All 3 Heartsteel players on a single life. Every reroll player in the top 4 with just Donnie stuck in between there playing that disco board, currently 4th in the standings.
And this is what I was saying about augments. If it's a triple gold board, that is the least economy you can get from augments, and it's very bad for the Heartsteel players. They need all that gold to level and then find their legendaries.
Yeah, well, I mean, making a couple of upgrades here, has 1 Alawi, but is looking for just something
Lucian's
else.
big.
Lucian is huge.
Get it?
Try to slot that in, but can you get the final copy, and does he have enough life to be able to do that?
Lucian pair is big and maybe slam the red buff. It looks like there's no anti-heal just yet. It will be on to the Ezreal. And the TG onto the Zed. Is this enough to stay alive here for the CN player? Massive Ezreal ult across the board. Yasuo still alive and kicking. Can he 1v9?
Where are you going?
Surely not. Yasuo, he's down.
Oh, that was such a fraudulent fight. I honestly felt like Kez had that, but unfortunately the Yasuo went backwards.
Well, the Mordekaiser also got kicked to the side, so he was also nowhere to be found in that fight.
2 out of 3 Heartsteel players are out of contention in this game. Number 3, El Mumu from Korea. Korea and Chaos from Singapore from SEA. Unfortunately, not the best game 3 for these two players.
And this is the danger of committing to Heartsteel lines on 2-1, which is both what Chaos and El Mumu did. If you have those high rollers like Cheche and Kez in your lobby, they're just going to tempo out so fast that you're going to start playing the game on basically 10 HP for Chaos and only 20 for El Mumu.
Well, the lobby is also starting to get way tighter when it comes to HP. ZUE and Donnie are also getting really low along with Chirisor, but at the top of the wall, Dish Soap is streaking.
The Yasuo targeted.
Running into him.
The Yasuo's down. Senna, one of the best counter matchups to these Riven melee carries, especially with echo stuns happening. They can just get bursted down by the Senna, who has so much single target, or really AoE DPS, but in a single clump kind of. And Dish Soap, 6 win streak, definitely bouncing back after that 5th place in game 1. Playing one of the strongest comps alongside Cheche, both playing the strongest 2-cost rerolls. They hit on tempo, and they're currently top of the standings by a massive margin. 40 HP gap between Dish Soap and Cheche and the rest of the lobby.
I gotta say, Dish Soap is chilling. He has so much more cap to still go for. In this lobby where you see the rapid fire, he still can go for the 6 true damage with Kiana. And in this board, in the later phases of the game as well, you can swap into a little bit more of that. For rapid fire is a good cap with Lucian as well.
Yeah, you can look at how far along he is as well, just holding a couple extra copies of the Nico and the Echo as well for when people start to fall off with those. He can start to soak up all those copies. But with the KO reroll on the other side, this is truly the battle of the 2-cost rerollers here between Dish Soap and Cheche.
And we saw the 3-pronged attack there. Echo soaking up the damage, Akali coming in behind him to damage the front line with the Mordekaiser, and Senna making sure to clean up with their AoE damage we saw at the end. Dish Soap is just too much to handle in this current lobby. Donnie and Jeduzor both down for the fight. Donnie, of course, was still on TF1. We talked about it. You have to hit this. You have to high roll a bit with Disco to try and make that top 4. And Jeduzor, despite hitting the Riven 3, couldn't top 4.
Exactly. I think a big problem was the QSS. There's a Zac and 2 Echoes in the rest of the lobby, and without the QSS, the Riven just doesn't get the chance to get through the front line.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate when that CC is going to be the bane of that existence, but we do have some really, really big changes coming through on these boards.
I love the play from Dish Soap. He picked up a Punk Emblem. I was thinking, why is he picking up a Punk Emblem playing Senna reroll? But he has Salvage Bin. He's going to break this up and try and go for the next big cap, which is having that true damage emblem to continue capping out his board. You go in stages, Senna 3 into Akali 2 into what can I do to actually win the game with the reroll comp.
Got to keep thinking ahead. We also have another Salvage Bin player. ZUE is also going to be running that, so it's nice to know that you can also flexibly kind of play around those items, but I don't know how much extra value he is going to get from that augment now, but we're going to see Dish Soap and ZUE go up against each other.
This is really surprising because ZUE has actually managed to stabilize. A big thing about this board is he found the Illaoi on level 8. That allows you to play against a lot of the AoE 2-cost rerolls inside of the lobby.
Not just that, but to stabilize with Heartsteel, you need the help of some combat augments, and he's found that. Inspiring Epitaph and Jewel Lotus, some of the best combat augments in the game that scale into the late game with the amount of units you have on your board, especially when you go level 9.
Is ZUE gonna carry CN to another Heartsteel comeback? I almost don't want to see it because it's so formulaic, but it's just so good in the meta.
I love the fact that Kess snuck his way into the top 4 as well, showcasing that Yasuo can do well when you hit it naturally, which is what Kess did this game, of course.
Maybe Live for Danger is good for that comp. Maybe, just maybe.
Statistically, definitely one of the best augments for that one. Let's see if they can scrape over another win. This is when you see a lot of the Kale composition starting to fall off because they don't have the front line anymore. But look at that Viego. Maybe he could find a good angle onto the Ezreal.
Ezreal's going to start to dash away, but it's going to leave it vulnerable for that Mordekaiser to jump on it. So that is going to be a hit and an elimination as ZUE is knocked out in 4th in this game.
And this is where Gunblade really shows why it's so good, why it's built on Kale so much. We've seen it every single set. When you have that synergy between a huge DPS dealer and a mega tank, Gunblade helps that synergy happen. It's the connection between both, and it keeps that mega tank alive and healing throughout a long fight, which is exactly what Kale wants. She scales with Rageblade into a very long 20 or 25 second fight.
In terms of EMEA, would you say which one of the 2-cost rerolls is your favorite?
I would say Senna, just because how good it is in terms of positioning. I think it makes the late game very interesting in terms of how players try to avoid the AoE damage from the Senna itself, and how the Senna player tries to make sure he's having the best big clumps going into these late game fights. They can decide fights against melee carries especially, so we'll see if that's the case for Dish Soap, who is going level 9. Akali 2 is found, Alawi is found. What more do you want?
An RE2.
You really want that?
That's an actually realistic ask. Thank you, Necro. I thought you were going to say Alawi 3.
Okay. I want Alawi 3 too. I would love that.
You're a very realistic player, Necro. I like it.
Kiana. Last roll, Kiana. That's a huge one for him. Allows him to go 6 true damage with the Spat Slam on Ahri.
Not just that, but remember your roots as well, helping give potential to all of these true damage carriers, Ahri included. Once again, the rematch between the 2-cost rerolls, Senna up against Cheche's Kale, but already look at the Mordekaiser melt with that 3-pronged attack, the Echo, the Akali, and the Senna breaking through clumps one by one, the right side, the left side, and now the backline DPS. Kale is no match, although she's lasting much longer than I expected.
This is just such a bad matchup for Pentakill. Historically, true damage ignores damage reduction, and it is a burst-focused composition. So Pentakill, without that Mordekaiser's 3, very hard to last.
We see why Disso was so happy to hit the Akali 2. He's trying to deny an Akali 3 on Kestis' side, and depending on your pick'ems, I don't know if you want to see more or less 3-star forecast this early on into day 1.
Ooh, maybe a little, I don't know. I think it's fun when you see the 3-star forecast personally, but it just might not happen this time around.
Kiana 2 could be a big spike for both players. Kes and Disso both on that true damage line, currently 1st and 2nd in the standings.
Yep, this line is really good. Both of them rely on burst, so it's all going to come down to positioning here. Maybe Yasuo can slide in to the Kale position. No, he runs away. It's the kill you want to hit, Yasuo.
Doesn't matter, though. Looks like it does, and the healing's enough to outlast the Senna damage just barely, and Akali is still there to clean up. With the Morello, might seem like a weird tech choice, but actually AP on the Akali true damage is very good to reset her mana, to have her casting more often.
Definitely. I would like to share my best build, which is blue buff plus Giant Slayer. That gives you infinite cast until one of your 3 targets is dead.
Infinite is good.
It definitely is.
To infinity and beyond is, I think, so what they might say here. But still looking for that Kiana and still the RE2. Dish Soap is feeling really good, though. And not bad when you also only have a 1-star Kennen and Lilia.
We'll see what this Yasuo can do if he can sneak in. He's on the opposite side of Senna, so maybe good positioning. Forecast to try and have that Yasuo dance onto that backline, move onto that Lulu, and then potentially the Senna. But no, just the Echo Stun and the burst damage coming through. You're not building QSS on the Yasuo like we see with the Riven, which means that he can't really chew through that Echo as quickly as he'd like. Big win for Dish Soap, who has a 3-win streak now. But on the left, Cheche just barely able to win out there.
That is a ghost board on Cheche's side, and I do want to say Dish Soap, great protection, got the Ahri and the Lulu in the backline. No way Yasuo was making it in.
No, it looked like there was no target focus in that fight too, and it is very much harder to take down one side when that is the case. But big emblem pickups here for everybody.
Dish Soap is considering, can he actually break down an emblem? I think he can. He might not have an open sword to actually try and get 2 true damage emblems and go for the vertical. Gonna go for Pentakill instead here for Cheche. Great emblem for him. Doesn't have solid bin, so just going for the emblem itself because he's playing a Pentakill comp.
Yeah, and we do have to see if he can maybe tech into Kayn right here. That's usually the best way to kind of round out because he doesn't have the Edgelord headliner. That would be the best cap. Of course, he's on 2 HP, but one can dream.
Actually, if Dish Soap had any other BF sword on a different unit that isn't Akali, he could have considered that game plan, but he can't sell Akali because that gives Kes an avenue to get Akali 3 and also just sells one of the true damage units he needs to have if he wants to go for that vertical.
Yeah. So I think Adaptive Helm is okay in this case, and Dish Soap is going to be able to get that 2-star Ahri online, so it's going to be providing even more damage into this fight, as Dish Soap is going to be going up against that Pentakill board with that new Pentakill emblem on that Ahri. But as the Karthus takes the cast, this backline is not going to falter with a single target damage from the Ahri. That Karthus is down, and so is that Kale. That is a big knockout.
This is a big reason why Senna is considered the most consistent and best of the 2-cost rerolls, because she fits with Superfans so well. If you're playing Superfans, you don't have a front line, but that doesn't actually matter with true damage. You're playing burst anyway, but Penta is trying to play for stall.
I'm going to inject some narrative into this last fight. Kes asked the Japanese player to get Dish Soap's autograph at TBO, and now in Game 3, they're facing off against each other for the win, both on the true damage line. Does it get any better than that?
This is going to be an explosive fight, that's for sure. I'm particularly looking at an executioner.
Backline Yasuo.
Yeah, backline Yasuo, but also the executioner Yorick is going to be back there. But as this Yasuo starts to walk forward, it is going to be slashing through this front line. And just with so many units falling down,
Ahri.
Yasuo was able to get onto the Ahri. This Senna is still alive, trying to dish out that damage with the Lulu stun as well. Kess is going to take the hit, go down in second, and Dish Soap wins the lobby.
And Dish Soap showcases why Solidbin is so strong in the hands of the best players in the world, and why Senna reroll is so strong as that 2-cost Superfan reroll option. But overall, a big win for True Damage, and Kess able to pilot Yasuo reroll to a top 2 is impressive as well.
Definitely. He started out with 7 Yasuo, so I think it was kind of given in that line. And I do think that at the end of the day, Dish Soap will give that signature to Kess.
Well, listen, sometimes you just gotta take what you can get, and if that's gonna be able to pilot you up to a top 2, that is definitely one way to help extend the momentum that you've had early on. So what a great start for these players.
I love the showcase of positioning as well between those 2 comps at the end with the Yasuo and the Senna moving sides across the entirety of that stage 6.
There's so much action we get to break down here, but we're going to leave that for our analyst desk. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we've got our analysis desk and then game number 4.
Can he 1v9? Surely not. Yasuo, he's down.
Oh, that's such a fraudulent fight. I honestly felt like Kez had that, but unfortunately the Yasuo went backwards.
The Senna is still alive, trying to dish out that damage with the Lulu stun as well. Kess is going to take the hit, go down in second, and Dish Soap wins the lobby.
To the Remix Rumble World Championship. And of course, we are checking in already halfway through day one. My name is Mix and I'm here with the presence of Casanova, Counterfeit, and Country Hoopason. Yeah, we're getting it already. He's showing it off, but getting told by production. It's okay, we're getting there. That last game, though, some very interesting stuff in there. Personally, I was really excited to see how the Heartsteel pair up against the rerolls. We're going to get to that in a second. But the other thing that got us excited was players kind of locking into their lines very early on. And notably, Donnie is a player that's set that sometimes he locks in a little bit too early. We're all straying away from the disco, Peter. What happened?
I think we had such big hopes. Donnie definitely came into one of the lower points players, and making that commitment with the items as well as the keepers. There was a world in when that went a lot better, and it was absolutely the key to victory. But I think JJ, chose the road a little bit more traveled. I think that's why it went better for him.
Yes, for sure. He got the KO too early. He got the metal heads as an outman. So it was an easy path for him, looking for like a real projection for that comp, but he didn't got the Mordekaiser 3. So a third for him was pretty good.
It absolutely was. I am getting distracted by that banjo that you're having on your lap there. But, of course, the big thing in this game was how Dish Soap maneuvered through these boards with the Heartsteel players getting knocked out.
Yeah, he piloted reroll incredibly well here, keeping high tempo throughout the game. I think Salvage Bin was really cute in how he used the Punk Emblem to find true damage later on. But the big thing I wanted to talk about was the Heroic Grab Bag. So on 3-1, if you looked at his board, he actually had two pairs of 2 costs. He had the Sennas and the Seraphines. He was keeping himself open, and instead of taking a very strong combat augment like Jewel Lotus, he instead goes for the Heroic Grab Bag, because then if he finds the headliner and just 2 more copies, he's there. He has the 3-star. We saw this a lot in North America with people hitting on like 3-5. With Dish Soap, he ends up, playing a little bit slower, econing back up, rolls down again on 4-1 so that he can find the Senna instead of the Seraphine. Even though he was only 1 copy off of Seraphine, he wanted to play for the Senna because he had better items. This locks him into such a good composition as he gets to those late stages of the game, makes some really big plays, and finds the win.
I do want to bring the attention to Kez, though, who came in second at lobby with the Yasuo board as well.
Love it.
It's a great composition to be based around the 1 cost as well. Of course, the edge on the augment in play. For Kez in particular, who really got overshadowed in the last championship by Title winning the entire thing, to come into a tough lobby and do that well, I think it's fantastic.
For sure. 3 players playing Heartsteel, it was not what they wanted. And even though the early game was not amazing, the mid game and the late game only made for Zero to get a possible 4th place. So it's interesting the high volatile that we could have in those comps.
The big thing was the rerollers hitting so fast, right? We had Kale 2 very early on, and Kale 2 can sometimes even be a little bit stable in late stage 3, early stage 4, and then the Yasuo reroll being hit so incredibly early made the Heartstealers lose so much HP since they had it from stage 2. They were just way weaker than everyone else playing reroll.
And then part of that is also 3 people just going for the Heartsteel, right? You have your players that find early direction, you have your players that are playing open, and then you have 2 other players that are holding hands, that are looking at you. It's the Spider-Man meme all over again, where they're pointing at each other.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty rough in that spot. I think that Heartsteel can support 3, but it is still very tough for them to do so.
I had hopes for the Riven, 8-bit emblem very early into the game, but it wasn't enough. Even though he had 2 duplicators, the Riven came a little late, and it wasn't enough for these high-tempo 3-star lobbies and 3-star comps.
Just want to draw us back to Dish Soap for a second. We've got the readout from the game. Managed to keep things very strong, but let's look at the overall standings as we've got all the results in.
Yeah, and of course, this is the halfway checkpoint through day 1. Just a quick reminder, there is going to be 1 more full day tomorrow before any cutoffs happen. But of course, there is going to be a trend for some of those players, notably Salvi. Unfortunately, they're at the very bottom, but also Ice at the very top.
Yeah, one I actually wanted to call to, because I think that as North American casters, we didn't really give a lot of representation to him, is Degree. Having a very good start here in the top 4. Degree, somebody who was really good on the reroll lines and kind of brought that to his study group, which is, Malal, Owasian, Iverson, and he helped them a lot with the reroll, and now they've helped him get a lot better at Heartsteel, and I think he's way more well-rounded.
Yeah, and like you were saying, Owasian, Iverson, replay players that have been to the World Championship before, that know the ropes, that probably have some pretty good recommendations on how to handle it, and Degree just playing really well as well.
I want to give a heads up to Relic. He got the first place for Latam in this round. So go Latam. Wow, Relic, he made it happen. So we celebrate the little things. We have to.
No, I don't think it's a little thing at all. As we said, snake seeding makes getting those first places really tough because you're trying to take the first places off of the tournament leaders.
That's absolutely correct. And of course, they will get harder as time moves on, as more and more players are fighting for those top 1 finishes. The competition just gets more cutthroat. But our casters are ready for game number 4. So here are Necra, Impatches Panda, and Clement.
Thank you so much, Analyst Desk. That was a great introduction to the halfway point that we have here at the Remix Rumble Championships, and I'm so excited to be jumping into this 4th game.
Necro, what did you have for lunch? You seem like you hit...
I had a growth spurt between the last 2 games. Yeah, no, I had tortilla española.
Muy bien. Perfect pronunciation, Necro. I see you're really adapting to the environment here in Spain.
Sure, I'm trying.
I'm not going to ask what you had for lunch, but I'm going to ask what you think about our next lobby, because we have some big hitters, but also some players trying to mount a comeback.
I think Ice is going to be very surprising for a lot of the CN fans out there. They did have their heavy hitter in 60 seconds, but Ice is my player to watch because he is so damn fast. He was actually able to play the disco line against Yone and Riven players and outswap them. This is how blazingly fast he is.
It's only if you hit the disco TF though, right?
And hit it 2-star before
he actually
stage 5.
ditched the line.
Oh.
Yeah, on this patch.
Sounds like a CN player to me.
Okay, well, you know what? That's just too bad, isn't it? No, but still great information to have going into this game, especially when we're taking a look at our options. Nobody wants Tack Crown.
No surprises. We're going to go maybe augment payout again. They're really trying to make me win the pick'ems. I love it, players. Keep it up.
How much did you
Yay! Well, it's my second place portal, so don't pick it too much. We need the 3-cost champion to go a little bit higher instead. Starting things off, though, with this lobby, we have 2 players who are on thin ice. 3 games of the tournament. Salvi only on 4 points, so it was an 8th and a 7th, unfortunately, that last game. And Mai as well, ex-MOBA player turned TFT player. His first ever TFT tournament was this set's Japanese regionals, qualified to Worlds in this is his second ever tournament, and he's playing against the big dogs from the international competition.
Yeah, I don't think his confidence level was that high when we did interview him, but hey, if he can do it on mobile, I'm pretty sure he can do it here as well.
And Weird as well, known as the 1st or 8th player in NA Necra. He's also having a week of midterms, so a tough schedule to really fit in all the extra practice you need to do well on the international stage. We'll see how he can do in this game 4.
Yeah, and it's especially interesting because Weird doesn't necessarily have a study group either. So this is a type of player that does a lot of his own cooking by himself, and you can see that in a lot of the ways that he likes to play this game. But he is going to be gifted an Olaf headliner start, which feels like only the up and up from here.
Does that cooking include Olaf 3? What's the possibility on this one, Clement?
I don't think it's going to be
not again. Let me believe for at least one more round.
We got the Yasuo 3. Maybe we get the Olaf 3.
All right, I will give you a condition. If this one augment ends up being too big to fail, then we can go for it. But otherwise, not really.
What if he finds 5 Olafs in the next shop? Is that a condition as well? Okay,
he'll go for it.
I have 2 outs.
Okay,
Fingers crossed.
I'm going to keep my eyes on this next shop here.
Oh, gold augment.
Metalheads, is that good enough? No, does it even give an Olaf?
Are you sure?
Thank you, Necra. Thank you.
Are you sure? Because
2v1. We can win this one.
Yeah, we got this. No, it got re-rolled.
I do think he's going for a Heartsteel angle because he already has the best starting item on his bench, which is the Infinity Edge, and also has the blue buff. So I would angle for something that, gives a bit more late game power.
Weird played a lot of Heartsteel in the NA Regional Finals, so he is incredibly good at that line, being able to find those Heartsteel starts or even just get to those Heartsteel cap boards in the end.
On the right there, though, 2 players going to the library. Patient Study for Salvi and for Degree. NA and EMEA trying to maybe rush that level 8. Play for something like the Heartsteel, play for that huge cap we've seen so many times before, but for now, a great Pentacle/Bruiser board for Weird.
Yeah, and I definitely like the way he's building his items. He's going for the Bruiser items first, but he does have the Salvage bin, so he can go back to Infinity Edge and Blue Buff for his Ezreal if he does go later. It does look like a 3 Heartsteel start over here with those 2 Patient Studies.
Going up against Ice on the other side does have the Annie, so a very interesting headliner to select early on, and has the Magic Wand as well. So this is gonna be, looks like a lean to an AP board.
Could be any reroll even. We see 5 natural copies. We saw the Yasuo reroll last game. Is it time now for the other viable 1-cost carry? It's the wrong player, man. Give this shop to Ice.
Yeah, and Ice does play a bit of that Annie reroll style. It's actually quite good on the 14.4 patch. After the Spellweaver did get that extra +1, we're not sure which headliner she did get, but Spellweaver is also playable.
Oh, it's going to be the emo. It's going to be the emo headliner here for the Annie, which can be really impactful. We've seen a lot of players opt to go for the emo Annie versus the Spellweaver because you can afford to have the Annie by itself, but it also opens you up to these angles where you can actually tech in for emo and make some magic happen that way.
Of course, you're going to want the blue buff for that Annie in that case, and have, as you mentioned, Necro, the 4 emo online. A player that actually mentioned Annie reroll as his secret tech coming to the tournament is HSK, one of the Brazilian reroll players who play a lot of hard to qualify, but loves playing Annie reroll as well. We'll see if he can do so at some point in these first 2 days. For now, it's Ice on that line, potentially, and for Relic, similar to another Latam player, Cheche in the game 3, angling for that kill reroll, one of the strongest rerolls in the game, as we mentioned, and saw live in that game 3.
Yeah, so far we have a lot of people already settling into their compositions, and we do have Qingtian on that, what is that, Twin Terror composition as well, so most likely going for the Executioner angle.
Ooh, that would be interesting. Would you, in those cases, do you like going for the Twitch or the Vex, do you feel like? Because like historically, you look at this composition, you're like, oh, you'd really love to have the Twitch headliner, but Vex feels like the more powerful unit right now.
The composition is much better with the Vex 3 and the Amumu 3. And we do have Ice here looking at his angle. And I do want to say, even for the Punk line, Vex 3, Amumu 3 is still the star.
Okay. Well, so that's what we're going to have to keep an eye out for. But on the other side, we've got SWE, who is starting to really find his groove here with the patient study. You've got the country online, and you also have that Vex. So that Vex is going to be a little contested if you want to lean into the Executioner backline for the country as well.
I do want to say that SWE did start his game off with 2 countries on his first 1-2 shop, so I think this is a great way to continue his win streak. You don't have to lose streak with Patient Study.
So you think SWE is playing country for the strength in stage 2, but he's really playing it to give me a nod so that I tip my cowboy hat at him. We have that EMEA synergy. It's what he needs, really, the caster blessing, if he wants to turn his performance around in the rest of this day 1.
I do think country is slightly unplayable without the emblem, and there are no spats here, so...
Even with the emblem, we saw it from Malala, despite having great conditions to find success with it, in the end, it wasn't. It was a bot 4 in that game 2 that we saw on broadcast. Riven, maybe tempting a player like Weird, who before becoming a Heartsteel 1-trick was a melee 3-cost reroll hard trick, was an absolute menace on Yone reroll across most of the set until he was kind of gutted and Heartsteel became so prevalent, and also on Riven as well, leading into the NA finals.
Yeah, sure was. I think that we'll have to see if there is going to be a little bit more development on that side of things, and it does take having access to multiple different lines and ways to be able to approach the game in order to actually find those wins.
I do want to point out we have a very divided lobbies, 3 win streakers and then 3 loss streakers. What this means is that for the middle of the pack, it is very, very difficult to continue. You're just going to be behind so much gold. So we're going to find out if one of these players can make it to the end right here. But if you're in the middle, you usually want some of those matchmaking to go in your favor and see those streaks being broken.
Well, SWE is going to be one of the win streakers with this country board, and is going to be running into Weird on the other side, who is still on this Olaf. But take a look at those items. Feels really nice to have those, plus the salvage bin. As you said, you can break them later, but SWE is going to get his win streak broken, and there you go.
And Olaf, we talk about him being a headliner we'll see very often in Stage 2. Also very important, the positioning. If you haven't played as much Olaf in Stage 2 as most of the players in this lobby, you have to know you want him on the outer edges of the map so he's able to get them damage, become a mana battery, and be able to attack faster and heal more as he lowers his HP. But SWE, who needs a big comeback, already has 4 Vexes and 2 Twitches in Stage 2. Doesn't have to Interro, unfortunately, but he can make life a little bit miserable for Xingqian if he wants to contest his comp.
Qingtian's name means sunny day, but I think there might be some clouds over him because his opponent, he's hitting a little bit too hard. This Vex 2 on stage 2 is incredibly good, and part of why this composition is strong is that it's not picky about items whatsoever. You can win streak with it, and as long as you have a mana item, adaptive, Shojin, all of them are fine for the Vex. You can continue to win streak without fearing that item difference.
Oh, look at how impactful this has been. That Vex 2 is such a huge upgrade, and maybe you look for filling out with a couple more Executioners. We can definitely see that angle with something like the country. But it's been a while since we've checked in on how Yush is doing. Does have the KDA.
Poor loss streak, but won that last fight. Unfortunately, came down to that 1v1 between the Aphelios and the Kaisa. Not a great result, but we're looking at the Annies now. One away from Ice. Can he do it like Kess did in Game 3 and find that natural copy before dipping under 30 gold? One more roll to do it, Ice. I believe in you.
Oh, he's already used up his punk roll here as well, and he's just going to stop. He still has another round after the PvE round. He could just get an Annie here, so you never know. You don't have to go full send right now.
I think that's the point. He's really min-maxing, which I think is something that I love to see from players on the world stage.
What?
And he finds a tome along the way. Thank you, Krugs, very much for your wonderful donation to my game plan.
This is absolutely huge for him. If he can get an emo spat and put it on someone like the Sona, that's one of the highest caps you can have in the game.
There it is. The natural Annie 3, 40 gold, level 5 now. Rolling a tiny bit more, it looks like, just to try and find, what, potentially a super fan?
I'm a little bit sad about this result because he doesn't actually have to showcase his speed. He just naturals it.
There's a lot of different options that he could take here, but was maybe trying to find a way to get Heartsteel in.
He's checking for the trades for the tome pop next round. That's what he's doing there. Took me a while to get there. I'm like, what is he doing with his board? Does he have Heartsteel?
Can you explain that a little bit? Like, how are you maximizing your odds here?
So you want to have at least 8 trades here, active or inactive, to try and get some tailored results with your tome. You'll have 2 tailored options at the very least. And as you mentioned, Clement, you're not trying to hit just any random emblem, any random trait. You want specifically something like Emo, for example, to make this really pop off.
Yeah, there are a couple of good options here. You can settle for something like the KDA. Unfortunately, this is not Spellweaver Annie, so there is no chance to get that legendary 9 Spellweaver online. So I think Emo is the most likely one he's looking for.
And because he kind of butchered his board here on the way to trying to tailor this, unexpected loss. He was on a loss streak anyway, so...
Doesn't matter whatsoever. I think it's exactly what he wanted to. Oh, Kebab? Ah, never mind.
Do you think about it? No. How good would that have been, though, having the 3-star Annie?
Didn't hit the Emo, unfortunately. I mean, you're going to go into a 2-cost 3-star without having any synergies or any game plans. I think it's not going to be a very good option.
I would not recommend it.
Do it for the fans.
Do it for chat.
That's an augment, but also a game plan, yes. For Relic, though, on the kill, reroll, still trying to find... What? Oh, we're back with Ice actually on the Annie, and he did pick up an emblem. I believe it could be on the item bench on the left there, but we don't see it just yet.
What? Mai is doing the reverse dish soap. He actually found the Urgot 2 on 3-2. That's a great position for him to have.
Jazz emblem instead for Ice. Now, how do you fit this Jazz emblem onto the Annie board, Clement?
Well, I'm trying to think about it, and I don't really think it fits, to be honest.
This is like a TFT challenge. You load up. It's like mini wandering trainers.
I think you have to go through the Bard into Hyperpop on the
Ziggs.
Yeah.
Like, you have the Lulu on the bench, so you can already take in the Lulu in order to help fill out with the Spellweavers, and then you go into the Ziggs if you're able to hit, like, level 9, so...
It's not a hard Mordog. It's a little Mordog. That's what I would call it.
You can make it work. You can maybe make it work there. We're not going to write that off quite yet, but we still have a lot of options to go for here. Just picks up the Caitlyn naturally in the shop. That is another unit that maybe you could put the Jazz emblem on.
Ooh, a big problem here is he really needs to get those tiers later on. Annie, still in the Emo setup, you do want to find that blue buff, and later on also a Gunblade is usually what you can do. You can throw away the super fans into the late game, but those are the champions he should be looking for. Let's look at his HP. He's 62, so he should be able to find that tier in the next carousel.
Now going up against this KDA board, Yush has the Giant Slayer as well as the red buff. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on where those items might go.
Oh, it's a KDA board, but not for long, Nick, right?
Yeah,
I believe with the Even Shrouds plan, this will be transitioning into some version of a Heartsteel later on. And we have to really start scouting and seeing how many players are actually trying to angle toward Heartsteel. If no one is, you'll have a much easier time finding the Zed headliner, the Zed carry, even the 2-star Zed naturally. But if there aren't also any Katarina players in this lobby.
I actually think he's going to go for a Riven board. It's open right now, and he does have the sort of augment setup for it with the long distance pails. Is there a tier here? Okay, so Ice does find his tier. That's huge for him.
Also Riven. Also an MF, so a lot of Jazz options here available. A Twitch for any of our Executioner players, who we saw, of course, Salvi had that very early Vex, has a very early Akali as well. Salvi, maybe this is the game he needed to finally bounce back into the competition, start that win streak.
This is going to be a huge roll down. Let's see if Qingtian can actually find a way back into the game, because they are running head into head with those Executioner comps. And there's also Ice taking away the emo champions like the Amumu. So we actually have a 3-way collision course in that corner.
You hate to see it. Happens to me all the time on the EU West ladder. Hopefully, I expect it would not be happening in a tournament like this. The world stage, you have to be scouting and trying to find those plan Bs, as we mentioned. For now, it's just Twitch, and not a single natural Vex has been found. We talked about it being the priority over Twitch in this comp, Necra.
Well, I wonder then, do you just try to go for something like a 3-star Twitch and maybe hope that you get like 2-star Vex at some point? You definitely have to start thinking about your other options. I would even look at Samira in this case as just anything else to help tech in for the Executioner, but that's also going to be a little contested. We've got Mai that has this Urgot online.
I do want to say Qingtian has a trick up his sleeve. He's holding on to all of his rolling for days stacks, and he's willing to go all in and maybe race Salvi. I don't think he's pivoting from his spot. It would be a little bit too late to do that, but when he goes is the big question.
Oh, the first of hopefully many Vexes has been found. But we talk about these are sometimes games where you have a very good start, a good augment, a good direction. Things start going a little bit poor in stage 3, and you have to find instead that pivot in your mentality from I want to win this game, I want to top 4 this game, into I want to try and at very least save and get a 5th or a 6th and get some points at least into the standings.
Look at that. Scouting away. Holding out on buying this Vex until the very last second. So you know that's going to be a Vex that is now out of the pool, and maybe a little bit less intel for the opponents that were also scouting on that side.
This is really interesting. Qingtian actually sold both of his Amumus. He knows that he cannot go for that line, likely looking for something else in maybe like the double Poppy instead, because he knows he's 3-way contested.
Up against Degree, the Econ loss here, but taking a little bit more HP than you would like. Twitch cannot clean up these last few units. A big loss here at the very end of stage 3, and now we're moving to stage 4, where everyone will start spiking, especially the Heartsteel players. We see Degree's bench is all lined up, ready to get those Threshes online.
And it's really interesting because Degree is not known for being a Heartsteel player. You heard Casanova talking about it on the analyst desk, that Degree is one of those players in that Malala and Wei-Shin Iverson and Replay study group that actually brings the reroll intel to the table. But he has shored up his ability to work on those 80 flex lines, so I'm excited to see what he can do with that here.
That's the big benefit about being in a study group. Degree was going for a reroll, Weird going for Malala going for more Heartsteel, and with the two of them together, they can flesh out both of those areas and be strong together.
Thresh 2 is a big upgrade. Poppy as well. Level 8 with 50 gold to work with. The 4-1 roll down will come in thanks to that patient study, developing his economy throughout the first few stages of the game. Qingtian is trying to roll here. He may be looking out to pivot into Lulu instead. That looks like the game plan, avoiding the executioners altogether. Lulu, another comp that was, I think, after the changes from the crit chance to the attack speed, a viable option for Twin Terror, with both Lulus and the Hyper Pop benefiting each other.
Of course, this was the other line, but it just escaped my mind for a while. I feel a little bit ashamed of that one.
We take your apology, Clement. It's fine.
It's okay.
We forgive you.
Lulu will forgive you too. But take a look at that. Like, she's really, really good with the blue buff as well as the Rabadons. She's going to be casting really fast and also putting out a ton of damage. You do have this Nico in the front line to at least help make sure that you have a headliner at some point when you are going to end up selling her and try to find that Lulu later.
And it's not a BIS setup. There isn't that blue buff and that Chojin that Lulu really wants, but we talked about it. It's the plan B, the plan C. You're trying to find any way to, instead of an 8th, get a 6th or a 5th in this game.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a placement game from him right now, while Salvi is going to hold on to the Executioner line. He's already sitting on 5 Executioner. Let's see if he can find extra items, or definitely the best one is just the...
Expose weakness.
Exactly.
A little bit too late for Twin Terror in terms of how you're itemizing your units. You want that knowledge a little bit later in Stage 3 at the latest, I would believe, for SWE, but checking which item, or which augment rather, is the best for his current position. As you mentioned, I think items are going to be the most important thing to try and have as many executioners as possible activated. He has 5 right now in the traits. He needs just 1 more. I believe it was a Karthus that had that 6 executioner online.
You've got the Jeweled Lotus there, but it's going to be teaming up where you're going to be able to get a couple extra units. And that
one away from the Vex,
feels
actually.
pretty good. You got the Miko as well, just as another frontline presence. But yeah, very, very close there to being able to hit that Vex.
Hit a good support item here as well. Will make his backline cast faster, which does mean he can go through the front line.
And Relic still on that kill. The same itemization we saw from Cheche in that game 3. Rageblade, Gunblade, a few kills on the bench, still fairly far away from that kill 3, but not important for this win in Stage 4. For now, he should be able to just still coast with a few of the wins here with Healing Orbs and the Metalheads especially.
And he can roll slowly. He's in no rush. He gets a free roll every single time.
Someone that does not even need to roll slowly is SWE, who seems like he's found every Vex without really rolling at all. Only 20 gold spent on rolls, and he has a Vex 3 already.
Wow. And that's exactly why we're going to end up seeing Qingtan actually hit the Lulu as well. I saw that on the sidebar, and so that's going to be a huge upgrade. And now you do have those 2 Lulu, which is going to be where you really want to see that hologram come, or the Twin Terror come into play.
Pops off the Nashers as well, so now he has the BIS, Blue Wolf, and Shojin. Again, perfect example of why these players are the best in the world. A chance to adapt from the clear game plan and Twin Terror's executioners into the Lulu instead, and be in a fairly good spot despite the 7 loss streak. Now that he's found the Lulu 3 and he's found the Ahri as well.
I think he can take this spot into a top 4, though it will be a little bit hard if the Viego jumps the right way. Something about the Lulu board is I really like the positioning of the Lulu. Sometimes you can get cross-map snipes onto the backline carry, especially dangerous against something like Kale.
And the final augment, Crash Test Dummies as well, going to buy a little bit more time for Lulu to do her thing to get that CC online onto the key units. Talking about key units, Lucian on the carousel. Any of our Heartsteel players, their eyes have opened up. They're racing to try and get it. If Donnie was here, that TF would be fantastic to hit the TF2 last game. But no Disco players in this game 4. Our quota is being met, Clement.
Thankfully, I don't really enjoy watching the Disco. We have 2 Heartsteel players so far in the lobby, in Degree and Yush. And Yush did stick to that Heartsteel line after hitting too early Zed. So, you know, I thought he was a little bit too low HP to play it. Zed always saves the day.
And we'll see if the Lucian can save the day. Talking about Yush, we saw him playing that Submit to the Pit Urgot board. We're seeing it now from Mai as well, a player that needed to find a good result.
He's only 1 Urgot away as well, but still needs to find it. And
1% chance?
Not a whole high of a chance here.
Never tell me the odds is what Mai is thinking as he continues to roll and tries to find the upgrade that escaped Yush in the game we saw when he was contested by Malala. There is no full country. Actually, never mind. There was Salvi, but he went into the Executioner, so there's no one contesting the Urgot outright.
I think there's not much you can do here. If you're already at 10 gold, you might as well start donkey rolling for the last copy and go into a win streak. However, he still is rather healthy, 66 gold. I think he should be able to enter Stage 5 with that 3-star Urgot just fine.
I maybe think he could have waited and not rolled under. I guess he's still above 10 now, but maybe saved a little bit more gold, got a bit more interest thresholds to try and guarantee he gets the Urgot 3, considering he has so much HP to work with. But again, everyone is spiking at the end of this Stage 4. I think the lobby tempo we're seeing is really high with players really spiking in Stage 2 with the Annie reroll, for example, the Vex 3 from Salve that came naturally, the Lulu 3 from King Chan, who rolled down.
Oh, there it is.
And there's the Urgot.
That feels really good, especially after Mai had to sell a couple of duplicates on his board in order to actually make that 10 gold to still have Econ. But on the flip side of things, Yush is trying to stabilize, took another big hit in that last fight, but finally finds the Ezreal too. With the long distance pals, you're really hoping that the Ezreal and the Zed are really going to help each other out, but this is it. Yush has got to get it done here.
It's awkward because it divides the even shroud. You can't have the value coming onto both the Zed and the Ezreal.
Oh, and yeah, I think this setup is a little bit suboptimal. He had the 2 Zeds early on, but then had to swap into a Zed headliner and throw away some of his tempo. But against a Lulu board that also low-rolled quite heavily early, he's still going to be able to make it to Stage 5.
That being said, just 1 life for the OCE player. Any mistake in positioning, and he might be out of contention for top 4 in this game, number 4. Ice on the Annie. We were talking about what he could possibly cook up with the Jazz. For now, nothing. Jazz is not activated on the board, but it will be potentially on level 8.
Yep, for now, I think he's just throwing it onto a true damage unit, get a little bit more stun and value from maybe the cannon. And we'll see where he goes from that. This is our second Heartsteel player in the lobby. Oh, also a Zed headliner, very nicely hit.
Very different story, though. Degree was sitting on 50 gold, ready to go 9, ready to add in that Ziggs, ready to continue spiking the board and playing Heartsteel as ideally it should be played when you're trying to contest for that first place position, adding in those legendaries.
SWE, on the other hand, though, is on a bit of a hot streak when it comes to having a 6 Executioner online. Is able to pick up a glove, so
huge
that's
spike.
Feel really good. Look
Pantheon
at that.
2.
Let's go.
Good front line now.
On stage 5, definitely when you want your Pantheon to be upgraded. And a lot of frontline items as well, as you can see here. Is it true, Clement, that sometimes you just don't need frontline items with Executioners because they're so bursty in how much damage they deal?
No, I think that is untrue.
Okay.
I think
as always, Clement, just shooting me down. Do you hate me? Should we have ironed out our personal...
I just don't think Amumu 1 is a good headliner, unfortunately. So he did low roll a bit, and I think a big part of that was Qingtian was holding a lot of Amumus until later on.
Well, Qingtian also is sort of on the out, so may be knocked out in a couple of rounds. Maybe econ for them a little bit later. That poor Karthus never even stood a chance to get that ultimate up and running. On the Kayle, on the other hand, is just really in her lane.
It's funny, the bottom players with the least HP slowly starting to come back into the game, while the players who had preserved so much HP in stage 4 are now slowly starting to lose HP in the case of Weird. But for SWE, another 3-star. Samira joining the Vex party here. Still, the front line is not ideal, but could this be enough with the Akali, with the TG? Samira only an IE, though.
Ideally, you want to solo tank the Amumu with the Gargoyle Stormplate. That's the best setup because you avoid a lot of the AoE. But since he doesn't have the Amumu 3, every front line has to be bunched up.
Degree has Ziggs too. He's level 9, 10 gold to work with. Lucian on the bench, rather.
Yeah, 39 HP is actually very healthy for a stage 5-2 Heartsteel, and we saw that he was over 50. Hit the Zed early on, and Pentakill just doesn't have a good answer versus the Zed until they can find the Yorick 2.
Look at that. Yeah, you're just going to be an easy takedown here. And Degree still has ways to cap out this board. Has not itemized the secondary carry yet for the Heartsteel comp. And so we'll check back in on that a little bit later. Mai, though, on the other hand, has finally hit the Urgot 3. So that's going to be a huge piece of the puzzle put together. But you're still looking for a couple more upgrades.
This is the same problem that SWE is facing right now. He just doesn't have the front line. Usually you're looking for a double Guardian front line in something like the Thresh, Amumu, or between the Yorick. Right now, he doesn't have any Guardian on his board.
And the secondary carry, there's no Jax 3 as well. You're only seeing on 6 hops. We saw the Donkey roll here all the way to 0 to try and stop the lose streak, try and stop maybe the 8th place. Mai is now down to 7 HP, fighting for his life with a submit to the pit, which we thought was one of the best performing augments in the game. We saw Dish Soap fail with it, that 5th place in game 1, and Mai potentially going down that same road. The Jax trying to heal, the healing orbs coming through, but not quite enough. Got surrounded, but not by his teammates, and Mai taken down in 8th place.
That is definitely a bit of a low roll because he had a 2-star Urgot before Headliner on stage 2, but couldn't find the rest of the copies.
That is devastating.
Emo? Ice? Is it time to show us your incredible APM by running into the Zac and picking it up for yourself? Look at that APM. Look at him go. Wait, he almost missed it.
That was intentional. He wanted to
calculated everything. Right.
Yeah.
Ice is just that good. He's winning the tournament, but also giving us a show along the way.
You know, that's the email we would have liked to see. It does have the Bard as well as the Misfortune, so you've got the 3 Jazz. That's going to be really interesting to just have online as well. You've got the Ari 2. Qingtian has hit another huge upgrade. The Nico is going to provide a lot of sustain in that front line. So speaking of front lines, there's now a nice one put together here for Qingtian.
Yay, Twin Terra Lilia. I think all of our front lines are somewhat sus this game.
What do you mean? This Lilia Twin Terror is the secret tech. You didn't know from China?
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
I picked up on it.
Yeah, it's great.
I picked up on it last month. I climbed to rank 1 EU West just off of that tech alone. I'm kidding.
I almost believed you.
Yeah,
wow, Clement, you think so much of me and my level in TFT.
Ooh, now going against Yusha's board.
This edge roll cast doesn't kill anything, though. The Vex stays alive. Can she cast one more time onto the big clump? She can't. Solvi another hit. And how did this happen? From dominating the lobby in Stage 3 and most of Stage 4, now down to 4 HP. 7th place. Solvi needs to come back in this game 4. You can't have a 4th bot 4 in a row. That would really spell disaster for his Worlds run.
Oh, and Ice coming in here with a 3-star Echo. This is typically the biggest weakness of Spellweaver composition is that their front lines just cannot hold. Now he has that in with the 4 emo board. Wow, this board can cap so incredibly high, but he is on 5 HP though.
Vampirism value.
That's true. If he doesn't run into Degree, we might get to see some good stuff. Is that Degree's board?
Oh, I do think that might
Yush.
be... Okay, oh, it's Yusha's board. Okay, yeah, because I see the long distance pals as well, but it's still going to be a 2-star Ezreal in the back, just being able to blast through the back line. This Echo is holding on, but with this, we just seeing this Lux try to do her best. But yeah, look at that. Frontline, magical thing when that's actually up.
And even without the Echo stunning the Zed, they went into the opposite directions once that front line split. Still a big win for Ice, who we have to give props to for really navigating this into a great spot. The Annie 3 came very early on, yes, but then he played around the Jazz emblem, he found the Emo emblem, he found the Echo 3, which is so hard to hit in a meta where you have the Super Fans, where you have the Senna reroll, where you have just the Yasuo reroll, even with the vertical true damage. So many different comps want Echo on their board in this late game.
I will say that this was a bit of a high roll game coming in from him. Lots of Annie rerolls, Tome, and then because of the contested Amumu, he actually got another emo spat, so he doesn't have to play the doesn't have to fish for the 3-star Amumu.
I mean, it was a Jazz spat though.
The Jazz and emo, he got 2.
He did, but I was like, oh, the Tome was the Jazz one though. I don't know. He definitely had to pull the emo one out from good fortune. But that's going to be 3 country just attacking in that Tahm Kench in order to have that extra trait and that extra unit in the Dreadsteed.
I said with my outfit for this day 1 that I would give a yeehaw if Tahm Kench was added to a late game board. So here goes my best yeehaw.
Hellsteed is frontline. Tahm Kench's frontline. You got to do what you got to do.
Just adding in the country without really using much more gold. He had exactly enough to go level 9 and try and fight for his life up against Xingtian, up against the CN player, playing the Lulu reroll. Can this Vex do enough? But look at the dummy right in front of the Vex, buying so much time. Her stuns go nowhere for the start of this fight. She's already chipped down to half health. Samira's healthy, but will it be enough? One big clump can't come through in time. Vex taken down. Samira is next. And that spells disaster for Solvi, a 4th bot 4 in a row for a player that I considered a favorite coming into this weekend.
Oh, you can see just how much that means to him as well, having a placement like that. But there is still more games on the docket, and hopefully Salvi's going to be able to pull it back after this one. We're checking in on Weird, though, and just taking stake of the lobby, because that knockout onto Salvi could have happened to anybody, because there is not much HP in between Xingtian, who is sitting in 2nd, and Weird, who is sitting in 5th.
This has all been about like backline sniping for Weird. He does have the Akali Karthus combo on. Can he find the angles onto some of these big carries like the Lucian and the Annie?
And Degree, the only player in this lobby currently above 10 HP, trying to eliminate Ice here. It's a fight between Heartsteel. True damage, Lucian with the Rage Blade and the IE just melting the front line, sniping the Lulu, sniping every unit on this board, and that's going to be it for the CN player. A great game from Ice. Does anyone else get eliminated in the process? It looks like Weird takes the 5th place, and Ice able to snatch that top 4. Xingtian also down. Relic versus Degree, NA versus Latam for the final fight.
So someone lost to a ghost board as well. So that just speaks volumes to just how powerful these boards are for the final 2 players. Yeah, Relic did hit a 2-star Kiana with the pentakill emblem.
He only has 1 emblem. Oh, he has 2 emblems, right? Yeah. He has the...
He doesn't have Olaf, though.
And as well, he's missing the Olaf. We're in the same story we saw from Taro in that game number 2, where you had the chance for 10 KDA, but could not find the Evelyn.
Oh, he's laughing right here. Relics, where is my $1 billion Olaf? Where is he?
Well, it's so fortunately not going to be on the board right now, as Relic is going to go up against Degree, who is on a bit of a hot streak with those 2 wins. You see this Lucian in the back just being able to snipe down the front line, and as the front line from Degree swarms to the back, that KO is not long for this world. The Lucian's going to hit all of his shots. Relic is out, and Degree is on top for this 4th game.
Oh, what an incredibly exciting game. We saw a lot of players actually pivot out of their destined lines and then find success climbing up the ladder. I felt like earlier on, Weird was destined for Heartsteel. He switched over. Yush also slipped a little bit over, a little less successfully, and also Qing Tian moving over towards the Twin Terror Lulu.
And Degree, a player that came into this game with 18 points, now sitting on 26 points after just 4 games. A really great start for an NA player that was considered maybe an underdog, but had a great prep group with Malala, with Replay, with Weijin in his corner, able to find success in this world.
You can't sleep on some of these players that are being considered underdogs right now, because they might just show up and win your lobbies. That's going to do it for game number 4. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, game number 5.
Welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics Remix Rumble World Championship. Game 4 just happened, and I feel like this specific lobby, there were a lot of comps that we didn't really expect to kind of come through as much. Cass, why was that?
Well, so we got a 3-cost lobby, and the reason that can happen is there are certain augments that really signal that you want to play around 3-cost reroll. So in this case, it was Submit to the Pit and Twin Terror. So from there, you recognize that 3-cost is open to be a reroll line if you play outside of those bounds. Right? So we get the Urgot 3 comes through, we get Lulu from the Twin Terror, and then Executioners becomes a line that you can play around a lot more easily because some of the other 3 costs are out of the pool.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly did like, as we saw here, the patient study players. While Sawi didn't have the best of times ultimately, I did like that he was able to kind of force other players like Xingjian out of his line of play. and for Degree ultimately to move all the way up to top. I think just getting in the early XP, getting access to the early that 3-cost pool is so important.
We're losing the 2-cost 3-star, only Relic played it with Pentakill KL3 with a good second place, and the other Pentakill player was also very good. It was weird, and he actually had a different early game. We were talking about him, but finally getting a 5th that is not the best. Maybe the reason we are not seeing Pentakill so much.
Yeah, unfortunately also the submit to the pit that we had a lot of previously, doing really well earlier on throughout the day. Now for mine, not really coming together. The Urgot kind of coming around a little late. For Salvi, similar situation. Frontline just wasn't there. But of course, we do want to talk about something very specific, because in that game we had Twin Terror, and now Twin Terror has kind of been here and there with where people see it, whether or not it's good or bad, but because we're so kind, we do want to educate on how to play this augment. So Cass, if you would, go on over to our Telestrator for our technical breakdown presented by HyperX and teach us all a little bit more about how to maneuver that Twin Terror line.
So, the first thing immediately that we're going to look at here is this 3-6. We see that Qingtian is playing around the Twin Terror, and he knows he's contested because Salvi has already taken the Executioners. So, Qingtian is starting to hold units for Lulu instead because he knows that this pivot is imminent. And as we go forward, we're going to see that he's going to make it to the 3-7, and he's going to end up in a spot where he does need to go for this reroll. The big important note is that Twin Terror is very good for Lulu because multiple copies of Lulu on the board means that she's spreading Hyperpop across to multiple. So we get to this spot here. We're going to see him sell out of the headliner so that he can start looking for the Lulu. And it's very, very imperative that he's able to find this as early as possible because all these other boards are spiking their rerolls, but he knows that Lulu is open. So 4-1, he's able to go to level 7, have all of this extra gold, and he's able to roll down and find the Lulu by holding onto the rolling for days, knowing that he was in a contested augment. So that is kind of how you have to play around the Twin Terror when you end up in a spot that is contested. You have to be able to find your outs, and Qingtian really showed us this by playing around the Lulu and holding those extra units.
I really love that. Thank you so much, Cass, and thank you, HyperX, for presenting that tactical breakdown to us. I hope we all learned something today. I sure did. But of course, with that, we also kind of want to see where the standings are. The day is approaching its end, and it's getting closer and closer to actually the halfway check mark of our first phase of the World Championship.
Yeah, it's going to be, again, reseeding up this one. So again, with the snake seeding system in place, yeah, we've got players like Salvi, who maybe didn't have the best game there, they had a little bit better, but these games will continue to be very, very hard for our players on low points to pick up more points from. I think we're going to get a pretty good idea by the end of day one what our day two is maybe going to be looking like.
Yeah, they're looking for. We're seeing a lot of hardstyle, a lot of two rerolls, but we also seen like consistent top 4 plays where people are playing tempo, playing Ari, for example, with good results. So maybe they're testing a little the waters to see day 1, day 2. I'm pretty sure it could bring a few surprises.
Yeah, me too. I am very good and keen on surprises. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we will be back with game number 5. couple seconds ago, you saw us over there, and now we're over here ready to turn up the rumble.
Wow!
I'm here with Counterfeit and Hoopasan. We're very excited to bring you into Game 5, last 2 games of the day. Hoopasan, I play this game where I ask my co-casters for a crazy comp that we haven't seen yet. Is there something you're still wishing for?
Oh, I want the Super Garen. I want the Super Garen, 3-star Garen, infinite with Sentinels. You can get the Ari to heal him, so he gets infinite in the amount of total HP. So I think there's a possibility. Cheche likes to play it, so I'm praying for it.
I hope, I pray as well to be delivered a comp like that. But I mean, with the lobby we've got coming out, we've got some amazing players. Maybe this is a time to bring out all the stops.
Maybe it is. We're going to take a look at the lobby in just a second. But there are some heavy hitter names in there, and I think even some players that we haven't maybe seen a lot just yet. So I'm very excited to bring you through that lobby. But Peter, of course, I don't want to exclude you from that conversation. Is there any comp you're still wishing for, yearning?
Oh gosh. I think, I just can't get the Garen reroll out of my mind. I want it to be true!
Now that the idea has been put on the table?
I was like, Archangels for days! He's so large! He's unstoppable!
If two of us can dream of it, it will happen.
We'll dream together!
It will happen.
We'll manifest it!
What is going on?
Oh!
All right, buckle up. This one is going to get a little bit wild. I feel like we're going to get in there as soon as players are ready. But looking back at what we've seen thus far, I had a chance to look over the stats earlier today, and we're of course seeing a lot of Heartsteel, but what would you guess is the second most played comp?
Senna. 3-star Senna, no?
I would go with Pentakill myself, but I have a feeling by your expression that we might both be wrong.
I've seen a lot of Kale also.
Kale.
It's
so
Kale.
Kale and then Senna, top 3 comps, of
we're
course.
kind of both
We got it.
Yeah. Everybody
good.
that's been paying attention has been seeing a lot of those comps, but we're ready to be surprised. There could be a chance to go there. I would very much like to.
I'm actually happy because in the last game we started to see 3-cost meta also. We started to see the Lulu. The Ribbon hasn't appeared yet in a good fashion. So I think the meta will still open up a little, but it's clear that Heartsteel and the 2-cost reroll are predominant.
Yeah, I think particularly at this point in the tournament, as we were talking about when we were on the desk, these are some incredibly high-stakes games. I think there will be a few players who are willing to stray off the beaten path and pursue the path of righteousness, perhaps, at this kind of point in the competition. But you've got such reliable comps in the barrel already that I think a lot of this is going to come down to the execution and finding the correct line.
Is the path of righteousness Garen reroll? Is that what you're trying to say here?
I thought it was heavily implied.
Okay, sorry. I'm just making sure I get my notes right.
Can I get a For Demacia from you, Peter?
Wait,
From Demacia!
For Demacia!
Great.
Give me some of that accent, man. I love it. That's good.
Well, while we practice our voice lines, we are also just waiting for our lobby. It's going to be a couple more seconds out. I am personally kind of expecting there to be a little bit more of a change in lobby, because for the majority of at least our broadcast lobbies, thus far we've been seeing Augment Payout come out as like the portal that players go for, and that makes sense, right? It's to be expected. But the fact that Augment Payout was on all of these portal choices as an option makes me think, when are we leaking the script? When are we turning those tables?
I think the pick'ems, some of the people that got it in the pick'ems is already secure. So I think that's the first thing that you have to know. If you put that as the most played element, you already won.
I mean, I'm here for the Crab Rave. That's what I want to see. I want to live that life. I want Garen reroll on Crab Rave because he's the only being in the whole of Runeterra strong enough to punch out a giant crab.
See, I'm currently regretting having asked that question. I don't know how you feel. I thought it would make for a little bit of good fun, maybe give me something like a Yona reroll, even though it's not that great. Sell me on it.
Hey, come on.
The Garen, I'm okay. Yeah, we're running with it.
We can get some options. I invite the chat to tell us what kind of crazy comps do you like to see. We are not seeing so far. So you can tell the Garen. We can see chat wants the Garen, but I really hope that
I like
they
that's
can cook more.
I mean, Harry Frog's on my side here. I'm moderator. He can turn the people. I know, it's very important, of course. We believe in the Garen reroll. If the people believe in the Garen reroll as well, it'll happen. Honestly, how many Garen rerolls can we fit into one lobby?
One. One at most. If there is
how much you can dream of.
I can dream of.
Mathematically, we can have 2, but 1 is enough. 1 is more than enough.
If you are all manifesting that Garen, then the maximum I will allow is 1. I'm sorry, we're not going there. Albeit it would be a nice stream of kind of 8-bit cash outing a Garen reroll, but I don't think
that's true.
It's going to be happening.
I don't know if anyone's. If we think back to the EMEA finals, at least, there was a lot of 8-bit cash outs coming in, but I think we pointed out before. I'm very sad to move on from the Garen subject, as you can tell. We're not seeing the 8-bit really being indexed into the same kind of ways before. But let's go back to our standings for a second, because this is, of course, going to be important for the overall picture.
Yeah, and like you are seeing, the players that are at the very bottom of the standings right now need to start to play a little bit more risque. They need to find those high finishes, particularly the players that are still in the single digit, as much as it hurts Mike, Kola, and Salvi down there.
Well, I think the really big important thing for players like Salvi, who will be in our next lobby, is you're playing against the players with high finishes already. The only reason that can matter is because if you take the first place, they can't get it for themselves. So you can start moving up the table while reducing the ceiling of players above you. But it only matters if Salvi can get first. If he gets forced, he's just not going to catch up.
With 2 rounds pending, this is the moment when you want to mix it up a little if you're in the bottom. But if you're in the top, you want to keep doing what is working. Ice Degree Relic with a good point. Relic tied with Taro. So this is an upper bracket that is really performing really well, and Ice being the most consistent.
And if you're looking at this, they're also really close to each other. There were like 6 players on 22, and then another 5 1 point above or below. So that is a very tight upper pack that we will also see kind of spread out a little bit more now that lobbies are being reseeded.
Yeah, for sure. I want to see a little mix-up, because it always, as it's a snake, like you said, there will be like mix. So if the top start to fail a little, I think the competition will get better, but I don't think Ice can be stopped. He's playing too cleanly. He's capping board of Heartsteel in level 10, in level 9, and the rest is more going for the reroll. So I think the ones that are more flexible with the Heartsteel comp, stabilizing at level 8 and going like frequently to level 9 are the ones that are really mixing it up in a good level. So I like to see this type of excellence in gameplay.
Well, I mean, one thing which I'll be looking out for, particularly in these last couple of ones as well, is for players like Ice and Degree, who are up at the very top of the table, who in that prestigious position, they're getting the easiest lobbies they could be getting, is whether they still try and play risky or if they just try and play to maintain that position, because they've got 2 points, 3 points lead in Ice's case ahead of the rest of the pack. So even top 4s could keep them there.
Well, you do know from experience, EMEA Regionals also plays the same format minus the checkmate, that it can come to tiebreakers really quickly when we move into day 3, when we cut down to the top 8. So I would say it is encouraged to still finish highly, even if your points right now are looking good. Get those tiebreaker options in there. And with that, our lobby is ready. We are hopping in. There is no augment payout this time.
Oh, boy. As we mentioned before, Salvi in this one is the currently lowest points player in the tournament. He needs the big finish here. But we've also got the big names coming front and center. Ice, current tournament leader on 27 points out of China, doing an incredible job so far.
Yeah, the snake format is picking here for Salvi. Salvi's not getting the best performance in the first round, but he's been playing really well. A little missteps in sort places, but in terms of randomness, not in terms of gameplay. So I think this is a good place, a good lobby for him to maybe high roll a little, and I think that's enough for him, for the German Beast, to have a good performance today.
The German Beast. I mean, really, he is. And I'm wondering what's going on there, because coming into this tournament, I feel like we, as EMEA casters, we were really excited about Salvi, seeing him in that day 3. But my tinfoil is that he will just pop off once the pressure is high enough, as we have seen him do in day 3.
I would like to believe that. Honestly, I was
Copium is strong. I'm sorry.
in the green room. I was just cynical when I was saying, you know, the first time someone comes to the championship, I think you really get to see a little bit more of them in exactly said this high pressure environment and what that does for you. In some circumstances, players will perform their best. In other circumstances, maybe if they've got the wrong read in the meta, it can start poorly and end poorly as well. But Jejiso, he's starting pretty well.
Yeah. Another EMEA player currently on the option to go for the Yasuo. We saw it in the previous round as an option, is now slotting in the Punk as well to maybe find those cheap rerolls.
Yeah, for sure. It's a little more safe, the buy. The Yasuo has already demonstrated it can be amazing, but he doesn't like the line that much. He doesn't have swords. He doesn't have the possibility of doing good itemization for sure in the early game. And now Sake has also the possibility to play around spell. We were having the Seraphine, having the Lulu in early, and now let's see what the first Outman. We have Silver. So Silver in, I don't know, which one do you want, Peter? Because I think Silver is the one, people say that Prismatic is the most volatile, but I think Silver has some amazing ones and some very bad ones.
No, honestly, for me, Silver is my favorite kind of augment. I think there's just so much, like, don't make that face at me, mate.
I feel like you're lying. Just
I'm not lying.
I
think Silver augment.
That's okay.
Who thinks on my side here? There are some...
I got you, man. I got you.
Rather than the augment being game-defining, it kind of modifies the game in more subtle ways, which I think for our players at this kind of level, they can take the biggest advantage of.
Well, it is going to be crescendo, so we know what we're getting from these rounds here, and that is going to be something that we'll need to pay attention to as we are moving through stages. Jedusor now selling off that Yasuo, saying this is not where I want to go, and instead has a Katarina as option.
Salvi already committed, or Eggy, if I'm not mistaken, with the custody.
Yes, I believe it is Eggy.
With the keepers. Yeah. I have Salvi here. Yeah, keepers. So keepers and the possibility of playing Disco. Since the early game, we already saw Disco in the last round with not the best performance. But I think with a good early game, if you stabilize very quickly at level 8 and then go to 9 and trying to establish a good board with 6, with Ilaoi, it could perform.
We are also seeing the blood money come out of Eggy, something I'm a little bit excited about. I don't know how you feel, Peter.
I think since the changes, it has been something a lot less popular, but we do, talking with different augments, we've got the 1, 2, 3s coming out in spades.
Cheche with the more offensive, or at least you have to get a good board to make it work and try to get as much goal as you can from that Outman. And now in the presence, he has a pretty good board, already slamming the possibility of reducing armor, having double reduction of armor in flat by the B and percentage with the Olaf. So I think it's a good board for him. I don't think it's enough to ensure the win streak makes, but at least it's good to ensure that the Outman gives him a few more goals.
Yeah, absolutely right. Going up against Eggy here, of course, in the first couple of rounds, the things you are looking for are win or loss streaks. And if you're on the side of the spoils players, you'd much rather have that win streak. So both of them hoping that they don't run into each other, whereas Eggy really hoping to lose here to build out that economy.
Cheche always plays, or at least he likes to play harshly, but he also likes to mix it up. So I don't believe that Jax in the bench is only a casualty. There's a world where he can try to play that if he really, really gets a spot. We haven't seen him. We have seen a lot of Orgot. It hasn't worked, but I feel that the Jax could be a possibility. Mace was asking us about the Super Garen. How about the Super Jax? Do you like it, Peter?
I mean, I can live with it. I think if we have to live in a world maybe without any Garens, then I'd be here for Jax as well. Certainly we've seen the Urgot be pretty darn good. I mean, as you mentioned, the crescendo, we know we've got a gold augment coming up, so that still is very much on the cards to happen.
It absolutely is, although if we are looking at Mosher comps, I think the Urgot is always going to be your favorite child and the one you go for if you can somehow justify it, if you can somehow make it happen. But I'm seeing something I personally hate. I don't know how you feel, but Salvi on the Disco line.
I actually like his line now, because normally in Disco you want to go for scaling. So he has defensive items, and he has a time catch too that will hold for him. So if you want a spot for Disco, you want this spot. I'm not saying, I'm not vouching for the Disco deck, but if I'm going to play Disco, I want this spot from Salvi.
See, but if you are going to play Disco, why? Just go for something. I really don't believe
Disco
in this comp.
has given me a lot of LP. Not on this patch for sure, but in the past, I have gotten a lot.
Stats do not support it.
Let's look for it in Salvi's situation. He's the lowest points player in the tournament. We at least know that Disco, if it goes big, we saw Scapeus doing it before in a EMEA regional finals. If it does go big, it can give you the big win. It's a very risky line, but Salvi at this point, he's got very little to lose.
I feel like if you are locking yourself into risky lines, why not go for that hard steal? Why not look for that instead, where you know that the payouts are going to be probably more worth it than a potentially high roll Disco board? But I'm trying not to be a hater. I'll see how it goes for Salvi, as there is a spatula on that carousel being picked up here by Bio.
Yep. Bio has like, he has Urgot, he has a little, let's see what he could make with this pad. Ryui now in the front, he has also the possibility of losing aggro, and now, is this happening? Do we have two players
No
Disco?
way.
Is this the new meta?
No, sorry. Let's clarify this. Not just two players, two EMEA players contesting with each other.
I just want it on the record that for our regional finals in EMEA, Disco had an average placement of 5.25. That's not a comp.
Wait.
What is going on?
It's not a two-way contest. Apparently, we had it all wrong. These players, they know what's up. Three-way contest all the way to the bank.
Okay, I will say, I hope many of these players are just going for tempo here, just slotting it in because it is what they found right now. We are, of course, memeing just a tiny bit here, but it is unusual to see as many Disco boards.
Yeah, for sure. If we look at the strengths of Disco, it's the early game. The early game from 3D Disco is actually pretty strong. The mid game is not very good. So, as you say, mates, it could be a probably transition to Executioner. It could be simply tempo and then look for a space on a non-contested comp.
So the interesting thing about this for Jejisaw in particular is that he's getting Gragas's dropped in every time he's leveling up. So he's at least keeping in some form of that for the longer term. We'll keep an eye, because it's going to be a very interesting composition by the time he's done.
We are going to be seeing where that goes indeed, of course. Krugs are up next, and you can see on Eggy here on the right-hand side how much econ that Blood Money has already built out is very close to that 40 gold breakpoint, and looking to make even more. Exactly how you want to maneuver that one.
He will be against Cheche. Both are trying to kill as much units as possible to get the amount of gold with their augment. So it's actually very parity. So let's see who gets the more gold, who gets the more luck in this space. And this is an augment that normally you get like a little gold in the early game, but since the rounds start progressing, you could even get like orbs, you could get items, so you could get a little more. Not necessarily in the silver, but there's a chance in later rounds, like round 4, round 5, to get some good stuff.
Yeah, we got 3 gold out of the last round, so not too shabby at all. Taking a quick look on the right-hand side, we can see some lost streaks developing. Salvi up at the top, though. Even in the heavily contested Disco.
Go Disco! Go Disco!
No. We're already buying the Zena out. You can see it there on Salvi, and that's exactly what I like. It's just what many players do, right? And we're seeing it on, or saw it on Saka's board there for a second as well. Holding Seraphines, holding Senas. The options are open. You're looking for the super fan and friends, and you're trying to find that line, just like we saw from Dish Soap in that penultimate game that we were on the analyst desk for.
I've seen Senna with keepers, so it's not crazy at all.
That's true.
Because you want to focus the damage on the same unit, so it's possible to have like all the front line in the same space, the Senna, like put everything in the center. So I really think that that is what Salvi is thinking about.
Yeah, the Christmas tree formation we've seen before, very, very powerful. It's a real thing, mates. Thank you, Nala.
I call it the hoverboard. I'm with Clement on this one.
Wait, why the hoverboard?
Because so he named all of the KDA hexes after the KDA champions, and that's Seraphine's hoverboard.
Oh.
Yeah, you're not. I don't know why you're squinting at me. It makes perfect sense.
I'm trying to get a grasp at it. It's difficult. I'll get there. I'll get there by the end of this round. I'm
not sure I'm there.
Sure. And Sobao, what's Sobao looking at? He got the spot early, but he hasn't committed. I believe he's thinking of maybe KDA's spot, but he's actually looking for a good space because he already has Heartsteel open. He goes for the Morello, but he still hasn't committed to the spot.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at what's on the bench for BO, we can see that, we've got the super fans there, we've got the Senna, we've got the Kale as well, so he's definitely keeping his options open.
is, I think, in the long run, looking for a Heartsteel Flex, maybe even the Heartsteel Jazz that we saw from some players thus far because of where it caps out. But of course, you somehow need to get there, and not slamming as many components normally would not be encouraged. And this time around, though, we are looking for losses here, so I understand what Bio is doing. Gold augments do come around, and too healthy is an option for Jirusaur, who we know is getting Gragases upon Gragases. And I'm recalling a comp where we saw Kale reroll with Gragas, if you remember.
No, I remember it vividly because it just did not make any sense in any other context. I'm hoping we might get to see, no, there was a Twin Terror in there as well, but our players for the most part have gone for the more generic augments rather than trying to pick anything that will push them down a particular path.
So Bio, I think with the duplicators is interesting because he didn't have like a good path. And now with this, he was holding Senna, but as we remember, Salvi was also holding Senna. But I really hope that they don't like match each other, because if that happens and neither hits, they could be holding hands in last place.
Not the only player that is holding Senna. Zach also holding some Sennas on the bench. Just a good unit to hold if you can somehow hit it. Salvi, of course, already does have the Senna 2 and an additional copy in the back. You're seeing it on the other side. So I don't know where Bio is taking this, to be very honest with you. It could potentially even be a Gnar reroll. We saw the Gnar pop up as the upgrade came in, and if I spy with my little eye, currently Gnar is also our super fan holder, so we're running a headliner Gnar for Bio. I think we need to check in there.
No, it'll definitely be really interesting to see if it does end up being our development. Just before we do, though, just want to take again stock of where we are. We've got the multiple win streaks up at the top as the 2-star drops in, and he called it exactly right, Makes. It's Gnar time!
It could be Gnar, it could be Kale also. He could be using the Gnar for now, but he doesn't have items for Kale. So this is actually a tough spot. He has the spatula, he could go for the pentakill spat. He could go for tempo, but if he goes tempo, he will not use the alma of the duplicator. So this is a tough spot. And we can see it in the face of Sobio. This is not the spot he wants to be, but I really think that he could get at least an idea of what to play and try to commit to that to get an advantage.
I feel like it's even a little bit greedy to still hold on to the Sennas. Of course, right now you're not making econ, but in the long run you need to think about maybe selling them, trying to get that economy up. And you maybe cannot even afford to hold on to other units to slow other players down. We'll see how it goes. For now, it's definitely going to be good enough.
Well, and also, speaking of the economy, breaking the streak there as well is not ideal, but you're up against a blood money player, of course, so you're always going to have someone who's out to get you. We do have a spatula on the carousel. We've got 2 players with spatulas in inventory.
And so Bao goes immediately for it, doing the possibility of having an additional unit. So I believe he won't commit to trying to do a spatula for pentakill for anything. He has now the possibility to do it, and no one is going for the Caitlyn. That is also pretty interesting. And well, a different carousel with this pad, and Sobao got it.
Sorry, just watching UA and Sokka just running around chasing each other around the carousel. Apparently they're still in pretty good spirits at this point.
That's always great, but here is Bio, and that is the slam of the Tactician's Crown that you called out, Counterfeit. Very much expected if you get that together, and very nice for Bio. Maybe even an out for a situation where he would have been pressed otherwise with no items on the Kale.
This is a tough roll down for Eggy, trying to look for direction. He has the Kale too, but he didn't find like anything that really gives him an opportunity here. And now he's stuck. He doesn't have any goal. He doesn't have a headliner, and he has to pick what he's going to. He's going to go, I believe, for this Jone. That could be a possibility for him, or maybe go for the 8-bit and try to hold this Jone. That would be making more sense. Go for 8-bit, void for Riven, but the thing is, he's really lacking units.
Yeah, you're seeing the QSS being slammed, and that normally is the telltale sign of somebody wanting to find that Riven specifically, is also not going for the headliner in the shop, has the 8-bits on the bench, like you mentioned. I think that's exactly what the plan is.
Well, the plans just changed, apparently.
Plans change.
I mean, we haven't been seeing the crowd type Yone reroll coming through, but maybe needs must. She said, you spent a lot of health trying to get the blood money out of that particular stone, and if you can't put together a comp after that, what can you do?
We were talking about this after Peter, or before. There's some places where you have to risk, and he doesn't have goal, so now he has to go for the Jone, try to hit him early, and maybe fight for a top 4, a top 5, and this is the position he got in. It's not
I
the best.
think
I see you shaking your head there.
I think that's really, really bad for Eggy, personally speaking. There's, of course, still some Jonas left in the pool there, but we're basically playing without an augment. The economy has been ruined. The blood money, for the most part, has already come in, and now you're looking at a potential third augment that is going to be prismatics, which means the entire lobby is going to spike up in power, and you don't know what you're getting, right? So...
I do think, yeah, absolutely, it's incredibly important to get that Yone online for when that spike comes in, because at least once the Yone 3 hits, he's going to be very powerful in the immediate. Maybe if we find something that can enable him strongly and switch more to crowd diver vertical, we can make it happen.
Yeah, totally. To go for the crowd driver, try to go for the scaling of the crowd driver, not only the CC, but trying to get the fight to last us longer, to get that incremental in power. And now we have the neutrals. Let's see if the items accompany. He needs an item also for scaling. Ideally, maybe a Titans, and now Ryu going for the Jax. We said it, and it's happening. We have Super Jax as a possibility, only 2 left.
So the thing is, when I asked you about the Garen, I said, man, you guys couldn't have said a Yona reroll or something, and I feel like I kind of jinxed that, and I'm very sorry, I guess.
Why are you sorry?
We're also seeing the Jax come out here from CUE, and that is crazy to me. We have so many weird comps in this lobby on the back of everybody trying to keep their options open and then just falling into comps somehow.
Yeah, well, I'd love to see this work out. Certainly, with the Edge of Night in there, that's going to give you a lot more room to maneuver with making sure your Jax doesn't get wiped out immediately, but we've got some big hits coming in.
Sako with the Echo 3 stars. He's waiting for the last moment. He doesn't want to tell the rest of the lobby that he has it, and he has hit. He doesn't have like the best damage still, but this Echo will give him enough time for the rest of the comp to work with him.
Wait.
The Jax?
What just happened?
We got it?
We got the Jax 3 online as well. Kale 3 also coming online there for Bio. So a lot of upgrades being hit just now. And you're looking at players like Eggy and you're thinking, oh, it's going to get tough. But, of course, we are now seeing the Jax 3 actually fight that Kale 3 and see how they pair up. And Jax just does not find that backline.
It's always going to be tough. I mean, because you're scaling up with the Jax, but the Kale is scaling up as well and cutting through you. If you're getting target focus as you were there, it's always going to be hard to keep a big melee carry like that intact. But prismatic time, this is what we've been promised all game.
Combat elements coming for then. You have Binary, amazing in this stage of the game, having the possibility of itemizing multiple tanks and multiple carries.
Saka just found Hologram, rolls down, finds the Lulu headliner instantly. What is that coming out of China? Insanely hitting that comp there, getting it together. Of course, needs a few more copies to get the 3-star online, but that's the ideal for the Lulu reroll.
We've got some other comps coming together, though. Hubert, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Eggy has sold the Johnny. He's going for the ribbon. So he actually sold it,
really?
Trying to pivot the whole board, and he's one away. He hasn't hit, so it's not the best spot. He goes for Freaky Friday, and I think it's good. Today's Friday, right?
That's true.
So that's good. It's buff.
No, that's
Today's buff.
You get an extra. I'm pretty sure you get an extra Infinity Force when you play on Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see longer term. Salvi, we haven't talked about him for a little while with the somewhat contested for at least a little while center there, but we can see the ribbon. We know how good she is against the backline comps usually. Doesn't actually manage to get onto the other center quite in time, though.
So the big thing for me here is that we're one copy away from that Ribbon 3, and that is just so good for Eggy. Eggy and Saka both in that augment, completely finding direction, finding salvation even, with turning it around, and Eggy just, there it is, online.
Oh boy, Eggy's cooking, and we've got ourselves a feast. That is fantastic. But again, we look at what was going on in the overall lobby. Saka, up at the top with a massive win streak. Chete down at the bottom. Everybody else, a good half the lobby is having the money taken out because we're just trying to bring these boards online here and now.
I love the champion creation of Ribbon. She's the 1v9 champion that you can have in the game, so all the resource has to go to her. You only need the Mordekaiser actually to break a little the armor or the front, and then Ribbon is capable of doing a disaster in the rest of the composition of the enemy. Trying to hit, but the Jax is doing wall performance, trying to burst damage, but the Ribbon, in the end, getting the win.
That was a challenger AI Ribbon.
It was
just
beautiful.
dodging that Jax wherever she could, fantastic.
I love, the edgelord pathing through the fight just makes everyone so crucial. There's so many factors there at play, but let's go to the carousel. Chiche, the only one with a spatula left open, so no extra spatula for a second Tactician's Crown.
Yeah, let's see what he goes for. He goes for the tier. So Cheche with the possibility of Emo's pad in his comp. I don't know if it's the best for the idea. He's going for Heartsteel, so maybe the spot will still stay open, and he has a possibility of using it in terms, I don't know, if he get a Poppy, he can get the 2 Emo in and have a little mana for them.
Something that we haven't really spoken about too much thus far is our Heartsteel players. And we're seeing Cheche, who you just mentioned, and Ice also on that Heartsteel. Ice picking up more econ as he is moving through these stages here, is also on a Caitlyn with 3 items right now that I don't know if she's going to stay, but definitely interesting and something to keep in mind.
Yeah, she's got the 2 Infinity Edges and the red buff there, which is an enormous amount of punch. We know, I think as you're implying, we could absolutely go to an edge roll as an alternative. But Cheche, let's take a closer dive into what he's doing, because he's not got that much ground to get out of this game with.
For sure, he's only slamming Emo to give Poppy a little more power, and he's depending a lot on his carry. He's using binary, so his carries are actually pretty good. Let's see if it's enough. Ezra is only 1 star, and he's facing the Riven. The Riven, no CC is possible for her, accessing the backline, trying to hit, but she's stuck in the sack. It could be enough. He's trying to the set, hitting a lot. Control damage going into place, so it's good for Cheche. He has at least 1 more life to fight it out.
I was going to say, in that one, definitely the Ezreal wasn't the tool for the job, but having the Zed in the mix as well, as absolutely, Cheche finds everything he needs to pull back from the brink.
Speaking of finding everything you need, Salvi here, 1 copy away from the Senna. Couldn't find the Echo 2 even, because other players are holding an Echo 3. A little bit of a contest going on there, and is down to the last couple gold coins. Really, really unfortunate. If that Senna does not naturally come around, Salvi is going to be there with this back against the wall.
Danger zone for Eggy. He only has 1 life if he's hitting like a lot. He's facing Ice, and on the other place, Cheche facing Salvi, both in possibility of getting eliminated in this round, Peter.
Oh boy, you can see the Ezreal creeping his way around the outside of the fight. The Senna's definitely not getting her damage exactly where it needs to be. And both carries are being left alive at the end. Eggy may be okay. Cheche gets out of it as well.
Everybody in this lobby staying alive as we move towards Raptors, despite the lower part of these lobby standings moving closer and closer together. You're looking towards the top at players like Saka and Ice, and they're just so happy and healthy up there.
Yeah, it's pretty comfortable. You're amazing. There are like 4 players fighting the final 5 places. And now we're looking at a little of Sobio also getting the binary and also having already multiple guys, multiple tanks. Let's see if it's enough for him. He's not as bad as the rest in terms of HP, but he's even though not a safe zone. He now needs the Viego 2. He needs to find also the Yorick and try to access a new win condition.
Yes, Zedru, Yue, Salvi and Sobia all roughly in the same point in the middle of the table. They have been able to keep a decent amount of gold going as Salvi finally finds what he was looking for. But we've got Jediso, of course, who pushed Salvi out of his line of play with the 3-star Gragas, the 2 healthy. It's not a ball we see too often in these parts.
Well, no 2 healthy. He rolled that one away.
Oh, no, he didn't
Want to go for it. I understand how you got there, though. I also wanted to believe in that dream of the 2 healthy, but we are in a position where Jujutsu has the Disco comp online. I'm very curious on how it does, but we are going to keep watching our players who are very, very low in the overall standings. And for Salvi, it's quite unfortunate. He just found that Senna to try and get him back into the playing field here. Now he hits Saka, who's on a 13-win streak, arguably dominating this lobby, and going to take another loss, knocking him down to 1 life, essentially.
I don't think there's any argument there. That's an astonishing performance, and also a massive amount of money left in the bank for a player on a 14-round win streak, not having to invest it into keeping that streak going.
Jediso in a bad condition. He tries to roll down for Disco TF or Disco Blitzcrank. He finally gets the Sentinel. Maybe a possibility for him. He doesn't have anything else to work with. He has the 6. Maybe try to find a spot for him, but he has to stay good front line. So not the best position. Let's see if he can make it.
Oh boy! I mean, at least we've got the 3.
This is Mate's fault. I have to say it. This is Make's fault.
Wait,
you
It's
mean?
Disco. Yeah, you're not trusting Disco.
Just not
A
good.
little more
I am
faith in the
so
comp, please.
Sorry. It is not good, and it is going to be a battle between the players from EMEA. They're both wanting to get further here. Jedusor, of course, way higher in the overall points, but this round, I don't think was his. I don't think that Disco is something you should be clicking on.
I mean, it really reminds me of what we see for the Seraphine comp, as Jedusor will be our first player eliminated, despite having the assistance of a 3-star Gragas. You know, the center AoE, much like in Seraphine, able to punish the Disco comps wherever they come from.
Now we're looking at Cheche. We find Ice now, trying to make the roll down, looking to change his comp at level 9, and he gets the Jin at level 9, 2% possibility of legendary, and he has it. He has an angel in his back.
I mean, there's a reason why he's on 27 points right now. He's a monster, and he's going to take over the lobby.
That is exactly the Jazz Heartsteel comp that we were talking about, and we're going to see a little bit more from it. Cheche here with the Ezreal, of course, not as strong, but can the Ezreal survive against that Riven as she is trying to find him on the right-hand side? Both of these units, heavy AI, always a little bit of moving.
Salvi.
On the left-hand side, we're seeing Eggy's board eliminate Salvi, unfortunately.
Oh boy, our EMEA players tearing each other down and then falling out in short order. That is a rough showing. We're really hoping to see Salvi turn things around, but does not seem to be on the cards.
Cheche keeping it alive for Latam with a good victory again. He has been with 1 HP since a lot of rounds, so this is a good possibility for him now, ensuring 7th place with a great board, trying to get to the top 4.
We certainly got all the component pieces. We noted the binary airdrop in place, so multiple carries up and fighting. Lucian is also brewing on Cheche's board as well for an additional carry.
Bio not able to yoink that Giant Slayer there. Would have really liked it. Would have really liked to take something from Sake for sure. But I do want to point out Sake still hasn't found the Lulu 3. All of that domination that we've seen so far is on the back of Lulu 2. And as I said that, the Lulu comes online.
She's just hiding the whole time.
There we
waiting
are.
to surprise us and the lobby. But yeah, it's brutal. We've got such good boards coming together here. Ice, our tournament leader right now, we're seeing a massive collision here.
For sure, massive itemization for Cheche with good damage for Ice. Cheche wants to finish this as fast as possible because the Jin gets the whole melee together.
And the Jin is still going strong. They're in the backline, but his entire team has already been knocked out. Can they buy him just a few more seconds? The answer is no, and Ice is going to take a huge hit.
This is the cash out for Cheche, Peter. Let's see what he had. Oh, a little goal. Not bad. Not what you're looking for. You want an item for that. Lucian, he has like a bow ready to assemble, but he has a good item. He has the Ginsu, so that is being enough for now, making sure he gets as much value as he can from the binary.
Oh boy, though, you're always a little bit reliant on getting the good items through, but you can see, Cheche has going for maximum utility here, has used the individual components to basically give up an item slot on these units for immediate power.
Okay, now he goes against the Kale 3-star. Let's see if he knows. Kale 3-star, we've seen good performance, but she needs to cap out with more Calcia 3 to make the difference. Cheche accessing to the backline. Good job for the Lucian. The Viego that is not doing much, but the Kale has already scaled. She's very, very fast, but DCC is coming up for him. I think it's enough. Mono, she's healing herself.
Oh!
No, she's healing. She came back and the comeback.
The world, and she will remain.
You can't spell Kale without scale. That's exactly what we wanted to see.
It's the other way around.
Look, I know you're an educator, but Kale is a deleter.
She is. She sure is. And that is our top 3. Eggy on the back of that Riven and kind of finding the Freaky Friday, playing around that, playing very risky, even picking up that Yone, thinking about it, and then being kind of boxed out there in the end, making it into the top 3. Bio and Saka still up there as well. And it could go either way, although I do think there is a clear favorite in this trio.
Who's your favorite, Peter? You have a favorite?
Oh, I mean, I'm here for Eggy, honestly, coming in as the...
Do it for the fans.
Do it for the Eggy... I don't even know what Eggy's fans are called, but I'm hoping it's little Eggies.
I don't think so.
No?
That
I'm just putting it out
workshop
there.
that
I'm putting it
game.
into the world.
Speaking of doing it for the fans, I think you should rather be in Bio's team because we're running the 5 super fans. We have the emblem here. And that Kale, we saw her before. She is strong.
Yeah, with the Radiant item because of those 5 super fans means she's an absolute beast. We've even got the potential longer term. I don't know if we're even going to be going up to a higher level because the individual damage, she's right onto the Kale. Kale's right onto the Riven immediately.
Oh, she's going to the back lane. If she's managed to kill the Mordekaiser in time, she's getting it.
Oh.
She turns on, but she goes again, and I think it's not enough. The Kale is trying to hit, but the backline is already half-assed, so it's good. For Eggy, 1 more life for him. Bio is heavily hit, and now it's for everyone. Sokka, very, very healthy with 75, and Bio and Eggy with their last life.
There is a chance that this next round is going to be a double elimination depending on whether or not Saka's Ghost goes up against Eggy. We know that Bio has Saka in the match pool, but who does Eggy have? We're going to find out in just a second, but just one more time, look at this beautiful comp.
Eggy will get the Ghost because we already confirmed with the source though, Sokka and Bio with the actual fight.
All right, we'll see what the actual fight ends up being. The HP Turtle of Sokka is just absolutely ridiculous. Doesn't have Metabolic, doesn't have Tiniest Titans, just has an absolutely dominant game. Going to be ripping through so much of that front line so very quickly. The Lulus are going off huge.
And on the left-hand side, you are seeing the Riven actually finish off Saka's comp. Eggy able to hang in there as Saka knocks down Bio. It is going to be the top 2. And of course, it was the Ghost copy on Eggy's side, but can that Riven do it again?
She surely can. The thing is, if she does fast enough to avoid the CC, the crowd control that she will get once the CC immunity falls down. So if she's capable to access in the backline, eliminating rapidly the 6 and the Lulu, she could have a real chance.
We're looking at Sokka's board. We've got the one big tank in the Echo, but all of the other tanks are relatively mild. So we'll see if the Riven goes up and gets stuck.
Last second positioning changes on both sides. Saka recognizing that Eggy was trying to get that Riven into the backline, moves the Echo to the other side to try and slow her down, but she says, nah, I am ready to try and find the Lulu. Will not succeed, and with that, Saka is going to claim 1 more lobby here in game number 5.
Saving HP for the next round. Amazing performance.
I'm pretty sure she gets a bonus HP. You can put it on layaway. But I mean, that was a huge result there. Saka came into that one with 15 points, got the big win, and Ice, who was the leader of the tournament, taking a low finish means that opens up the rest of the field as well.
Honestly, I really loved seeing the Prismatics come in and then just recognizing, oh, I have hologram offered, selling off the Seraphine, just eating into the Lulu, finding her as well. So cool and really, really exciting. But of course, our analyst desk is going to tell you more about that. We're going to hear from them in just a little bit, and we want you to stay tuned so you don't miss any of it. We're going to be right back. That's not a... What is going on?
It's not a 2-way contest. Apparently, we had it all wrong. These players, they know what's up. 3-way contest all the way to the back.
Try and find the Lulu. Will not succeed. And with that, Saka is going to claim 1 more lobby here in game number
14-5, we do have a few surprises for you, though. So 14-5 will not be a small patch. We've got an exciting buff for Crab Rave. Crab Rave needs buff.
Welcome back, everybody, to day number 1 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championship. We are now past game number 5, and this is where things are going to start to get really high stakes for our players as they look at crossing that halfway point for that best of 12.
And for my region, EMEA, not a good game to look at. Yeduzor was coming into in the top 8. Pick Caretaker's chosen as an augment. It's a good augment in a 2-cost reroll meta. You hit Senna, you play Senna. You hit Katarina, you play Katarina. If you hit Gragas, you sometimes get baited into playing Disco and you go 8th. And that was the case for Yeduzor. Could have maybe just used the Gragas for Econ, but instead tried to go down that line, did not want to give up on it. And we've seen Disco fail many times already today on this day 1. Unfortunate 8th. For Solby playing Senna, much of the same story. Hit that Senna 3 in stage 5, which is obviously far too late tempo-wise to hit your 2-cost 3-star. And 5th bot 4 in a row for a player that was a favorite coming in. It happens. You have some bad days of TFT. It's just unfortunate it happens on maybe the biggest day of Solvy's TFT career.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate to see those roll downs miss for some of those players, but there were some players that really got a chance to hit, and sometimes with a little bit of help from those super fans.
Yeah, no, I mean, Sobio able to find Kale relatively early on, but the big thing that was unique about his position is he actually found a Tactician's Crown and a Superfan emblem. So it allowed him to actually play all 5 Superfans on the board, and that Radiant Ginsu is so incredibly strong on Kale that he used that to kind of tempo save a lot of HP and only lost to the biggest, strongest boards out there towards the end of the game.
And what I really loved about Bio and the way he played that is he actually swapped out the double Gwinsus for a Gunblade at the end of the game so he could keep that Mordekaiser 2 rolling on.
And fights get even faster in that late game where you don't have enough time to get the value from 2 scaling Rage Blades. Instead, you need that healing, the upfront healing to make sure your kill survives, to even have 1 Rage Blade do anything. So I think it was a really good move.
Yeah, and the other big thing of it was he had binary airdrop. So on top of this, he's got the Superfan item. He only has to put 1 other item on Kale, and then he gets the extra item from there. So it allows him to itemize all of his pentakills, itemize the stronger Superfans, such as having the Nico with additional items to make the front line better. Just overall, it was a really cool utilization of 5 Superfan that we really don't get to see very often because you just don't have enough unit slots to play it, and you're not going to play headliner Superfans.
Yeah, I mean, Cheche didn't even have the Superfans online, was playing one of those 80 flex boards, but you saw how much value that binary airdrop was also providing to that board, and we can see just how high cap some of those 80 flex boards can be when you have all of those items at your disposal. But what about some players that, okay, they hit the reroll, but maybe not the one that they were expecting?
We saw a cool transition from Eggy where he had 7 Yones but then sold them all and went it back into Riven reroll. For sure he had the QSS, which is the best item for the Riven, but I just can't believe he keeps on getting away with this. This is a very first or 8 line in the Riven, and it actually is his most played in the road to Southeast Asia. I don't really recommend it, but if it works, it works.
Talking about Saka as well, because I think that we found Mordog's favorite. We look at at the later stages of that game. He had 60 gold. Hologram Lulu, we talk about top of show, is one of the strongest enablers to make sure that Lulu can actually win out, which was the case there. And also the Ziggs 2, able to go 9 with so much gold still as well. Just everything worked out in that game.
It was crazy because on 4-1, he actually finds Echo 3 before he even has a headliner, right? So it's 4-1. Then he sees Hologram and he's like, oh, well, I guess this is a Lulu game. That seems pretty good. Rolls a couple times. Oh, headliner Lulu? All right, I guess win.
Sometimes it's just not fair how favored some of these players can be, but there are a couple of players that need to figure out where that fortune is going to lie as we look at our bottom 16. It even feels hard to say that, knowing that all 32 of these players are so incredibly good, but even with that win, Saka is just on that cusp of that top 16.
And big favorites like Bintum and Volta also need to mount a heroic comeback in this next game and all of day 2 to try and make it in that top 8.
I think the biggest thing here is that there isn't a single North American player on the graph we just saw. So go NA.
Yeah, I mean, look at Degree at the very top of the tables. We kind of had him in as an underdog for the region, but the practice and the work he put in coming in has really paid off. We got to see him play lines that he was not very successful on previously throughout the season, and I think that's been the big breakout for me, is that he's become this all-around player for the patch, whereas before it used to be he had more weaknesses, and we just haven't seen the weaknesses yet.
50% first place rate for Degree so far. It has to be by far the best player on day 1.
And shout out to Relic, second place in the standings in his second World Championship, one in League of Legends, now in TFT. This guy is really making history.
It's amazing seeing just the type of mark that these players are now putting on these lobbies, and the players still have one more game to go in the lobbies that we had in game number 5. So for the final game of day 1 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships, we are sending it back over to our casters, which are Counterfeit, Makes, and Hupison.
Thank you so much, Necra, and thank you, Analyst Desk. I hope we all learned something. I sure did, and we're ready for one more game today. Can't believe the day's already over.
Yeah, it just gets away from you so quickly. I mean, it's such a huge event. So, such big consequences for our players, but moment by moment, these games go past. And, of course, we end up with our players in such different situations than each other.
Yeah, situations that normally are atypical, like Hologram, for example, making a good play, going for the Lulu. We saw meta health from Cheche. We have seen like a specific augments working, and some that really hasn't. Like Twin Terror, we saw like not the best performance. I'm still waiting for Binge out. I want the true damage augment. I want the possibility of going that vertical and really stumble onto it. And with Senna giving such good results, I think we will see it promptly.
I think so too. I think Blinked Out maybe hasn't shown up so much thus far. It's definitely something players lean into with how good Senna is. I will say though, the Twin Terror board was a little bit of a weird one due to some contesting. It was definitely not what you would have expected there normally.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think particularly for our players, being with this is the last game of day number 1. They've still got 6 more games to come, but I really want to see, particularly, some of our players who came into this one with a lot to prove here at the championship, really get a good finish and try and push towards the mid-table, even if you can't be like NA and finish out with all of your hopes and dreams of arriving at once.
Looking at our lobby here, we're actually going to see Scapeus, which I'm very excited for, but also Kess and Taro coming in here for Japan, as well as Dunisuni from Korea. Getting a good slice of everything, really.
For sure, CN with 62nd, he started the day today with a good first place. Coca-Ken is not having his best performance. The third representative, the second representative for LATAM. And now we have a start, and I'm starting to see Disco. I'm seeing this story.
Okay,
my eyes are
we're
glowing.
not calling Disco if there is one unit. Hope get with it.
Okay, we've now seen this.
Now?
All bets are off. Call the disco alarm. We've got ourselves a live one.
No, absolutely not.
You put a condition
in
down,
that
Megs.
previous game, you saw everything you needed to see. You learned everything you needed to learn about Disco. We do not click on Disco. I am not allowing it, and Tara knows it. Looking at this says, yeah, if I get the Taric 2, I'll play it, but I'd rather play other units.
Donnie already played Disco, now a little more serious, and now he has the Nami 2 and also has the Taric. So maybe, as you were saying previously, maybe not the vertical is working well, but at least a good start with Disco is obviously well performing, and then pivot to another thing that actually makes sense and have a better placement.
Well, Megs, I know, of course, you have great affection for the O's players. Can you tell us a little bit about Donnie being, they're somewhat newer on the world stage?
So, actually, I was expecting Donnie to play a lot of Heartsteel today, and I haven't seen it, at least not in the games that he was on broadcast for. I would say, despite Donnie coming in as first seed from O's, the favorite is Yush because of how much history there is, because of his prep group. I think people are giving more credit to that. But I would like to be surprised by Donnie. It just hasn't happened yet. You mentioned it before, the Disco game. It's just not quite where I would have hoped it would be. And we're going to get a start here with Prismatics.
Great augments here, the possibility of getting a good direction in the rest. We have possibility of Sprint, getting a good reroll, trying to hold those reroll onto level 8, trying to go for epics for that S-Realcom. Great composition and great augment to go for the Heartsteel vertical.
Yeah, looking in some of the ones which got locked in, we've got double shopping spree. I really like to see that again. Be able to push towards the rerolls. The extra bit of gold is always nice to see. Buried treasures up in the top left for Taro as well to get some aggression in rather than waiting for later power.
Definitely interesting. I'm personally staring at the top right where we're seeing that Freaky Friday comeback that we saw in the previous game from Scapeus, and I'm curious where we're going to head with this one because I think he had an Urgot on board if I saw that right. So might be that we're looking for yet another Mosher board.
I like the spot of Donnie. He gets a great item, Gambler's Blade, getting the possibility of getting a lot of gold in the early game. With Disco is amazing. You get the boost of speed with the Disco Ball. So this is a great start. It's not an item that you want to get in the late game, so probably he will reforge this item when he needs more combat, but for now it's a good start for him.
Yeah, Disco, as we've mentioned in previous games, certainly in the early going getting some power in. Bear in mind, we've mentioned the double shopping speed, the double living forge as well. We've definitely got players who are playing for the longer game.
And speaking of playing no disco board, we're going to be hopping over to 62nd, currently very high in the overall standings as well, and is running that Evelyn headliner, which is also something we're seeing a lot in the early stages because of how good it is. It gives you that KDA if you're doing everything right, or even the, Katarina is online here. You see a lot of units being held on the bench, and I think this is a very nice and open play that we're seeing.
Well, we mentioned we've got the shopping spree, we've got the living forge, we've got long-term commitments in here. For 62nd, bring out something that gives you the immediate power on the board. And the Evelyn headliners makes us saying, how does this kind of play into if you're maybe one of only a few players playing aggressively?
Yeah, he has to leverage. Normally, if you want to play aggressive and really punish, you need other people to play aggressive, at least 3, and there you will see the significant difference. If not, I think he will only save HP by himself and try to go for a reroll. He already have the skeleton of Superfans and KDA. He slam a Titan, so it's not like the best item to be flexible. And now we have the possibility of Kokaken in the screen, praying for Heartsteel, playing with roll the dice, not slamming this item mates. He's trying to go for a full loose streak and go for further weight.
Yeah, and you can see why, because we're also seeing Taro lose streaking thus far, so you're really making sure that you're as weak as possible. You don't want to lose this one, specifically with Heartsteel Online, and Taro does come around and doesn't even have Heartsteel. It was just loose streaking because apparently the board wasn't strong enough. We're going to see whether or not that is going to be the case, but I think Taro can take this one, and that's going to be good for everyone involved here.
Yeah, I mean, having the buried treasures means you have to wait a little bit for all of those components to come through, but certainly it's more immediate power, especially when Kokaken is not playing his items so far, hoping for that first initial catch-up to be as powerful as it can be.
Now we're going to have the first carousel while Kes is winning a good round. So a carousel that will improve will give us some 3 costs that could be interesting for some of these players. The Echo, always very considered in all the lines of KDA to try to have a tank in the early game. But we see that they are prioritizing more the components. Taro with the bow, and some good possibilities here. And in terms of comps, I think not much commitment so far.
It's just noticing Dunizumi picking up the Yone there. Of course, if we're going to have a Heartsteel player, so they'd love to be able to find those 3 costs just a little bit earlier than otherwise, even if the component isn't necessarily completely ideal.
A lot of Disco, a lot of Punk, a lot of Heartsteel in those early stages. Double Mordekaiser pair here for Kes in the shop. Is that going to be picked up is the question. I think you're much rather looking for the Zena. You're trying to stay on that 2 damage line potentially, but it could be an option. Mordekaiser pair early on is pretty strong.
I mean, certainly you're saving up these rerolls for a while, so you at least get to take the temperature of the lobby and see what's going to be practical. But Scapeus, if you're talking about things that are practical, that's not really a thing that applies to him.
Right.
He's totally a different player. I love his gameplay, and he has actually shown us very creative tables at this stage, either something that you don't normally see or something that looks very bad or not very gold-wise in strength, but actually working out. For example, this Urgot making the difference and accessing a good win against Donnie.
And that is something we say about Scapeus a lot. You'll look at his board and you'll think it's kind of mid, right? You'll think like, what is this? Not really sure what's going on, a little bit of everything. And somehow he wins with it. Yeah. And the funny part is that other players try to replicate that and they cannot get it done. It is a Scapeus only trick.
Well, like we said in the MEA Regionals for Scapeus, he said himself, the trick is oftentimes just going to be good positioning to bring a mid board to suddenly become a much better board. But Scapeus isn't the one on top of the table right now. 62nd is these early slams in. You were saying before, Huve, maybe long term this may not pan out because there's not enough damage being done into lobby overall.
But he can go for the win streak. So if he ensures this win and goes a little further, now with the changes he has to go for 6 win streak, the gold generation will generate a snowball. So it would be very, very good for him. As you said, not penalizing, not canceling the rest of the game, but actually in a good position for himself to have a good goal for the Roda and be flexible.
And that's exactly what's happening. 60-second able to keep that win streak. Kokaken able to keep that loss streak. All players happy here. And I just want to say that this dummy is so good for what's happening here.
No, I love to see it, and it's particularly, it's always interesting to see the Banshees combined there with a Locket. The Locket, a very frontline item, but we'll take a break from that for a second. Kokaken has raised the stakes. So Kokaken coming into this lobby, one of the players the player on the lowest amount of points overall. If there's ever a time for a high stakes cash out, it's here in game 6.
Yeah, he wants to go big in the 6th round. He knows that he's now not the favorite. He's very bad in terms of points, and he needs this win also for morale. Getting to day 2 with a good win, knowing that he can perform with the best players of the world, I think he needs that, and he's going for it. He's going for this.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you are going to expect from the players that need those high finishes. He is the lowest in overall point in this lobby. Not overall. I think 13 points still puts him in that lower bracket, but is going to be not overall. And we are approaching one more augment round. I'm very curious on what this one is going to be, but there will be one more fight. And actually 60-second opting to sell off that Evelyn, finds the Kale headliner and says, you know, I'd much rather run that one. It does a little bit more.
So, I mean, this was what I was trying to mention before. We've got the Banshees, we've got the Locket. So, presumably we're going to try and find a way to bring these two together to get a maximally effective composition. And honestly, right now, I'm not sure what it is. I mean, presumably Pentakill could work.
Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking Pentakill is not ideal, obviously, but it's good. You have the Viego ensuring you will have to get the Yorick to get the maximum value of having that front lane with immunity to CC. We have the front lane with a little shield, and I think that's the possibility. He's holding Katarina, maybe a possibility also.
Oh boy!
I'm seeing a hologram offered to 60-second. Are we going to pick it up? Are we going to repeat what Saka did in that previous game? Is it Lulu time despite just having picked up that Kale? And the answer is going to be, yeah, we're going hologram.
All right, I'm here for it. I mean, honestly, it makes a whole lot of sense at this kind of point. You're in a very volatile lobby, so trying to find something which you've got to work for you before makes all the sense in the world.
Let's see, we have also Lucky Gloves, binary early for Dumosi, having the difference, 2 binary players. Harmas is also bulk and new recruit in case of Kokaken. Kokaken is trying to go fast 8, trying to get a significant board here, and he's still looking for the lose streak. He will try to maintain a good lose streak until 3-5 after Carousel, and then hope and pray to the gods that they will help him.
Absolutely. We'll see if the gods are gracious this time around. Double binary being picked up specifically for players that already are getting extra items. We do have the buried components and the living forge, so making even more value of the portal as well as their existing augments. A really nice play there from Tara and Dooney, just playing to what makes the most sense despite being pretty general and open.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, yeah. It does mean that we've already got the one player in 60-second really locking himself into any kind of path at all. You've got a little bit more flexibility across the rest of the field. Donnie, though, with the Kales, I think we're very happy to see that the opposing Kale player might be moving out of line. But I do want to note, as we come to the midpoint of stage 3, those streaks at the top and bottom especially.
This is what you want to see about Donnie. He ensures the front line with the Mordekaiser, trying to go now for Super Fans to get the Guinsus. He actually needs that speed. Now he has the time to get that to work, but he has to put it in, and there it is. He put it in place, the Super Fan, and now we have a Kale with good tank, and he should start performing very good until now.
Yeah, that was really good. Finding that Nico was not guaranteed, so being able to pick it up. But we also saw a little overlay there for a second. Not many Kales left in pool due to how popular she has gotten. And if I see correctly, Tara on the other side is running a Katarina. I will say I think this one is a temporary one, though.
No, I honestly, we don't get to see enough Katarina reroll in our lives. But hopefully, maybe tomorrow we'll get a little bit more of being knocking around, as we do see some of those KOs you mentioned before actually being knocked down here by Yash, who's managing to at least pull back a little bit from low HP.
Yeah, he's looking for the Seraphine now close to her. He has 5 copies, so a little already far from getting it, but with good possibilities. Now, the set has a good chance here. The Mordekaiser also to deepen into the Kayle composition.
Going to be seeing what everybody goes for, notably 60 seconds still on 100 HP. Really playing board strength, really playing HP preservation, something we've seen from the Chinese players in general a lot, but specifically from 60 second even more. And we are going to be checking in with Kokakan as there is going to be a cash out.
Okay, we have some gold, we have the Anvil. Let's see if he pops it off now to try to go for a win streak from now on. He shouldn't surprise me. Yeah, he should. He has lost a lot of HPs. He's only at 33. So now's the moment that if you lose, you want to lose by 2 champions maybe, and try to go for that roll down at level 8. That is where you get the power spike.
I have to imagine it very much missing the presence of just one more heart steal to get the 5 hearts and get the extra stacks in, however it ends up playing out, especially when these boards are always threatening, as you can see here, to hand those losses.
On the other side, once again, the Katarina from Taro. It is going to be the Hecarim that comes through. And Kokakan, I don't think we cannot stop the bleeding here with what we've gotten. And that is going to feel bad. You need to kind of rely on something to box you out of it. Maybe that duplicator.
Yeah, it could be a possibility, but he needs to roll, and he doesn't want to roll at level 7. It will be like putting a gun to his head. It's not what you want to do, but he doesn't have the HP to get to level 8. So it's pretty hard spot for him. Taro, for now, using the Katarina as a holder, and the Sumi using the Jax for now, trying to get the gold, trying to use as much as he can the binary airdrop.
I mean, I want to kind of open up the broad question to you both here, because we are getting through the group stage of the competition. This is, of course, the last part of the first half of it. How comfortable are you now seeing players who are struggling more in the tournament overall switching to a more aggressive, high-risk style?
I mean, I think that's to be expected, right? The positive thing is, as long as not everybody is playing that way, there is a chance where it is able to work, right? But it can also turn out how it did for Kokakan, and I'm not really seeing the out right now. I'm really hoping that there is something that can help him, but it sure doesn't feel that way. Checking in with Yash, we are collecting Seraphines here.
Yeah, for sure. Seraphine, a comp that is not in the highest prio of 2 costs, but it's actually been performing very well, and it's very likable when you know other people are also re-rolling for 2 costs. What you're saying, Peter, about the high risk, high reward, I think today some of the players like Kokakan will try to go for that, but tomorrow we'll have a feast because a lot of players will be in that dangerous position and will try to access the top 8 for the day 3.
Well, I mean, while we wait for the PvE to finish off, just to follow up on what you're saying there, what makes it different? If you're trying to play first or 8th, if you are in that position tomorrow particularly, what is it for players that can help separate you from just being a coin flip?
Yeah, you have to commit early. You have to not embrace the variability, embrace the randomness of the game, and try to commit and hope that the game rewards you for the risk you're taking.
See, like, we've been clowning on NA for writing their comp in chat and claiming it, but they are doing well, so maybe that's the deck. I'm just saying, maybe that's what you need to do. We're going to be checking in with Kokakan and 60 Second, both players rolling down here, trying to find what they're looking for. For 60 Second, the Lulu was the one we really wanted with this comp, but it doesn't come together.
No, you've just got to take whatever you can get, and sometimes whatever you can get is just one place higher overall, particularly if you're a player who's low on points. It's going to be a real heartbreaker. Hosh day tomorrow beckoning is we start to see the Katarina board starting to fall apart. The backline damage is good. Katarina is known for clutching out rounds, but I think she's out of time.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for 60 seconds. I think he will cook. He's in a position that he will need to do something different, so I wouldn't be like crazy to say he will do like some crazy hologram move. Let's see what he does. But Kokakan, in his side, he's losing. He found the Lucian, it was not enough, and he only have 1 life left.
And very good for Gokaken that on the other side, the roll down hadn't happened yet. That was a very favorable matchup with the Seraphine 3 not actually being online as we move into gold augments, and that could be the last saving grace for our players.
And we're seeing some inspiring epitaphs coming through, and the Heliums as well. We can really see our players are pretty much where they want to be for the most part, just trying to put the final finishing touches to boost the power of what's already there.
Now we're in round 4. It hurts more when you lose. You need to be very, very careful with positioning, and Gokaken doesn't have more life. He has to go for the win. He has to roll down. He doesn't have economy, but he has faith. And I know that's important for him. I think he could get out of this one, but he actually needs a better a headliner. He only has the trash. He's pretty good, but he lacks a lot of damage.
Going to be seeing whether or not that is enough. There is definitely a lot of CC going on here, and Kess on the other side hasn't really hit a full board just yet. The one big thing is the front line for Kess that could allow the Ari to just chew through, but the Thresh is helping in trying to slow down that backline.
Yeah, I mean, I think just not having the backline itemized for Kess may end up costing us. We'll be able to find a little bit more. Actually going to slam in, trying to keep the streak from falling away. Seeing the chance to make an elimination here, of course, pushes everybody else in the lobby up by a single point, and sometimes that may be all you need.
Yeah, 2 HP and 1 dream for Gokaken. He managed to get the victory here against Kess, and he's still dreaming. He's focused, he wants to go, he gets the 6, difficult to implement, maybe take out the Jazz, and now the Seraphine is here, and this is great news for Josh, who needs to start winning now and improve on his win streak.
Something we've also seen during the Augment round is that 60-second, the hologram player has a Katarina 3 online. That is going to be the carry for now. Didn't find any of the Lulus. Instead, found a lot of Kata, so that is what we're working with for now. With players that are hitting their upgrades like that Set 2, like that Seraphine 3 that we just saw, the matchups for Gokaken, they don't get any easier here.
You can see from the camera, he's not having the best time of his life in this round. I think he's just waiting for the hammer to drop here, because every one of these boards is a potential out of the game as the Ezreal rips through every hope and dream Gokaken had of a last-second reprieve.
He had to do it. This is a top 8 for Gokaken, making it very, very difficult for him in this last round. Day 2 will be mostly like this. I think for tomorrow he will do the same. He will go for high risk, high reward.
He has to. If he wants to have any chance, he has to. And of course, with that, I also kind of want to bring to the table that your finishing in the last game of the day is going to stay with you, right? If you have a bad finishing end of day, you'll feel very different to if you have a good finish, and that is something players definitely need to pay attention to and check in with themselves, make sure you're not letting that get to their head.
I mean, this is the global champion. This is the real test of players in more ways than one. It's not just about being able to play good TFT day in and day out. It's about coming into these kind of situations and finding a way to reset in day 2, even if you've got a 1% chance, finding a way and making it happen.
For sure. Kess finding the Yorick in the carousel. He's playing on this pentakill line, so pretty good for him. Let's see what he cooks. If he wants to go for a more vertical pentakill, if he wants to stay and look for the Mordekaiser 3-star, that is the most recent and what will give him the most power spike.
So Kess was the player that was kind of being boxed out of the KO reroll by the other people who were finding it, still has the items for it, has even the Superfan, but it's not really working out right now, is playing the headliner on the Mordekaiser instead, and just trying to play around and trying to find the Kale naturally, which would still work. You can go around the Kale comp this way.
Yeah, I mean, we've said it multiple times, the KL2 can definitely get some work done, but yeah, the backline is not quite there. Yorick has at least got a little bit of itemization to be the ultimate damage, or alternate damage source instead, and it will actually be enough this time around. Multiple hits, takes down 60-second.
Yeah, I had a dream that 60-second could do well with the hologram Super Katarina, but actually it's not working. I wanted it to work. I wanted the meta to shift, and maybe people will start thinking, oh, Katarina, but seems like it's not the correct idea.
So I will say this is a country Katarina of all things. Normally, if you want to try and cap around a Katarina reroll, you'll see the Katarina be a crowd diver. You go for the full crowd divers, get as much going there as possible, and I could see the hologram work there. Of course, not not as great as with the Lulu, but we have even seen hologram boards around Asena or other 2-cost comps. It's surely not out of the question.
Yeah, I mean, 60 seconds certainly can get up to the next level and throw in at least Crowd Diver 4 to make the Katarina a more relevant damage source. But we do see, it's a decent setup here, but it's always so close to the edge. The Katarina healing and dealing damage in great numbers, and sometimes those numbers add up.
Yeah, he tried to go for something else, and the game gave him this. And with the HP he has, I think it's a good strategy, because even though maybe he won't win in the game, the first place, he's actually winning rounds. So it's not the worst composition, and it's what the game gave to him. So good adaptation, and let's hope it works for him.
Dooney Zuni here on that set that he found earlier. First seed coming out of Korea. People kind of rated him behind Bintim coming into this tournament. That really must sting, to be honest. Just like going through your games and being overshadowed by Bintim, who you've beat before.
Well, I mean, I think the best revenge is a tournament well played, and certainly Dooney Zuni is doing that here. 25 points is not shabby at all. It's definitely in the upper bounds of what we'd be expecting. I think getting a win at the end of the day also helps, as you say, leave the day on a high and make sure that you go into the next day optimistic about your chance.
Yeah, and Taro is the one who's contesting him, both with the harsh line, both trying to go for Zac, for Seth, for Ezreal. And let's see if it's enough. This Caitlyn should be good for him, and let's see if he pops the amble and try to go for itemization.
Okay, I saw it there, the Ezreal with the red buff, with the blue buff. You really wanted to play around that, but takes him out of the board and slots to Zixen and says, my Ezreal dream is no longer. I'm now playing around 6. I'm playing around Caitlyn because of how contested I am. Let's see if it works out as he is going up against Kess on the other side. Definitely putting in a lot of work, but the Mordekaiser just doesn't want to die.
Yeah, I mean, Ziggs is, the Ezreal we have at home. But, he's tried his best. Unfortunately, Caitlyn at this point, doesn't have the 8-bit in place, so doesn't have the extra damage. We don't really have a way of deleting single targets in the way we would like. So I think if we're up against balls like that Mordekaiser ball, we're always going to have trouble. Yeah,
we see now the Kayle try to go for this Twitter. He's not getting there, but actually Donny has done a great job using his item, using his augment in his favor. He doesn't have more 3. He doesn't have Kayle 3, and he doesn't have a BL1, but he's actually pretty healthy and doing pretty well.
Donny here with that pickup on that headliner of the Blitzcrank, trying to make moves. Kayle not really fully online. The Ahri is Ahri1 with no items, but is that maybe enough to try and beat out Scapeus on the other side? We are seeing that he stayed true to the true damage line. There's actually currently running an Akali headliner. It will not be enough from Donny's board.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly at least making the attempt, if nothing else. Koki Ken, of course, out of commission. Taro down on 14 and Kez on 9 or 8. We are starting to get into the position where we could have ourselves top 4 before too long.
Kez trying to roll down again, going to 0. He needs
so close.
Yeah, so close, yet so far. For Kez, this hurts. It's every time to try to play this comp, the Mordekaiser slips away, only a few copies away. But let's see if he gets it. He actually has only 9 HP left, and this is the reason why he's not capable to hit.
And for this comp, even more than for any other Kayle comp you've seen, because Mordekaiser is our headliner. We want him to be even bigger than. We could have dealt with the Kayle too, but the Mordekaiser is what's hurting so much here. And you can see him try to tank as much as possible as the Ezreal collapses onto him. Good positioning, trying to keep that Kayle safe, but it's just not going to be enough, and that is going to be a knockout.
We lose him, we lose Kez, and now from the other side, Taro also. So it's a double kill. We lose Taro, also from Japan. So we have now confirmation, Kez, 7th place Taro with the 6, 62nd with the Kata hologram, now fighting for that 5th place, maybe 4th. And Josh, with a high win streak, is on fire.
We have got Skipeus landing directly onto that true damage element, but I just want to touch back on what we saw at the end of the previous round because it really got to me, actually. Seeing the players' cameras here, of course, lets us connect to them, but it also lets us connect to them at the moments where they're at their most vulnerable and most defeated coming out of a round in the result they didn't want. It's very, very tough, I think, for our players on such a big stage to have those kind of losses, especially in the last game of the day.
It surely is, but I want to direct your attention to 60-second because we saw it so well in that previous game from Saka, finding the hologram, finding the Lulu, just snowballing through that lobby, trailblazing even if you want to call it that. 60-second not able to replicate that. Stuck on the Katarina, has been bleeding out for the entire stage 5 and is soon fighting for survival here. Definitely something we'll need to keep in mind as that country board is just not too hot, y'all.
Could be the last fight for him. Very low is his HP. Also, Josh against Donnie now. Donnie with the possibility now to get the kill since the competition has died and the units are free now into the pool. So let's see if the Fresin has access to the backline. I think it's enough. He's in a pretty good place. So Josh will continue his win streak and he's in a great position to take the lobby.
Yeah, 7KA certainly delivering for us here. I mean, yeah, we've got the itemization already nearly completely there. Of course, Seraphim, the Superman item. We've got a couple of items on the Ari as well. And now with the Thieves Gloves coming in, we're really multiplying up those stats that KDA give us to make a very strong board.
And I was speaking about Donnie earlier, and I said Yush generally, I think, is more perceived as the favorite. I do want to point out that for OS, this is a great lobby. 2 out of 2 players in the top 2. That's exactly what you want to see if you're already getting both of your players paired up into the same lobby. So really, really cool. And Yush just absolutely dominating here. But Skipeus with that true damage emblem could put in some work and mess that up.
But needs to. Skipeus is also relatively low on HP like a lot of the lobby are, so these rounds become much more crucial. The Akali, though, with all that true damage, extra damage, rips through Donny G's board. Skipeus not out yet.
60-second, hopping over to his board. Elimination time has come. Katarina could only throw those daggers so far.
Yeah, hologram is amazing on Lulu. You get the extra mana. He decides to go for Katarina. I think it wasn't a bad decision because he got a 5th with a comp that normally anyone who plays it will probably go 8th. So he took the decision. He got a 5th. He's already good in the competition with points. So I think he's just trying out a few things, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely take your point there. You've definitely got that cushion if you're up towards the top to take those losses and not be immediately in major trouble. But we're down to our top 4. Of course, one of the things we were talking about much earlier on in the day is if you are in the lobby with these high-scoring players, if you can take them out, you can make the top of the table drop down and make it more possible you can hit the top 8.
Absolutely right, and that is exactly what players like Skipeus are trying to do, Dunizuni as well. You are seeing more and more upgrades pop up as we are moving through the boards. Yush, notably finding an Echo 3 to enable this Seraphine comp even longer is of course a little bit tied to Seraphine's hoverboard, as we like to call it,
Do we?
as it comes to the positioning. So you cannot really have units kind of boxed in and try to get the best positioning for the Seraphine ults, but it'll do. Echo 3 is pretty good.
Now let's see Donnie against the Nuzuni going for the win. Now with the set trying to access that backline. Crowd Drivers doing a little CC. Ezra doing a lot of work. Let's see if the Lucian does enough. And it looks like it. Cain falls, and now the front lines also fall. So good victory, and he's out. He's out.
Oh, boy.
Definitely frustrating at this point, but it also gives us our top 3. Heartsteel player Dunizuni. We do have a little bit of everything on Skipeus, as I like to call it, and Yush with the reroll on the Seraphine and the Echo. Pretty cool comps, to be honest.
I think one thing I like about this is, we've mentioned in this lobby, we had a double shopping spree coming in for Yosh being able to have that trickle of money in, and when he goes up to level 9, having those extra rerolls, I'm sure is why we're seeing the 3 stars coming in.
Yeah, Seraphine is a comp that normally you get the Seraphine 3, you're good for a top 4, but you need something else. And now he has the Echo, now he's looking for the Ari 3, so he has a win more possibility, and now he faces Dunisuni. I always get that like Dooney. I'll call him Dooney for fun, and now let's see if it's enough for him.
Dooney fighting for survival here, potentially 15 HP, and Ezreal tries to clutch it out, but the Seraphine is just so strong in the back there, and it's not going to be enough.
Skipper's losing as of that last round as well, but still staying alive, if barely.
Mates, can I tell you that I really like your metal voice? It's not.
That's true. We've been practicing our metal backup chorus.
Yeah,
so we'll
thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I do want to call out Skip's board here because we are seeing the true damage. We are seeing the jazz. We're seeing a little bit of everything, really. And if you looked at this, you would probably think like, yeah, okay, I guess a top 4. But he is currently fighting against Yush and trying to take down this behemoth of a unit builder that Yush has become.
Yes, Skipper's on the single life. Yush with multiple left to go. The Akali gets immediately nailed out by the Ahri. It's exactly what you don't want to have happen. Zed is still alive in the corner though, but he's going to chew through multiple backline carries, and it's just not going to happen. Yush with an astonishing showing here for O's will end out the day 2 games with a win live on stream and a board worthy of a day 2 finish.
O's will not be silenced. Not in this lobby anyway. Taking down game 6 for Yush, for O's. Really great to see. Those are the finishes you need if you're in that spot.
He got a good praise. It was amazing the way he used the Seraphine early. He hit when he had to hit, getting a little lucky, but then he managed to go for the win more. For the Echo 3, trying to go for the Ari just in case. He didn't got it, but he didn't need it. He got the first place.
Yeah, honestly, I'd love to see more of that, though. Yeah, our players really playing towards the very bleeding edge of what these comps can ultimately be. You know, this has been a fantastic day 1. I can only hope to see what we get in day 2.
Yeah, me too. I'm really excited for all of the comps that we have seen thus far. It's been an absolute blast. Of course, we're not eliminating any players. There's going to be 6 more games tomorrow, but the day has not ended just yet. There is more content yet to come because we are hopping over to our alternative lobby, which is going to be Lobby A here.
We have lost Bio, Egi, Cheche, Judasor, and Soko. And we're only playing with Salvi, Ice, and Rio. So Ice again with a great performance, and Salvi now topping.
I mean,
your guy, mate.
That's the big news for me.
It's because we weren't watching. Can we turn it off again?
No, avert your eyes. Gentle viewers, don't just watch this one with your ears intact. Don't worry, we'll bring you through.
Familiar pictures, though. We're seeing the Seraphine come out once more, this time around from Ice, and really cool having the duplicated Ahri in the backline there to really stir things up.
Yeah, I really like that. I mean, we'll see what Salvi makes of it. Certainly, he's got a pretty decent front line in here with the Ezreal Lucian set up towards the back. And we've got the Alawi in place as well to make sure that Akali doesn't do too much damage. The Ezreal shot across the bow takes out a good chunk of health, and then maybe 2 Ahri's on enough.
Yeah, good selection of Aument. He eliminates Ice now in 3rd place, so Salvi with a good possibility of getting a 1st place. And Mace, as you were saying, Kokaken with the 8th place, the mental is destroyed. If Salvi managed to get a 1st place here, again, I think he gets in a great position to start day 2 in a good place with the right foot.
I mean, it's what I was trying to hint at earlier, more so to make myself believe, but I am happy to see it happen. Salvi, in day 3 of EMEA Regionals, absolutely smurfed the entire day after having, I would say, mid finishes in day 1 and day 2. So I think this is a player that does really well under pressure for what it's worth, and we're seeing that in this lobby here.
Yeah, Salvi really, really wants to end the day on a win and silence all of the critics, all the haters, but this board on the other side is absolutely ludicrous.
See, you're coming through with the 8-bits, and that Caitlyn is trying to do some extra lifting as the Riven, the soul carry more or less, has already finished the rest of the lobby there. And for Salvi, it is going to be a 2nd place. Not happy with that, but I would say it's pretty good.
I think that's the thing is, Salvi was looking for salvation in that last game. you can see him, he just threw up his hands at that point. He felt like his momentum was coming back. Second obviously is great, but exactly as you're saying, he wanted to end on the win.
Yeah, he loses against a Riven 3 with full 8-bit, with the Lucian 2 with the 8-bit spot, so it's like the comp is too hype, it's totally full. And I think it's a great place for SWE. He had a chance. The fight was good for him. He had good RNG. He eliminated fast the Lucian. It wasn't enough, but it's still a great place for the German Beast.
For the German, yeah, thank you. We take those. Yeah, of course, like I said, it is always going to be about the highs and lows, and some players deal better with them than others. We saw a lot of frustrated faces in that last game there. It always feels bad to me personally.
No, absolutely. I think at least having the break between days 1 and 2, we're not trying to make the players run 12 games all the way through, means at least they can get that reset.
Well, we are going to be sending it to a very, very quick break. Then our analyst desk is going to come back with more content for you, and we will be back with more games tomorrow as well. So don't go anywhere unless you're getting a snack. We'll be right back.
Start, and I'm starting to see disco. I'm seeing this territory.
Okay, we're not calling disco if there is one unit who will get with it.
An astonishing showing here for O's will end out the day 2 games with a win live on stream and a board worthy of a day 2 finish.
Welcome back, everybody, to day number 1 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships. The casters at the end there got me feeling a little bit left out of the party. They were doing like the do-si-do before we went to break, and sadly reminded me we haven't seen any Crab Rave today.
I know. You're always looking for the Crab Rave, looking for the exciting portals, and everybody's, not been giving us the crap rave whatsoever, right?
Yeah, like augment payout's just not as fun.
Says you. I'm very happy with augment and item payout.
I want to do a quick call out to Dooney Juni because he actually died in the East Asia Finals to Crab Rave, and he made a great video about it.
Yes, we love it. We had many players die in the North American tournament circuit to Crab Rave. It's claimed many victims.
It sure has. So maybe that's why we haven't seen it quite yet, because nobody wants the shame of dying to the crab during the World Championships. But what a show we got for the 6th and final game of the day. There's so much to be able to break down here, but the one thing that jumps out to me is just how many 80 Flex players we do have in this lobby. And 80 Flex, that is a type or tree of compositions that we have seen a lot of players start to branch out into and usually can support about 4 players. But in lobbies like this where we see a lot of people contesting each other, there are sadly chances and opportunities for people to just not hit. And that is what happened to a couple players.
Quite a few players did not hit in this lobby, especially, you know, we saw Coca Ken just trying to roll down for 80 Flex. Playing it for maybe not the best spot with the roll the dice, but still just not being able to find any of the units is the big issue that he had. And from there was also just a few other players that were kind of on that line and just never found exactly their footing. Donnie even found that top 4, but it wasn't off of really hitting the comp that he wanted. He just had a big life lead.
We had a total of 5 Heartsteel players right there, and I think it really comes down to how many different lines you can figure out in that sort of environment right there. I was especially impressed by Skipeus' true damage line. That was really fun to watch. Everyone knows that Zed and Ezreal is just the best combination, but if you don't hit that, you need to know how to branch out.
I mentioned at the top of the show, Skipeus is one of the offbeat, quirky personalities in the MEA. He cooks up boards that are not the most common versions of these strong lines like the 80 Flex. Instead, he adds in a Kiana, he adds in the Zed, he adds in the Akali, goes more vertical true damage with a true damage emblem as well. The Alawi added in with the Tentacles to get more value from Best Friends, for example. I think just he navigated that stage 4 really, really well. Looking at his board, I'm like, great. These are units that you don't normally see playing, but he's still stable. He's still staying in that top 4 throughout the entire game, really, and ends up with a very strong finish for this day 1 for the Czech player.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to share some Skipeus tech. He had the blue buff and Triforce on his Akali true damage, and that will permacast until the target is dead. He also had a Zed right next to it, which instantly procs the execution. So well done.
Okay, I'm going to have to take that tech into my own games because that sounds so big brain.
Good Clement tech.
It really is, and it's really, really good tech for these players as well. But, you know, when we also take a look at the top end there with Yush, who was able to get that first place in that lobby, that was also an exceptional performance.
Yeah, I think it's really cool because usually Seraphine isn't the comp that we see winning a lot of lobbies, but the big hit was actually that Echo 3. And we've seen 3 games so far in the group stages where people have found Echo 3, which I think historically has been an elusive 3-star. All 3 times it has found the first, 2 times with Lulu, but the fact that it's also brought Seraphine to a first place finish, I think it's something to look out for because a lot fewer boards are actually putting the Echo in than they used to, even though he fits with the super fan so well.
Most of these 2-cost comps, when you hit the 3-star, you do well, you can top 4, but you need that little extra something to make it all the way to really have a chance at winning a lobby. We see it with Kale, with Mordekaiser 3. In this case, the Echo 3 is a similar thing, where when you hit that, you buy enough time for these units like Seraphine to actually ramp up, to actually deal that damage over time across a very long fight when you're applying the burn effect from something like a Morello, for example.
Well, after that 6th and final game of day number 1, here are our standings to see where all 32 players fall after these 6 games. And this is going to be places 17th through 32.
You see a small comeback from Solvi in this last game. Did get a second, a top 4 finally. Can maybe dream about fighting for placements, if not that top 8, which is still important in the world. There's huge amount of prize pool. Every single placement in that day 2 matters. And again, fighting for the pride of making it to Worlds. You want to finish maybe even that top 16 to have that memory to go home with.
I'm just noticing that the cutoff is actually a little bit lower here on day 1. We said maybe 62 points for the whole 12 games, but right now the front runners are doing really well, but that means there's more hope for the guys behind because it's only a 28-point cut.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, looking at NA, right, Malala is the cutoff at 17th, tied at the 16, 28 points. Pretty solid performance for him, but then the top 8, 3 North American players have made it, including Degree, with this standout performance at the top of the table. But for me, I also want to give some big credit to to Weird. This is a player that a lot of us were not having high expectations. He's a very first or eighth player. I was saying that this guy's either going to go 32nd or win Worlds, but I was mostly joking about like the winning side of it. So I'm very impressed with this play. We saw him playing his style, playing that first or eighth and making it work, and it's been really, really cool to watch.
Weird was my underdog, my
I
dark
know,
horse.
your dark horse.
If he can make it to that final lobby with the checkmate format, I'm just
scary
saying.
in that format. He's scary.
We got to celebrate North America. 3 players in the top 8 finalist positions. How is this region just so dominant?
Because they are just that good. And we have one of those players on the line with us right now. That is our points leader of the day, Degree. Welcome to the broadcast. I'm so excited to be talking to you again, because the last time we talked was at the NA Regional Finals, where you were saying, I wasn't even expecting to get this far, but then you were able to make it through now to the World Championships and your points lead for the day. How are you feeling?
It's absolutely insane to have made it to Worlds and just get to be here, do the interview again. Definitely was not expecting to be points leader of the day coming in, but super happy with the way the games turned out. So yeah, happy to be here.
Do you feel like your success today has anything to do with that fact that you're unhindered by this lack of pressure?
I think that definitely helps towards it. Like, I think coming in as more of an underdog, never first performance at Worlds, first time making it to a final lobby in regionals, I definitely feel like less pressure, and I've already exceeded my expectations for the set. So I'm just happy that take this as far as it can go, and we'll see what happens.
I'd love to talk about that, you being an underdog, for just a second, because even though you had that label coming into this World Championship, you've put in a ton of work. You got 3 first places today in your lobbies, and for the most part, we saw you play a different line every single game. So what sort of improvements or just lessons did you take from the NA Regional Finals to take into this event?
Yeah, I think prepping for the NA Regional Finals, I think the final lobby had a very diverse mix of styles. There's a lot of really strong rural players, but there's also a lot of strong forecast players in the region. So being able to study with them and learn from them in preparations for regionals and for Worlds, I think definitely helped round out my game. And yeah.
It's been great to see so much flexibility and versatility from you. And I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to not just the strength of the players that you were playing against in North America, but just the strength of the region overall. Where do you feel like NA falls in the cards?
I think, well, based on our performance today, and I would definitely rank NA at the top. I think that all our players did really, really well, and I was happy to have the experience to just study with them, with Weird, Dishop, Malala. They're all really amazing players, and I learned so much in this past week, just being able to talk to them and learn their game plans and lottery with them. So yeah, I think NA will make it far, and we'll see how things go.
That's great insight, because I think the last time we checked in with you, you were also working with Wei Iverson, Replay, some of the other top players in North America. So it sounds like you're all helping each other out. Is that right?
Yeah, I think NA has a really strong community, and that's something I really love about the game and just our region as a whole. I think everyone's willing to help each other out. We learn from each other's streams. We talk and VOD review together. So I think that NA just has a strong bond, and we all feel like one large team. And so, yeah, I think that definitely has worked to our edge coming into the World Finals.
Well, Degree, I'm sure you had a very long day of games. It's very early there in North America for you to have to play. So we'd love to let you go celebrate, go get some rest as well. But before we do that, are there any other shout outs that you'd like to make?
Yeah, definitely just want to shout out all the people that helped me in preparation for the World Finals. Not just the people I just mentioned, also the rest of my study group, Replay, T-Live, Ripple Overdrive, Caboulet, and also Nikhil. I think and DPay, they all put in a ton of work to help me VOD review and get to this point. And also a huge out to my girlfriend Kelly for also helping me study and stay in shape for the World Finals. Yeah.
That's amazing. Degree, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations once again today, and best of luck tomorrow.
All right, thank you so much.
I mean, the big thing that I always see with North America coming into the World Finals, we saw it in set 9, is they formed together a new study group for the World Championship, and they practice so hard together. They work so hard and they share so much tech that we saw how well it worked out in set 9. We actually had just good performances across the board for North America, and once again, it's happening even from the players that maybe this is above their expectations, as Degree was saying.
I want to say as well, I think it's a little bit unfair that Degree gets the interview buff, the girlfriend buff, and the study group buff. 3 buffs going to day 2. That's a little bit too much for just one player. But I'm actually curious. You asked Necker at the beginning his expectations. He had already surpassed them making it to Worlds. I wonder if that flip is switched. You're now first in the points coming to at the end of day 1. You're almost 1 foot into day 3. If you don't mess things up, do you now feel pressure saying, if I don't make it, it's actually surprising, I have to actually step up and clutch up maybe in day 2?
We kind of saw this with Toronto Tokyo in set 9, right? He was a player coming, off the back of the biggest ramp in a season I think I've ever seen. It was like 170th
take off
all the way to like first into Worlds, into like first on day 1, and then he came into day 2, and I think he did say he felt a lot more pressure in his day 2 lobbies than he did on day 1, and it started to fall apart a little bit. He still had a 9th place finish. It was a phenomenal World Championship for him, but it definitely did get to him a little bit, and we could see the same from Degree. I know he's a very humble player. I know, you just listen to him, right? Like he's surpassed his expectations. He feels content, but it does start to weigh on you. You start to think, it starts to creep in. Oh, could I win this whole thing? And then that's really dangerous. Really dangerous thoughts can come in at that point.
It has been an exciting day of competition, though, and we are so looking forward to seeing what is in store for us tomorrow. So make sure you tune back in with us. We are going to be going live at 4 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Central European time, so you're not going to want to miss out on the action. Thank you all so much for tuning in today, and we can't wait to see you tomorrow.
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw!